I found myself picturing how different the city might look from Cassie's perspective. She wasn't short, so to speak, but she still came in nearly a foot below me, and certainly wouldn't be taller than most New York men. I really couldn't imagine it. I'd been tall since the end of high school, all of my childhood fluff disappearing in one distinct vertical burst. I'd never walked these streets as anything other than huge, and as I passed one of the many people of questionable sanity peppering the way through the city, my reverie took on an entirely different angle. Did Cass ever feel unsafe here? Or with her rough and tough exterior, did she feel some kind of false sense of exemption? And more importantly, was she always responsible with her personal safety? Or did she take it lightly? As I approached the front of Wes's office building, just up the block from his restaurant, Bad, I nearly came out of my skin over the fact that I didn't know the answer. Me. Rule number 55. You start carrying mace with you every fucking where you go. Cassie. Is this some kind of new fetish where I spray you in the face and lick your balls at the same time? I've heard of spicing things up, but most couples don't need it this early. Me. Don't be cute. Cassie. Fuck, Thatcher. That's like telling me not to breathe or eat nachos. I just can't stop doing any of it. I shook my head and smiled. I'd have to remember to pick up nachos on the way home tonight. Me. I was just thinking about how vulnerable a woman can be in the city. Cassie. I carry a switchblade between my tits. Me. Now I know that's not true. It'd never stay put. Cassie. Actually, my tits are pretty hospitable. Me. I fucking bet they are. Are they going to offer me a drink later? Wink face. Cassie. Gross. And don't ever use a wink emoji again. Text messages are the only place I know I can escape your fucking wink. Me. Is that an official rule? Cassie. Yes. Consider it number 56. Me. So you accept number 55? Cassie. Sure. I've always wanted to pepper spray somebody anyway. Me. Jesus. Don't just go spraying random people. Cassie. They won't be completely random. Just people that piss me off. Me. Fuck. The mace is just going to get you in even more trouble, isn't it? Cassie. Only time will tell, Thatcher. Only when somebody bumped me from behind did I remember I wasn't alone with her. All the sounds of the city came back immediately, finally penetrating the barrier her witty comebacks had formed around me. After getting back from Vegas and her parents' house a couple of days ago, it was starting to happen all the time. I shook my head and dropped my phone back into the front pocket of my slacks, before stepping up to the door of Wes's building and holding it open for a woman on her way out. Hair slicked back in a sleek ponytail and wearing skin-tight head-to-knee black, she smiled up at me from under her lashes and did a spin as she stepped past me, so she could keep eye contact. On more than one occasion, that kind of move had led to dinner and horizontal dancing, but today, all I cared to exchange was a friendly smile. She raised a brow as if to ask me if I was sure, but it didn't slow her down. All in one move, she kept up her momentum, circling right back to her path and catwalking directly away from me. I didn't even wait to watch her go. "Hey, Mr. Kelly," one of the security guards greeted me. I wasn't at Maverick's headquarters a ton, but I'd definitely been there before, and Sam and I had a running commentary on Yankees baseball. "Hey, Sam, you see the game 2 nights ago?" "Nah, man, I had to work the night shift at my other job. I heard Rodriguez nailed that shit in the bottom of the 9th with the bases loaded, though. Saved our asses." I just nodded as I strolled past him, past the elevators, and straight to the stairwell door. The Mavericks were only on the 4th floor, so I didn't mind making the climb in my suit. And with the amount that I'd been sitting around my apartment with Cassie and eating, I needed to get in a little exercise. The receptionist's head jerked up as I pushed open the stairwell door into the entry in front of the Mavericks' offices, but the surprise on her face melted into a smile when she saw it was me. She looked at me like she knew the dimensions of my cock, but I'd always been careful to keep that shit separate. I never slept with anyone my circle of friends worked with. I flirted with them, which was probably what had Susie's toothy smile making a bid to eat up her entire face, but I never actually messed around. "Susie," I greeted as I approached her desk with a smile. Her porcelain cheeks flushed pink. "Hi, Mr. Kelly." "I've got a meeting with Wes." She nodded as though she already knew, but she signaled me to wait 1 minute with her forefinger. Punching a couple of numbers into the phone that I assumed connected her to Wes's assistant, she checked to see if I could go back. We exchanged a few words while I waited, and I moved my eyes around the office rather than keeping them on her. The old candid player photos were more interesting than Susie anyway. Don't get me wrong, she was pretty in the conventional way, soft features and golden blonde hair, but she didn't even register on my dick's radar. Apparently, he only gave feedback to supercell women now, the kind that fucking lit up your world with lightning-like surprises and thunderous opinions. The ones whose looks were ominous and their bite was just as bad as their bark. The kind of women who weren't a kind of women at all, but instead a woman all their own. The kind of woman who wasn't just a woman, because she was fucking Cassie. She was a dozen things at once, and I couldn't fucking get a single one out of my head. "Mr. Kelly," Susie called, and I turned at the sound of her voice. Her eyes moved upward dramatically, and I had the feeling they'd been studying my ass. "He's just finishing up on a phone call, but you can go on back." "Thanks," I said with a wink and smile. She flushed again, and only when she tried to surreptitiously hike her breasts higher in her bra did I realize that maybe I shouldn't have done it. It was just second nature, like a facial tic. I wasn't even sure I was in control of it. Pulling my face to neutral, I moved past her space and down the hall, looking at the nameplates on the doors as I did. Wes didn't have a huge staff here at the offices, since the stadium was actually in New Jersey, but he kept the people he needed to interact with on a regular basis close. And for him and his multifaceted entrepreneurship, that meant being in Manhattan. Since he was still busy on a phone call, I had time for a little visit with one of my favorite women. I knocked on her closed door before turning the knob and peeking my head in. Her lips curved into a smile when she saw me, a completely different reaction from the first time she'd laid eyes on me in the Raines law room. "Hey, Georgia girl," I whispered, when I saw she had her phone up and in front of her, like she was FaceTiming with someone. "Hey, Thatch," she said dramatically, and my eyebrows pulled together. "Thatcher?" I heard from her phone, and immediately understood. "What's that motherfucker doing there?" I moved around the desk and into Georgia's space, until my big head came into the shot beside hers. "Hi, honey. Nice to see you, too." She rolled her eyes and smiled at the same time. "I just didn't know you were going to be there." "Yeah, baby, I have a meeting with Wes," I replied, and then noticed Georgia's eyes go comically wide out of the corner of my own at the unexpected genuineness of my endearment. "Oh, okay. Hey, I meant to ask if you're going to be home early tonight." Georgia's head moved back and forth between us, but I tried not to notice. Instead, I watched Cassie look over her left shoulder and talk to someone out of frame and back again, her dark hair pulling across the top of her low-cut shirt as she did. "Yeah, I should be done with this shoot in the next couple of hours. What about you?" "Yep. I've got to run back to the office after this and work on a couple of third-quarter plans that I'm almost done with. Stop by and open up for Frankie, and then I'll be home." "Okay, I'll see you there. Need me to pick up your dry cleaning on my way?" "That'd be great, honey. I'll get dinner." "Perfect." Someone called for her attention in the background again, and she whipped her head back and forth once more. "I have to go," she said directly to me, and she almost looked disappointed. "I'll talk to you soon, Horgy. Let me know if you need me to do any last-minute stuff for Big Dick's party." "I need you to cook," Georgie teased, and Cass just flipped her off. "Let me know if you need me to do something I'm actually capable of." "Like give blowjobs?" Cassie smiled as she made a slicing motion across her throat. I took the opportunity to interject. "I could actually use your help with one of those." "Just how many of those are on your to-do list?" she asked, pretending to be annoyed. "Every time I check one off, another one gets added to the bottom." "Yeah, it's more of a perpetual to-do." I heard someone speed talk about something from off to the side of her, and her eyes snapped back to us. "I really have to go now. Later." And then she was gone. I missed her immediately. "Picking up your dry cleaning?" Georgie questioned, and I waved her off. "Georgie?" "No, Thatch, that was as domestic as I've ever seen my friend in the history of, well, ever, and she didn't even seem pissed about it." "She's just determined not to let me win in a war of wills," I downplayed, in an effort not to talk about it. I'm pretty sure Cassie was on my wavelength, feeling all the things I was feeling, and I hoped my instincts were right. "True enough, but this is not that." I took a deep breath and changed the subject. "Where are we with Klein's party? All set?" "Nice subtle avoidance," she mocked. I shook my head and stared directly into her gentle blue eyes. I wasn't trying to be subtle. "Okay," she agreed, the motion of her mouth exaggerated. She turned to her computer and opened a document that had a checklist of party details 2 pages long. "Jesus," I remarked. It was supposed to be to myself, but judging by the aggressive eyes she turned my way, I hadn't been successful. "It's mostly just the details of what I've been telling Klein. You know he's too smart for anybody's good, and I've been trying to avoid getting caught in a lie." "Especially because you're a shit liar." "How do you know I'm a shit liar?" she pouted. "Honey," I tilted my head. "Everybody knows." "God damn it. I'm going to be good at it one day." I shook my head with a smile and tucked a stray hair behind the ear of Klein's perfect match. "No, you won't. And that's a good thing. We are who we are for a reason. You're the perfect fit for my friend because you are the way you are. I'm pretty sure he'd be pissed if you changed." She smiled, and the sincerity of it lit up the room. Yeah, Klein had picked well. "Why are you the way you are?" "How exactly am I?" "Knock, knock," Wes said from the door, looking from Georgia to me curiously. "I've been waiting for you for at least 5 minutes, dude. I had a suspicion I might find you here, though." "Just saying hello," I dismissed, leaning down to place a friendly kiss on Georgie's cheek. "Does Klein know you like to kiss his wife?" Wes teased. "As a matter of fact, he does, Whitney." He didn't fucking like it, but he knew. And it wasn't like I was giving her open-mouthed tongue with a side of tit grab. Georgia just shook her head and threw up a jaunty wave. "Bye, boys." Her eyes moved to me, a piercing promise of, this conversation isn't anywhere near over, rolling tumultuously in their depths. Wes and I both waved, before moving down the hall toward his office. "What did I interrupt?" Wes asked as we stepped inside, and he closed the door behind me. "Nothing." I pulled off my suit coat and took a seat in the chair in front of his desk. "We were just talking about Klein's birthday." "It didn't sound like that." Jesus. I rubbed at my head. "What are you, the conversation police? It was nothing." "So it doesn't have anything to do with your roommate?" he pushed with a smirk. Narrowing my eyes, I told him the truth. Well, at least half the truth. "No, it doesn't." He pulled out the chair from behind his desk and moved to sit down. "And how do you know she's my roommate? I'm pretty sure you were still out of town when that happened." "I was. Klein wasn't." I twisted and lifted my leg so that my right ankle rested comfortably on my left knee, and tried to tamp down the nervous swell in my stomach. Talking about everything with Cassie with other people made it real, and being real made me feel like I had everything to lose. My mind had rerouted the end goal, and winning a prank war wasn't my focus. I wanted to win her. He sure has made a flawless transition from Perfect Paul to Gossip Gabe. Wes smirked. He's just happy he isn't the center of attention anymore. It was never his thing. But you should feel at home here. Both my hands raised to shoulder level in a gesture of, what can you do? I can't help it if I'm endlessly interesting. His body shook with laughter as he reached for the files on the corner of his desk. So I have a few guys I really want, and I need to find the number that's going to make that happen comfortably. A couple of them are coming to the end of their contracts with the Seahawks, but one kid is just finishing college. No draft? He tore his ACL pretty early in this last season, and he's been sitting second string to that Polchek kid for most of the first 3 years of his college career. No one else has even thought about touching him, at least not since his All-American years in high school. So why are you thinking about touching him? He raised a brow suggestively, so I flipped him off. Because he's fucking good. A shocked laugh burst from my lips. Well, fuck. I'd say that's a good reason. I held out a hand. Here, let me see his file. Wes pulled it from the bottom of the stack and passed it to me, leaning back in his chair and running a rough hand through his hair. You know it's not your job to help me pick people, right? I just need you to make sure I'm paying them the right amount of money. Oh, I know it's not my job. I do it as a favor out of the goodness of my heart. I don't really need. To thank me? I interrupted and pointed at him. He narrowed his eyes. You're right. It doesn't need to be spoken between friends. He just shook his head as I opened the folder, and I didn't bother to hide my smile. He was too easy to play with, and with the way I wasn't in control of anything else in my life right now, it felt good to be in control of this. It felt normal. Recognition had me jumping to my feet when I saw the picture on top of the papers inside. Holy shit! Sean Phillips? I'd had a flicker of a memory from Portland when Wes had said ACL, but it was a really fucking common injury, and I wasn't expecting to be this lucky. I figured I'd have to drop hints about Sean to make Wes think it was his idea at some point, but this really saved me the trouble. Wes's face scrunched in amused confusion. Yeah? You know him? Ha! I shouted, a goofy smile making me feel nearly drugged. Yeah, I know him. He's gonna go fucking pro. I tapped the folder almost aggressively. This is Cassie's brother. Get the fuck out of here, Wes said through a laugh. "That kid is black." I shook my head and chuckled. I said the same thing when I saw his picture on her phone a couple months ago. I figured she was bullshitting me, but she wasn't. I was just at her parents' house, and this is her brother, Sean. Well, I didn't see that coming. Fuck. I didn't see anything coming anymore. The thought made me smile.
Chapter 25. Cassie. "Listen, Phil, I need you to be cool," I said, fluffing up the dog bed I'd picked up on the way home. Following the mini pig breeder's instructions, I placed the bed in the corner of the master bedroom with lots of blankets for him to root through. Since it had been nearly 2 decades since I had Dad, my childhood pig, I was a bit rusty on my pig-owning skills. Shit will probably go down once Thatch gets home, but if I'm cool and you're cool, we should all be cool as a motherfucking cucumber. The little guy snorted in response and proceeded to nudge my leg with his tiny pink nose while his little tail wiggled back and forth. After straightening his bow tie, I stood up and pointed down at Phil's new bed. "This is where you'll sleep." He grunted in response, his tail abruptly stopping its excited movement while he proceeded to just stare at the pile of blankets on top of the bed. I sighed. "You haven't even tried it yet." Another grunt. "Come on," I instructed, kneeling down and picking him up. "Once your little ass hits this cotton cloud of heaven, it will be love at first touch." I gently placed him on the bed, and he just sat there, looking at me. "Fillmore, you need to try better than that, dude." He snorted but proceeded to root through the blankets with his nose. I watched avidly for a few minutes until he appeared to be enjoying his humble new abode. I sat down beside the bed and softly ran my fingers over his back. "I think you'll be really happy here, buddy. New York is a pretty cool place to live. The rent is exorbitant, but yeah, that shouldn't concern you since you'll be mooching off us. Well, Thatch, technically. I'm kind of mooching off him right now, too. That makes you and me tight. An unbreakable bond, okay? Even though I bought you for him, between me and you, it's solely because I'm focused on out-pranking the prankster. But I can't deny you're one cute little bastard." "Yeah, but your main focus isn't on pranks and one-upping Thatch anymore." Okay, so maybe my focus had changed. Maybe my focus was just him, plain and simple. Well, confusing and complicated was probably more like it, but it didn't change the fact that I truly loved screwing with him. I fucking loved keeping Thatch on his toes. Phil lay down on the bed, resting his chin on my thigh, and looked up at me. I took in his little piggy face and grinned before continuing to give him the ins and outs of the city. "The food is phenomenal, but skip the sushi at Duane Reade. I made that mistake once and nearly shit my brains out for a week. In hindsight, I really should have known, but I'm the kind of person who actually needs to touch the hot stove to confirm it's hot, even though you already fucking told me. I should probably warn you that pigs are illegal in the Big Apple. But don't worry, I found a way to get around that rule," I said, as I rubbed the prickly hairs of his back. "You're going to have to get used to walking places." He grunted and nudged my arm with his nose. "Sorry, but them's the breaks in New York. Cabs are too expensive when you live here full-time. You should probably consider getting a Metro card. And I know you'll love Central Park. It will be your happy place for sure, since I'm not really the type of chick that enjoys participating in movement outside of getting from one place to the next. I'll make sure Thatch takes you there. That big asshole is always running and working out and shit." Eventually, his little eyes started to drift closed until he rolled to his side and fell fast asleep. I headed into the kitchen and cleaned up the mess I had left during Phil's arrival. Empty bags, torn tags from his new toys and collar, and a half-empty bowl of food and water littered the stainless steel space. Once I had all of the trash thrown away and Phil's belongings set up the way I wanted, I made myself comfortable on the couch and flipped on the television. By the time Thatch walked through the door, I was 40 minutes into a Lifetime movie I couldn't stop watching. "Jesus, Deb, get your shit together," I yelled at the screen. "Oh my God, are you blind? Juliana is an asshole. She's going to kill everyone." "Honey, I'm home, and I've got takeout," Thatch called from the kitchen. "Think maybe you can take a break from Lifetime and come enjoy it with me?" he asked in a teasing tone. "Bring it out here," I whined. "I need to see the end of this movie, even though I already know what's going to happen." He walked into the living room and set the bag of food on the coffee table. "Already seen it?" "Nope, but there are always two certainties with Lifetime movies. One," I said, holding up one finger in his direction, "is that the acting is always terrible. And two," I held up another finger, "they're predictable as fuck." He chuckled as he sat down beside me. "Then why watch them?" "Are you kidding me? Because Lifetime movies are addictive. They're so awful they're good." "That makes zero sense." I shrugged. "Yeah? Well, consider it another mystery of the female population. Who knows why women love these movies, but they do, and I'm a testament to that very fact." "That's unfortunate for you," he teased. "You know what's unfortunate?" I pointed the remote toward the screen. "That Deb can't figure out her twin sister Juliana is a fucking psychopath." "Which one is which?" he asked, opening the bag and pulling out a large white foam container. After setting it on the table, he reached up to loosen his tie. Climbing to my knees, I pushed his hands out of the way and did it for him. His eyes looked like melted chocolate. The leather felt cool on my shins, so I rolled back over to sit beside him. "Deb is the one that looks like she just rose from the dead. She obviously needs a tutorial on good goth makeup. And Juliana is the cunt with the long blonde hair," I answered, watching him lift the lid of the container. Once the aroma of refried beans and cheese and salsa and chicken hit my nose, I damn near dove face first into the food. "Did you get nachos?" I asked excitedly. He winked. "Sure did, honey." "I'm going to let that fucking wink slide because you just made my night." I grabbed one of the chips from the container and took a crunchy bite. I moaned over a mouthful. "Good?" "Javelina has the best nachos in the city," I nodded. "I'd do a lot of things for these nachos." "How about you give me a kiss as thanks?" he suggested, pointing to his cheek. I got up on my knees once more and pressed my lips to his cheek. "Thanks, honey. How'd you know I was in the mood for nachos?" He grabbed my hips and lifted me into his lap with ease, and his strong hands rearranged my legs so that I straddled his thighs. "You mentioned them," he answered, tucking a piece of hair behind my ear. I tilted my head, combing the flecks of subtle gold speckled throughout his irises. I'm not much for spouting sentimental bullshit, but I should say that I really enjoy when you're sweet like this, especially when you feed me my favorite nachos. "I'll make a mental note that nachos are the true way to your heart." He smirked and pressed a soft kiss to the corner of my mouth. I pointed to the other corner of my mouth. He kissed that, too. I gestured to my nose. His lips followed that demand as well. When I pointed to my lips, he slid his fingers into my hair and held my gaze for a few poignant seconds, his eyes searching deep into mine. For what, I'm not sure, but I couldn't deny the flutter in my belly and the quickening of my breath as his mouth moved toward mine. I watched his lashes sweep down, and the second I felt his lips, my eyes fell closed. The kiss was demanding from the onset, his tongue slipping past my lips and dancing with mine in the hopes of producing a moan. His fingers stayed in my hair, caressing the strands and encouraging me to deepen the kiss together, which I did willingly because, fuck, this man could kiss. His soft, full lips held all sorts of power. They could have convinced me to do just about anything in that moment. "Fuck, Cassie," he groaned, as his hand slid down my back and grabbed my ass. He pulled my hips closer to his, and I finally gave him the moan he was hoping for. Right against his mouth. The supercock was hard and ready, pressed against me. Delicious nachos in the Lifetime movie were long forgotten. I wanted him. Hell, I needed him to the point that I was stunned by my desperation. The moment was fueled by lust, yet laced with an undertone of something more, something different, something my brain couldn't fully process. Far off in the distance, as in the same room, I heard a rustling behind us. But I ignored it, too consumed with this sexy-as-fuck man. My hands moved down his broad shoulders and slid over the muscles of his biceps. He was cut. His body was one I could spend hours and hours examining with my mouth, and probably never have my fill. The rustling grew louder, and a few snorts accompanied the noise. Shit. Thatch paused and pulled away from the kiss. His head tilted to the side as his gaze stared deep into mine. "Did you just snort?" I had two options in this scenario. Either fess up and risk popping the soon-to-be bubble of hot and sweaty sex, or... Yes, I lied. Obviously, option 2 was the best choice. I wanted him naked and between my thighs, and I had a feeling if I revealed my teacup surprise, Thatch wouldn't be feeling all that horny. Angry? Yes. Horny? Probably not. His face grew skeptical, the line of his mouth turning down minutely, and he attempted to glance around me, but I grabbed both of his cheeks and forced our noses together. A few more snorts came from behind us, and I joined in the barnyard orchestra, snorting louder and more obnoxiously than Phil, who had obviously managed to wake up and make his way into the living room, and doing it directly into Thatch's face. He tried to gently disentangle my hands from his face, but I stayed resolute in our literal nose-to-nose position. "Cass," he said, and his brow furrowed. "What's going on?" "It's that fucking time of year when everything is blooming. I'm all stuffy and snorty." "Stuffy and snorty?" "Yeah, you know, allergy season. It kicks my ass." "This is the first time I've ever heard you complain about allergies." "Well, they usually don't bother me, but..." I paused, searching for a reason. "But I went for a run today in Central Park, and they were cutting the grass, and I think it just triggered the snorts." He raised a curious brow. "You went for a run today?" Yeah. I love to run." His eyes squinted in disbelief. "You love to run?" Fuck, this hole felt deep. "All the time." "Considering the last time I tried to wake you up for a run, you told me you'd bite my dick off, I'd say that seems a little far-fetched, honey." Before I could offer a retort, the soundtrack of snorts and rustling started to play again, which meant I had to snort along and obviously come up with a quick plan, because, yeah, this was not going to work for any substantial amount of time. Christ, I had brought Phil home to help me mess with Thatch, not cock-block me from fucking the prankster. I just wanted to live through the high of another one of Thatch's unexpected reactions. They made me feel good. My gaze found the tie loosened around Thatch's neck, and I quickly unfastened the Windsor knot the rest of the way. "Let's play, baby," I purred, and held the tie in front of him. His expression remained skeptical, but his cock showed a biological reaction a little suspicion couldn't deny, hardening instantly between my thighs. "We're going to play," I instructed as I secured the makeshift blindfold over his eyes. "What part of Cassie's body are you touching?" "I'll only play if by touching you actually mean your lips, pussy, or tits touching my mouth." "Deal," I agreed, removing myself from his lap and turning around to find Phil face deep in a bag of plain tortilla chips that had come inside the takeout bag. Shit. I muttered, and silently prayed to the heavens above that the little piggy hadn't managed to reach the nachos. I wasn't an animal expert, but my general knowledge of Mexican food and digestive tracts told me that would have been the opposite of good.
"Wait, where'd you go?"
Thatch asked behind me. I just wanted to freshen up my pussy and tits for you," I said, and even though I realized how gross that sounded, I was too determined to care. I had to hide the porcine chastity belt so I could resume the sex bubble. "Stay right there, baby. Don't move that big cock from the couch. I'll be right back." It should be noted here that I do not have a tuna twat or hairy nipples. I'm groomed and fresh as a motherfucking daisy in those goddamn Irish Spring commercials. Seriously, my pussy smells like a meadow full of flowers. Well, the meadow with a hint of pussy. Because let's face it, pussies smell like pussies. And there's no avoiding that fact unless you want a yeast infection. I picked up Phil and carried him down the hallway, muttering, "I gave you one fucking responsibility. Be cool. That was all you had to do, and you pretty much fucked it up." Phil snorted, and his tail wiggled back and forth when I set him down on the bed. "You're being a bit of a cock-block, dude," I chastised, but he didn't mind, seemingly more concerned with rooting through the comforter.
"Who's a cock-block?"
Thatch's voice filled the room. I turned to find his large frame, still clad in a sexy charcoal gray suit, standing in the doorway, sans blindfold. His jaw dropped the second his eyes met the tiny teacup pig snorting and nudging his nose against the bed.
"What in the ever-loving fuck?"
Well, shit. So much for waiting until after we boned. And since the pig was out of the bag, I did the only thing I could. "Surprise!" I exclaimed, and did jazz hands to punctuate the statement. "I bought you a pig."
"You..."
His gaze moved back and forth between Phil and me.
"What?"
I picked Phil up from the bed, cuddled him close to my chest, and walked over toward Thatch, who appeared to be frozen in the doorway to his bedroom. "I bought you this little guy," I explained. "I wanted to do something thoughtful for you."
"I brought home nachos for you, and you bought me a pig?"
I tried not to smile. God, this was almost as good as sex. "Oh, babe, we aren't keeping score. Anyway, I'm sure you'll repay me with something even more thoughtful." He just stared back at me.
"I never said I wanted a pig, Cassie. I live in the city, for fuck's sake. What in the hell am I going to do with a pig? Fuck. I'm pretty sure they're illegal in New York."
"Don't worry," I said, handing Phil to Thatch. "I've got that covered," I assured, grabbing the ID off the nightstand. "He's a registered service pet."
"Service pet? For who?"
I held up the ID. "For you, silly." His eyes scanned the ID.
"Mr. Fillmore F. Bacon?"
"Isn't that the best name ever?"
"What does the F stand for?"
"Mr. Fillmore fucking Bacon. He's classy, but he's also a badass. I think it suits him."
"How in the fuck is he a service pet?"
"He helps your anxiety and depression."
"I don't have anxiety and depression."
Thatch adjusted Phil in his arms so he was holding him like a football. "I know that, but the city doesn't know that."
"Cassie,"
he started to say, but I interrupted before he could continue. "Thatch," I said quietly, fluttering my eyelashes as I prepared to unleash the big guns. "I really feel like this is the next big step in our relationship. You know, before marriage and kids. I want to make sure we're responsible together before we move forward. I figured a pet was the best way to do it, and, well," I whispered, feigning emotions, "he just reminded me so much of Dad, and you remember how much I loved Dad."
"Jesus,"
he muttered to himself. "Do you want to move our relationship forward?" I asked, pretending to get choked up. He stared at me for a few seconds before glancing down at Phil. When his eyes met mine again, he finally answered, "Yeah, honey, I think this was a great idea." I waited for my chest to fill with the usual disappointment and annoyance of not being able to get Thatch to fold, but it never came. Thank fuck. I never wanted him to fold. "Come on, Cassie. It's time to rise and shine." I rolled onto my side and pulled the comforter over my head, and his chuckles practically followed me into the blankets. "It's too early for this shit." We'd spent the rest of last night eating and watching trashy Lifetime movies while Phil fell asleep in Thatch's lap, and when I had fallen asleep, I'd relished the idea of spending today sleeping my ass off. This wake-up call was not on my agenda. "You don't even know what time it is." "I know it's too fucking early." He wrapped his arm around my waist and turned me onto my back with ease, even managing to pull the comforter away from my face in the process. "But I've got a surprise for you." "I don't want a boner, Thatcher." Though my pussy hadn't gotten any kind of party last night, so maybe I did. If only the pull of sleep wasn't so strong. He laughed. "It's not my dick." I peeked out of one skeptical eye and turned my head to face him. "Then what is it?" "Belgian waffles. What breakfast dreams are made of." "As in waffles and dingus?" They were my favorite waffles. Think whipped cream and hot fudge and caramel and pretty much any topping you wanted, and that was waffles and dingus. He nodded. "I figured we'd get Phil some fresh air in Central Park before the Saturday morning crowd hits and grab waffles on our way back." "But what if you and Phil went together, since you haven't really had a chance to get to know each other?" I trailed off and turned over on my side again. "I think that's the best idea. You take Phil to the park and bring me back a waffle on your way home." I made kissy noises as I pulled the comforter back over my face. "Kisses. You're the best, baby." He chuckled, and I felt the mattress move as he stood up from the bed. I sighed a breath of relief, but before I could snuggle myself back to sleep, Thatch yanked off the comforter and flipped me over his shoulder. "Motherfucker!" I shouted. "Time to wake up." He spanked my ass. "This is for the good of our relationship, honey. We need to be doing things with Phil together. We don't want to bring him into this world only to immediately make him feel like he's part of a broken home, which means you get to accompany us to Central Park today." "What time is it?" "It's a little after 6, he answered, setting me on my feet. "A little after 6? I shouted and poked him directly in the chest. "Are you kidding me? It's too early. Way too goddamn early." He smirked. I would agree, but Phil would not agree. He's been whining, well, more like squealing since about 5:30 this morning. And right on cue, Phil came tip-tapping in on his tiny hoofed feet and grunted when he plopped his little ass down by Thatch's feet. "See what I mean?" Thatch questioned, and Phil looked up at me. "Fine," I groaned. "But I'm not even brushing my hair," I announced as I tossed my long locks into a messy bun. "Just wear a bra and some gym shoes." "Huh?" I questioned, in the middle of brushing my teeth, but Thatch ignored me. He picked Phil up and walked into the bedroom, setting the pig on the bed and fastening the harness leash around his body. 15 minutes later, we were headed toward Central Park, one of Thatch's hands holding mine, and the other wrapped around the leash. Phil's head stood tall as he trotted down the sidewalk, his little ass swaying side to side with each step. The pig knew how to bring all the girls to the yard. We had stopped 4 times for random people to kneel down and give him attention, 2 of which were giggly women insisting on taking a picture with the pint-sized Casanova. It didn't help that the man holding the leash proudly was bigger than a giant and soaked up the attention just as much as the snorting pig. Winks and smirks and hearty chuckles were being passed out like fucking candy. If I wasn't so pissed off for being woken up at 6 a.m, I might have found it all amusing. Liar. You're totally loving every second of the Jolly Green Giant and Fillmore show. Thatch led us toward a table sitting just outside the entrance of Central Park and smiled down at the gray-haired lady holding a clipboard. Thatcher Kelly and Cassie Phillips. She scrolled her paper with the tip of her pen until she tapped it twice and grinned. Looks like you've already filled out the forms and paid the entry fee. She handed Thatch 2 square pieces of paper with safety pins attached. Just pin on your numbers and head on over to the starting line. The race will start in 10 minutes. My eyes went wide. The race? What race? Thanks, honey, he told her, and grabbed my hand, tugging me through the entrance of the park. He led us toward a bench, ignoring my persistent questions about what the hell was going on, and urged my ass to sit down by giving my shoulders a gentle shove. When he tried to pin the paper on my shirt, I slapped his hands away. Thatcher, I snapped, what the fuck is going on? We're running this 5K together, he said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Oh, hell to the no, I disagreed. I am not running in a fucking race. Do you even know me? I questioned his sanity. Cassie Phillips did not run in races. The closest she came to running was when Macy's was having their end-of-year clearance sale on shoes, and even then, my pace was more speed walk than run. But you love to run, he stated. Isn't that what you said last night? His gaze met mine, and I didn't like the devious glint of amusement that rested behind his eyes. I'm really trying here, trying to do nice things for the good of our relationship. I wanted to be thoughtful and do something with you that you said you loved to do. His smile said sweet, but his eyes, well, they said checkmate. Do you not want to spend time with me today, honey? Oh, man, he was evil. The fucking king of one-upping had just laid down the gauntlet. I plastered a sugary sweet smile on my face. Of course I want to spend time with you, baby. I'm so happy you did this, I lied, snatching the paper from his hands violently and pinning it to my shirt. As we lined up at the starting line, I had the urge to kick Thatch in the nuts. The cute pig standing at his feet was the only thing that had stopped me. The gun fired, and everyone around us was off, their gym shoes slapping against the pavement in the direction of the finish line. I started off slow and silently prayed that Thatch would speed ahead so that I could sneak off the path and find a park bench to plop my already tired ass down on. But of course he didn't do that. No way. That would have been too damn easy. Thatch jogged leisurely at my side, letting my pace lead us. A minute into the run, I was silently cursing everyone and everything. Fuck you. Fuck running. Fuck the beautiful sun. Fuck those chirping birds. Fuck that lady pushing her kid in the stroller. It should be me in that fucking stroller. I looked up from the ground and found Thatch smiling down at me, his long legs running at a slow and easy rhythm and not an ounce of discomfort on his face. He paused briefly to pick up a squealing Phil and adjust him in his arms like a baby, and I took that moment to scratch the side of my face with my middle finger pointed directly in his direction. He caught it, and his smile grew wider. You okay, honey? I'm fine, I bit out between panting breaths. Never been better. I refused to let him know my body was practically screaming for me to stop. But 10 minutes after that, I could no longer keep quiet. For fuck's sake, I shouted, and the runners in front of me shot glares over their shoulders. I can't go any longer, Thatch, I gasped, and jogged off to the side of the path. My feet stayed firmly planted by a bench as I leaned forward and rested my hands on my knees. I'm done. I'm fucking done. Why do people do this? This is so fucking stupid. Why would anyone want to run unless they were actually being chased or Prada was having a going out of business sale? I rambled through shallow breaths. Thatch sat Phil down on the bench, and before I could stop him, he gripped my hips, lifted me over his head, and set me on his shoulders. "Whoa, what the hell?" I cried. My head spun from the abrupt change in altitude. "I'm really proud of you, Crazy," he said, and picked Phil up from the bench. "For someone who's never run before, you kicked ass for the first 1.5 miles." He glanced up at me and winked. "So now, just sit back, relax, and hold on tight to Phil. I'll take it from here." He lifted our little piggy above his head and put him into my arms. Phil squealed in protest, but I slipped him inside the front of my shirt and held on tight to comfort him. "It's okay," I soothed. "I've got you, little buddy." Eventually, his squeals stopped, and he peeked his little head out above my neckline. He sniffed the air a few times and snorted his content, inside the warmth and safety of my shirt. "That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen," Thatch said, as he held his phone in front of us, catching all 3 of our faces in the shot. His gaze met mine in the screen, and those chocolate eyes of his glimmered with affection. "Smile, honey," he said as his lips curled into a handsome smile. I smiled. Phil snorted. Snap. And just like that, our happy little moment had been recorded. Forever unchanged. Just like your growing feelings for this beautiful, charming, perfect-for-you man. Well, 5 minutes ago you would have thought, perfect for you, asshole. "All right," Thatch announced as he moved back toward the path and held my thighs tightly to his shoulders. "Let's hit it." With pep in his step and occasional grinning glances in mine and Phil's direction, Thatch finished the last 2 miles of the race just like that, me on his shoulders and our teacup pig in my t-shirt. And beyond that, he did it with ease. The second he crossed the finish line, he pulled me off his shoulders and put his lips to mine. His breathing wasn't even labored. Fuck, that man had some serious stamina. An hour later, we were stuffed full of waffles and settled on a park bench. Fell asleep on my chest, while my legs were stretched out and rested in Thatch's lap. I watched him watch the people meandering by, his eyes following their Saturday paths with nothing but mild curiosity. He untied my laces and slipped off my shoes and socks, leaving my bare feet beneath the late morning sun. His fingers kneaded into my soles and started their talented course of finding all the sensitive spots that ached from the run. A soft moan fell from my lips, and his gaze met mine. "Feel good?" "So good." He grinned. "You know, you're a really good boyfriend," I admitted, even though our relationship had an undertone of pranks and jokes and relentless teasing. Thatch was a good boyfriend. I knew I wasn't an expert by any means when it came to relationships, but beneath that wicked sense of humor, he was thoughtful and caring and sweet. So fucking sweet, sometimes I wondered if I'd get a stomachache from sugar overload. His brow rose in question. "I mean, look at you," I said, nodding toward his hands on my feet. "You're rubbing my gross feet after I just ran like 50 miles. "Your feet aren't gross." He plucked one of my hot pink painted toes with his index finger and thumb. "They're cute." I wiggled my toes. He chuckled. "And you only ran a 1.5 miles tops," he added with an amused grin. "I ran more than half of the race with you and Phil on my shoulders." "But I ran the hardest part of the trail. There were more hills on the first end." "Yeah, that was a lie. There weren't any hills." He winked. "Of course you did, honey." I wiggled my toes again. "So who taught you how to be a good boyfriend? Your last girlfriend was in high school, right? What was her name?" "Yes." He paused briefly, and then started kneading at the balls of my feet. "Her name was Margot." "How long did you guys date?" "A little over a year." "Why did you break up?" "We didn't." He turned on the bench to face me. "She died at the end of our senior year." "Whoa!" That had been unexpected. In the past, before Thatch, I would have shied away from going further with this conversation and tried to lighten the tone, but I didn't want to do that. Wow, Thatch, I'm so sorry. I don't really know what else to say. It was a long time ago, he reassured. When it happened, of course, I was devastated, but as time passed and wounds healed, I knew that my relationship with Margot was a huge part of my life because of the way it ended, not because of the actual relationship we had. We were both young, wild, and selfish. If she had lived, and every day I wish she had, I know Margot and I wouldn't have been sitting here together on this park bench. I just wish she would have had the opportunity to spread her wings and really fly, really find herself. My heart grew 2 sizes bigger inside my chest. There were so many facets to Thatch's personality, so many tiny particulars and huge guarantees, but underneath all of that charming swagger and good-natured sense of humor was a good man, the best man. I reached out my hand and grabbed his, squeezing it gently. He smiled softly in response. My lips mimicked his, and I didn't try to stop the permeating affection from showing beneath my eyes. I wanted him to know I cared. I wanted him to know he was easily becoming my whole world. Phil snorted in my lap. His little eyes peeked open and glanced around the outside oasis. Thatch grinned down at him, and then his eyes met mine again. Ready to go home? Home. I couldn't deny my first thought was, home is wherever you are now. Yeah, baby, let's go home.
Chapter 26. Thatch. So you're good to get him to Monarch tonight, right? Georgia asked, as I stepped into the crosswalk with the phone to my ear. Klein's birthday party was finally upon us, and we were all just living in Georgia's world until it was over. I shook my head and smiled at the near panic in her sweet voice. I won't let you down. I'll get him there no matter what it takes. A bike messenger weaved up and around me to cut in front of the pedestrians. Cabs and cars filled the streets, the height of the commuting hour packing a 6 extra sardines into the can. But, you're not going to drug him, right? A startled bark of laughter had the people in front of me looking over their shoulders. I ignored them and focused on the woman at my ear. No, I won't be taking advantage of your husband in any way, but I will carry him there if I have to. Good. Not good, I corrected. If I have to physically carry your husband to his party tonight, you better start planning my funeral. She giggled. Okay, at least I've gotten a little practice at event planning, so I'll make sure it's nice. That's not really comforting at all. I'll also make sure Cassie puts a picture of her boobs in the casket with you. I smiled at the visual. Okay, I'm feeling slightly comforted now. Fantastic. I heard some guy hoot in the background, and my eyebrows pulled together as I made my way across Fifth Avenue. There was never any shortage of people talking to you when you didn't want them to. Men hooting at the attractive women, as though yelling at them gave them a chance, or crazy people forgetting the meaning of personal space. But as hard as I focused my ears, I couldn't figure out which of those scenarios Georgia was currently encountering. Where are you? Do you need me to do anything else? I've got about an hour before rugby practice. I'm just running by the tattoo shop to make sure Frankie's good, but I can skip it if you need something. Thanks, but I think I've got everything covered. I'm meeting Cass in just a few minutes, and then we're going over to the bar to finish setting up. 3 beats in the space of what should have been 1. My heart sped up at the mention of my roommate and lover. It was unexpected, but not completely unwelcome. Still, the feeling was overpowering, so I tried to distract myself with meaningless questions. What did you tell Klein? I can't imagine he likes the idea of not being with you on his birthday. I could practically hear her smile. I told him it wasn't that he wouldn't be with me, just that he'd be with me later, and that I'd make sure being with me was verbiage for some very dirty activity. Ah, I breathed. The real way to a man's heart. Your puss. Yeah, I get it. Thanks. Hey, I'm just saying. My stomach isn't really the answer unless it's got a pussy sitting on... I said I get it, she yelled, and I laughed at the mental visual of curious eyes turning her way on whatever busy street she was walking. What's that? Did you say you didn't get it? I said, I will hang up on you, she threatened in a way that was supposed to be scary, but had all the danger of a chipmunk behind it. She was too cute to be lethal, and if she wasn't, I guess that was how I'd die. Okay, I conceded with a laugh. Just pass the message along to Cassie, okay? I will not dirty talk my best friend for you. My face felt swollen as my cheeks climbed up around my nose, but I made sure to do my best impression of an audible pout for her benefit. Aw, come on. The visual is so good. Klein would kill you if he could hear you right now, she said in my ear, just as I spotted what I knew was his back disappearing down the steps of the subway ahead. It didn't happen often, especially now that he was living outside the city, but on occasion, the world did its best to remind me how truly small it was. Quickening my steps, I strode after him. Good thing he can't then, huh? I teased. I'm not even sure why I talk to you. Because you love me. Everyone loves me, I deadpanned. The woman walking next to me glanced up with surreptitiously curious eyes. She didn't want me to know she was listening, but she also didn't want to miss a word. Raising a hand, I gave her a wave and wink. Disgusted eyes met mine for a second before she sped up her stride to put distance between us. Given the natural length of my stride, her little legs looked like she was running a hamster wheel. Right, Georgia scoffed in my ear. I'll see you in a couple of hours, Georgia girl, and I'll have your dreamboat of a man at my side. You're ridiculous. Lee handsome? I know. Don't worry. I won't tell Klein you think so if you don't. Bye, Thatch. I shook my head as I heard the sound of her hanging up on me before I could respond. Everyone made it so easy. Except Cassie. That wild, beautiful woman brought her own game to the table, and as time went on, the truth was becoming more and more apparent. I fucking loved it. The challenge, the change, the way she didn't take any kind of shit without giving it right back. And somehow, she managed to maintain a certain amount of softness while she did it. Whether it was a glance or a smile or a step closer to me in proximity, there was always some sign that she had vulnerability in there somewhere, that she cared about others and wanted them to care for her, that she wanted all the things out of life that people often misunderstood about a woman like her: family, friendship, love. I sped up, taking the steps down to the 57th and 6th station 2 at a time. The train sat on the tracks waiting, and with 5 huge strides, I slid on just before the doors closed. Klein glanced up from his paper at my Cosmo Kramer-like entrance. His lips formed the word, great, with fantastic faux sarcasm, but finished with a smile. Are you stalking me? He asked, as I took a seat close to him, but left one in between us. Spatially, that was the only way if I wanted to maintain any use of my arms. Yes. I've actually been watching you from the little window to your office all day. Didn't you notice me? He shook his head and laughed, tucking the newspaper into the handles of his duffel bag between his feet. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not like you're busy or anything. Exactly, I agreed, knowing he knew I was busy in the most literal sense of the word. Klein knew pretty much everything about me, so much so that I could barely even surprise him anymore. He actually pointed out tons of investment opportunities to me before I ever even mentioned them. Granted, I was usually already looking into them, but he was just a millisecond behind me. And when it came to money moves, that was saying something. Ready for practice? I asked as the train started to move. Honestly? I shrugged and nodded. I'd rather slice my eyeballs open. I just want to go home and be with my wife and our fucking wildlife refuge. I smirked. You have 2 animals, hardly zoo material. It doesn't feel like 2. Stan weighs 1,000,000 pounds and shits bombs, but he's actually the easier of the 2. Well, that much I believe, I conceded easily. Walter is a little prick. But I still enjoy it because Georgie does. What's that say about me? That you misplaced your balls? I joked. Fuck you. I leaned my elbows into my knees. It means you're a lucky bastard. Above us right now, thousands of unhappy assholes are leaving their miserable jobs and going to the bar instead of home. Klein raised his eyebrows. By choice. They'd much rather be there than go home, but you, my friend, are one of the wise ones. What about you? What about me? You're fine with going to the bar instead of home? I rarely go to the bar anymore. Not my point at all, and you know it. I shrugged with nonchalance and tried not to let my thoughts run away. I want what you have. He smiled. I pushed. You think Georgie would be into me? His smile turned into a scowl. Kidding, I said through a laugh. I almost told him I'd just gotten off the phone with his wife, but that would have raised at least one flag. It wasn't like I didn't talk to her, but I didn't tell him about it every time I did. How's it feel to be a year older, Grandpa? He laughed. You're older than I am. Yes, but I've aged better. Don't take it personally. I credit most of my looks to a rigid diet of Oreos, Nutella, and Trix. Plus, you know. I know, he questioned. Don't be embarrassed. You can't help it. He lifted his brows and waited. The man had legendary patience, so of course I caved. It's not your fault your growth was stunted. Jesus, Klein breathed out before a laugh. The only thing embarrassing is you. I lifted my shoulders to my ears. I can live with that. Come on, Thumbelina, shower faster, I yelled through the closed door of my guest room. Since Klein didn't live in the city anymore, he had to use my pad as his locker room post-practice. Now that I was clean and had dropped off Phil with the sitter, I figured he'd had plenty of time. The door swung open immediately, and I bobbed and weaved as Klein's fist punched the air an inch in front of my stomach. Oh, good, I stated calmly. I thought you were going to take forever, and we don't have time. Places to be and all that. He tried to hide his cringe. I did an equally poor job of hiding my laugh. Since I'd run into Klein, I'd decided to forego the tattoo shop and just head straight to practice with him. Frankie didn't mind, but really, it didn't matter if he did. My shares of ownership outweighed his. But it also did matter because I wasn't an asshole. Not most of the time, anyway. Sorry, buddy. The faster we go out, the faster I'll have you home to your brood. But for now, you're stuck with me. Which is obviously the worst-case scenario, he muttered in jest. I'll have to suffer through it. Where are we headed? Monarch Bar. I answered succinctly. Thelma and Louise are already there. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Thelma and Louise? Oh, I said with pretense and a waggle of my eyebrows. Twins. I can't remember their actual names. He looked ready to interrupt, so I bowled right over him. And they're both for me. What about Cassie? He asked, as we walked down the hall to the living room. What about her? I replied with a hidden smirk. Her stuff is here, in your apartment, and you're meeting women? One of whom was her. Yeah, she won't mind, I lied. I wasn't quite sure how serious she was about our relationship, if she was as serious as I was, but I knew she was serious about being the only woman. I liked my balls, thank you very much. They weren't exactly the best-looking guys in the place, but they made sure I had a good time when it counted. My phone vibrated in my pocket as I shoved Klein out the door and it locked behind me. His face was in full mope mode. Come on, I encouraged. Once we're on the subway, you can text your little wife until we get there. Where is she again? Working, he said with a sigh. Boy, Wes knows how to crack the whip. It's not him. I already confronted him about it. She's just fucking determined to do a good job. Well, I'd say that's a pretty good quality, right? I asked, as we stepped out onto the sidewalk in front of my building. My fingers itched to dig into my pocket for my phone, knowing I had an unread text. But it was only a quick walk to the corner, and we'd be on the train where I'd have a better chance of keeping it hidden from Klein's astute eyes. Of course it's a good thing. There's a reason I'm always trying to hire her back. I thought it was horniness. Okay, so there are 2 reasons. I laughed and kept walking, leading the way down the stairs and into the dim lighting of the subway station. We didn't have to wait long as the train pulled up and the doors opened. It was just a quick ride on the R down to the party, so neither of us bothered to go for a seat. Instead, we found a spot in the center around one of the stripper poles. Okay, it wasn't actually a stripper pole, and guaranteed, you'd pick up some kind of disease if you rubbed yourself too thoroughly on one, but it sure looked like that's what it should be. I'd have to talk to the MTA. My phone buzzed in my pocket again. Pulling it out carefully, I tilted the screen slightly away from Klein so I knew he wouldn't be able to read it. Cassie. Has the eagle landed? Cassie. I will castrate you if you don't answer me. Fuck. I typed out a quick reply. Me. The eagle is in flight. Cassie. What? What the fuck does that mean? I shook my head and smiled. Me. It means we're en route. If the eagle had landed, you'd be able to see him yourself because he'd be there. I glanced up to see Klein staring at me in question. It's Cassie, I explained, just harassing me about using the last of the toothpaste. He narrowed his eyes. Fuck him for being so smart. Oh, look, I said, jumping to turn toward the door. Our stop. What's going on with Cassie? He asked, as we weaved our way through the moderate crowd and off the train car. What do you mean? She's still holding out, and so am I. You know how it is. Come on, enough with the innocent bullshit. I don't care how strong-willed you are. There's no fucking way that chick would still be living with you if you didn't like it. I shrugged, but let my lips curve into a smile as we jogged up the concrete steps and out into the busy intersection at 34th Street. She always surprises me. I think I know what she's going to do, but I never actually do. And that's it? The thrill? He asked skeptically. Not wanting to get into the details, but knowing he was one of my very best friends, I gave him the bare minimum. It's not just the thrill. A smile transformed his face. And then, my friend Klein, a man who complained relentlessly about my one-eyed blinks, winked at me. Georgia's angry eyes scoured me through the glass wall between us and the patio as Klein took his time ordering a drink at the bar. He'd actually cheered up after I shared the little glimpse into my soft heart, and I wasn't about to ruin it just so everyone could yell the word surprise 5 minutes sooner. Plus, I had been missing my friend. But as Cassie started to gesture with a knife in her hand, I knew I didn't have much time to stall anymore. "Thanks," Klein thanked the bartender, before taking a slow sip of his scotch. No lime. I smiled. The bar was filled with people seeking post-work solace, and quite a few men and women looked like they were on the hunt for their next one-night victim. I'd been one of those people not too long ago, small-talking my way into the panties of whatever woman caught my eye. It was actually funny how different they all looked to me in such a short time. Sexy smirks were now desperate fake smiles, and what I once considered banging bodies held none of my interest. "Do you ever wish you could drink it the way you used to?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. The answer was in all the little things I'd never been able to see before. "Not even a little," he replied without hesitation. It wasn't about the drink, but the life. We were both really happy guys. We were both content in our habits, hobbies, and careers. But some holes go unnoticed until something comes along that fills them. "Come on," I gestured overzealously as he put the glass to his lips again. "Let's go out on the patio." I saw Georgia and Cassie turn their backs to the window out of the corner of my eye. "I guess time's up, huh?" Klein smirked, and I narrowed my eyes. "What are you talking about?" I asked, in an empty attempt to continue our ruse. "My wife. She's ready for me. You've killed enough time." "How'd you know?" He scoffed, and I smiled. Clever fucking bastard. If I hadn't known 2 weeks ago, I would have known as soon as I saw my wife's ass through the windows. I laughed because, yeah, Georgia had a pretty memorable ass. I'd imagine the man who spent hours of his time paying it personal attention was highly attuned to it. Well, whatever. If he hadn't known, I probably would have never convinced him to come. He played the part of being dragged along well, but Klein Brooks didn't do fuck all he didn't want to. Just don't tell her you knew. Unlike you, I don't have a death wish, or a need to be right out of principle. Hey, I happen to think those are both admirable qualities. Having a death wish is admirable? He asked skeptically, as we walked through a crowd of women toward the patio doors. Several sets of eyes followed us as we did. I did my best not to make direct contact. Okay, maybe not, but there's a certain amount of bravery. No, he denied, cutting me off. You can't save this one. Fair enough. I chuckled and tipped my head in defeat. Surprise! The crowd shouted as we walked out the doors, and I didn't waste the opportunity. Oh my God! I squealed with a hand to my chest. You guys shouldn't have. Plus, I knew Klein didn't really like the attention anyway. Thatcher Kelly, Cassie chastised, waving her arm in a reprimand. Her tits bounced with her gesture. I waggled my eyebrows and made my advance, while Klein rushed his wife and scooped her into his arms. He didn't make any other effort to address the crowd, and I wasn't surprised. It just wasn't his thing, especially not when Georgia was in the room. He only had eyes for her. Hey there, honey, I sweet-talked, as I pulled Cass into my arms and tightened my hold. Her chest pushed deliciously against the bottom of mine, and her hands shot up to grab me by my belt. The tips of her fingers snuck under my shirt and grazed skin. I held back a shiver. Why do I spend most of my time plotting ways to kill you when we're apart, and then hug you when I see you? Hopefully because you're falling in love with me. My good looks and charm, I joked. She didn't answer, though, her eyes holding mine contemplatively, until someone knocked into her from behind. We both swayed from the force, but I at least kept her from hitting the ground. She stepped away from me and our bubble after she gathered herself. I kept a hand at her elbow until I knew she was safely balanced back on her sickeningly hot heels. God damn, her legs go on forever. "Whoops, sorry," the clumsy woman apologized, putting a flirty hand to my arm and smiling. I excused her politely, but kept my face neutral. Cassie's eyes, however, became significantly smaller. "I'm Jennifer," the intruder offered. I stuck out my hand in an effort not to be rude. "Thatch." "Oh, wow. That's a fantastic name." I bit my lip to keep from laughing when Cassie's face took on the lethal edge of an assassin. "It really is a great name, honey," Cassie emphasized, before reaching around and brazenly giving my cock a squeeze. "He's got a monster—" "Cass!" I shouted, startled. "What?" she asked, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Tucking her back snug to my chest, I put my hand over her mouth. "It's nice to meet you, Jennifer. My girlfriend and I both think so." "Where's Phil?" Cassie asked with a smirk, as Jennifer mouthed a horrified, "Okay," and walked away. "At home with the sitter." "You left him with someone I've never met? Who is this person?" I walked toward one of the beer coolers Georgia had arranged for the bar staff to set up. Long necks stood out of a bath of sloppy, semi-melted ice, so I plucked one out with 2 fingers and gave it a gentle shake to shed some of the water. The cap gave way to my twist easily, landing right in the center of the garbage can as I tipped the bottle to my lips and took a swig before answering. "Yep. I'm paying someone to watch my pig, thanks to you. And it's a sweet lady in the building next door." She raised her hands, palms out, in front of her. "Phil is so much more than a pig." "You're right. He's a manifestation of you trying to win our little game." "I don't know what you're talking about," she denied, getting up in my space once again. I opened my arms to accommodate her, leaned back against the wall, and pulled her between my legs. Bullshit. "Hey, guys," Wes said as he approached us, easy smile lighting up his green hazel eyes. He was always running 15 minutes behind schedule. Luckily, he'd somehow managed to make himself important enough that people waited for him. I half expected Cassie to move away, go talk to Georgia or one of her other friends, but instead she turned her back to my chest, pushed her ass to my crotch, and settled into me the way I was on the wall. She pulled out her phone and glanced at it as she waved at Wes, but his eyes never left mine, and they were mighty fucking amused. "Hey, Cass, did Thatch tell you—" Wes started, and I waved a wild arm frantically to head him off. I shook my head to emphasize the point, just as her eyes left her phone and met Wes's. A Wes who had paused mid-sentence because I'd activated the bat signal. "Did Thatch tell me what?" It wasn't that she wouldn't know about Sean eventually, but I knew she'd both flip her shit and be angry with me that I hadn't said anything sooner, and I wasn't ready for the negative side of that coin. My plans for tonight were going to be flirting the line with pissing her off enough. Wes stalled and widened his eyes at me uncertainly. Did he tell you how much he sucked at rugby practice earlier? I closed my eyes and waited for the fallout. I was surrounded by absolute shit liars. How could I be so gifted in something all of my friends struggled with? Wouldn't I start to rub off eventually? But Cass didn't call him on it, instead dissolving into a gentle laugh. Yeah, right. Have you seen this guy? He tosses people around for breakfast. Trust me, I know. Wes's smile came back at that, and it had taken on an air of insinuation. Oh yeah? How do you know that? Fuck. Forget I said that shit, or I'll kill both of you. She shoved off of me so hard it made me grunt in the middle of my laugh. Cassie's hand fell easily into mine as she talked to the people around her. She didn't notice the way people's eyes went there, the way they watched and smiled, or sneered in the case of a few women and pricks with dicks, but I did. Their eyes widened just slightly, and the corners of their lips turned up or down just enough. The tiny ticks of a person's thoughts out there for anyone to see, if they took the time. I know I hardly ever did, and I honestly don't think Cassie ever concentrated on anyone else's opinion. But tonight, as I publicly claimed her as mine over and over again, I found myself fascinated. I gently tugged her hand before releasing it and sliding a possessive hand around the curve of her waist to settle on her opposite hip. She sank into me effortlessly, and I wasn't sure if she'd even noticed what I'd done. Excuse me, ladies, but I'm going to steal my girlfriend for a little while. Once again, mouths turned up and down in equal supply, but the corners of mine went distinctly north. Cassie hadn't even questioned the sentiment. I'd obviously done a stellar job of desensitizing her to it. And tonight, I had practically followed her everywhere she went, touching her without permission and interjecting about our relationship any time the opportunity presented itself. Pushing the boundaries as always, I'd even told a couple of guys I was planning to propose soon. She'd smiled. Of course, she'd felt secure in the fact that I was joking. I wasn't so sure. It was the most fun I'd had in a long time. Once we were several feet away, Cassie's commentary returned. You didn't even wink at any of those women, Thatcher. Is your game failing? I bit my lip to stop a smile, but I didn't fight the urge to lean down and press a subtle kiss to her lips. It wasn't really necessary. When I pulled back, I didn't deny her the pleasure, though. Ah, there it is, she breathed. Just delayed a little, I guess. Something like that. I held the door as we walked inside, and then pushed through the crowd until we came to another door on the other side. It read emergency exit in big official letters, but I knew there was no alarm on it. At practice, one of the guys had been telling a story about drunkenly stumbling through it while trying to woo a woman. Not exactly A-game material, but I wasn't going to be the one to tell him. That was a lesson he really needed to learn for himself. And tonight, I was going to make sure it paid off to pay attention. Where are we going? Cass asked, as we stepped out onto the deserted rooftop patio on the other side. Just doing a little experiment, honey. Experiment? She questioned suspiciously. She had good reason. I wasn't really sure how my plan was going to go over, but I had to try. This was the kind of opportunity smart men didn't pass up. Just a little pleasure versus fear tug of war. Fear? She snapped. What the fuck are you up to? Come here, baby, I coaxed with a tug on her hand when she turned for the door. I promise to make this whole ordeal worth your while. Ordeal? That's not a fucking promising word. Ordeal suggests pain and suffering. I laughed. I don't like to suffer, and if you make me, I'll be sure to return the favor. Duly noted, I agreed. All the way across the patio now, I pulled her toward the fire escape ladder and urged her to go up in front of me. She didn't exactly do cartwheels. You want me to go higher? Are you crazy? You know I fucking hate heights. I already threatened to murder Georgie in her sleep for choosing this as the venue, and she's my best friend. I like her better than you. Really? Yes. I laughed. I do love your honesty. Oh yeah, she grumbled, as I pushed her to the ladder and put her foot on the first rung for her. Well, I honestly hate you right now. Tucking my chin into her neck, I breathed her in before whispering my words out. No, you don't. My lips smoothed over the skin as I twisted my head back and forth. I nipped the soft flesh with my teeth and then sucked it into my mouth, sliding the tip of my tongue over it gently to soothe the sting. My beard rubbed at the surrounding skin, and she shivered. Thatch, she whispered, but didn't say more. Go up the ladder, Cassie, I ordered softly, giving her one last squeeze with my arms before stepping back to spot her. She paused for a moment, but didn't look back, scurrying up the ladder and moving quickly away from the edge. As soon as I reached the top and traversed a safe number of paces away from certain death, she charged me. Her nerves were driving the conversation, and it felt unnatural to see her anything but confident and in control. I actually felt bad for a minute, that her discomfort was making me feel special, but when she fisted her hand in the material of my shirt at my chest, any regret retreated immediately. What's this about, Thatcher? I smiled. She glared. Do you trust me? No. Her answer was emphatic and immediate, and completely devoid of thought. Cass, I stressed. Fuck! She shouted, frustrated, and squeezed her eyes shut. Yes! For some completely insane reason, I do, and I have not one clue why, since you're a psychopath. Takes one to know one. Thatcher! She snapped, and I lunged. My lips slammed to hers aggressively, and she didn't delay or hold back. A gasp moved from her mouth to mine as I pulled her body flush with a hand at her ass. Her skirt was short, and the tips of my fingers just barely grazed the skin of her thigh. My hand flexed at the feeling, doing its best to leave my mark on the perfect canvas of her skin, whether either of us gave it permission or not. I nibbled at the plush padding at the center of her lower lip, and she tugged at the short strands of hair where my beard met my hairline. You want me to take your mind off the heights, baby? I asked, pulling my lips off of hers just enough to speak clearly. You already were, you idiot. Now I'm thinking about it again. When I put my mouth on her, I had a feeling she'd forget again. I smiled with my lips against hers. Not for long. Starting slow, I wrapped my arms around her body until they met in the middle of her ass. I gripped her soft flesh until she moaned. You have panties on, baby? I whispered against her mouth. When she bit her lip and shook her head, I couldn't hold back my groan or desperate need to know if she was telling the truth. Roughly, I bunched the fabric of her skirt in my hands and slid it up until there wasn't anything between my palms and skin. I dropped to my knees in one smooth motion, and her head fell back as her hands found my hair and tugged. Leaning forward, I put my tongue right to her bare clit. God damn. I will never be the same, I told her pussy honestly. Now that I knew she really would go out without anything under a little skirt like this, I'd be constantly out of my mind, wondering when she'd do it again. Settling one leg over my shoulder, I licked and sucked her pussy until her knees started to shake. With 2 hands at her hips, I lifted her other foot off the ground and urged her to settle the other leg over my shoulder, too. "Holy shit," she breathed. "I am literally sitting on your face right now." "Right where I want you." I nodded and flicked the tip of my tongue against her clit. Pulling back just enough to speak, I rubbed at the juncture of her thighs. "Close your eyes, baby." She took a minute, staring down at me between her legs, but eventually, something she saw made her comply. A scream left her lips as I climbed to my feet, with her sitting reverse cowgirl on my shoulders. "Oh, holy fuck!" "Keep your eyes closed," I soothed. 5 careful strides brought me to the alcove on the edge, a little cutout of the main exterior wall of the building that had a platform 3 feet down. I set her down carefully, kissing each eyelid when she gasped at the feel of cool concrete on her bare ass. "Trust me, honey. I'm gonna make this so good." "Less talk and more action, then," she chastised. I laughed and climbed over the edge, behind her, and onto the small platform. "Thatch," she said nervously, as my lips touched her shoulder from behind. "It's okay, baby." With an arm around her back and another under her legs, I lifted her off the concrete to protect her skin and spun her to face the city. I hit my knees again and spread her legs one at a time, a foot on each of the surrounding ledges, until she was wide open and ready for me. Her eyes squeezed shut tighter. I kissed the inside of both of her thighs. "I'll take care of you," I promised. "You just keep your eyes closed until right before you come. I'll do the rest." Breathing her in, I put my mouth back to her pussy and worked. Around the rim, I teased her with the tip of my tongue before moving up to suck on her clit and filling her with 2 fingers. She gasped at the intrusion and reached for the concrete at her hips. I groaned as her excitement coated my lips and spilled to the back of my tongue. God damn, she tastes good. "Oh, my God," she breathed as I pushed her higher and higher, chasing her orgasm hard and fast, and nearly coming in my pants from the fucking excitement of her pussy's eagerness to please. I'm gonna, she called, and I pulled my mouth away just long enough to remind her to open her eyes. She gasped loudly, the sight of the city before her mingling her fear and pleasure together into one heady mix of perfection, and her nipples pebbled through the thin fabric of her tank top. Definitely no bra. She did it on purpose now just to drive me crazy. I knew she did. I stayed there and drank all of her in, careful not to waste a drop or miss one moment of her face. When all of it became too much, her eyes shut again, and her head fell back in the most perfect display of everything I'd ever wanted. She shook as I pulled her into my arms and tucked her face into my neck. How'd I do, honey? Her arms tightened around me reflexively. You did a good job, she told me. of showing my pussy to the top 50 floors of the Empire State Building. I laughed and pressed my lips to hers. Trust me, baby, they enjoyed the view.
Chapter 27. Cassie. I cradled my cell phone between the crook of my neck and shoulder in order to grab a mint out of my bag. These wintergreen lifesavers were like crack. "Will you have time to stop by the apartment and feed Phil before your meeting this afternoon?" I asked as I walked down 28th Street, weaving in and out of lunchtime pedestrian traffic. "I'd do it, but I'm supposed to meet Georgie and Will for lunch, and then I have to stop by ESPN's offices to drop off some files." "Yeah, that's not a problem," Thatch responded in my ear, and the sound of papers shuffling filled the receiver. "Boy, you're awfully accommodating today," I teased. "Does it have anything to do with this morning?" "I'll do pretty much anything you ask if you wake me up like that every morning." I grinned. "Sometimes I forget how happy blowjobs make you." "First of all, rule number 60. Don't ever forget that. And secondly, your blowjobs make me happy," he clarified. "You don't want blowjobs from anyone else?" I tested. I knew the answer he better fucking say. "No," he responded quickly. "Once you've experienced a Dyson, no other brands come close to cleaning the carpets anymore." I grinned. "What about my tits?" "Those too." "My pussy?" "You're just fishing for compliments now, but I'll play along," he said with an amused tone. "Yes, luscious Cassie, your pussy gets my dick hard." "What about my ass?" "Are you extending an offer? Because I'll drop everything I'm doing right now to sign on the dotted line that leads to claiming your ass." "Good try, Thatcher, but it's not going to happen. A lady has to keep one get-out-of-jail-free card in the tank." I laughed and remembered the other reason for the phone call. "Stop distracting me. I actually called you for a reason." "What else can I do for you, honey?" "Well, I have a bit of surprise," I announced as I crossed Fifth Avenue. "Are you getting excited?" "No," he responded in a flat tone. 2 long drags of a cab horn punctuated the sentiment. "Well, that's really fucking ungrateful of you." He showed no signs of remorse. "The last time you got me a surprise, I ended up with a pig and the city of New York thinking I have chronic anxiety." I laughed. "But you love Phil." "Yeah, now I do," he answered. "He's grown on me, but initially, no. I wasn't thrilled with the idea of a barnyard animal sleeping in the corner of my bedroom." "Well, this is even more exciting than Phil," I announced. My voice was ecstatic over the idea of getting a rise out of him again. It was literally one of my favorite things. And after his little fear of heights test last week, I was really itching to one-up him again. Although it should be noted, that test had gifted me with the most powerful orgasm of my entire life. But those were just minor details, right? Get ready, Thatcher, because guess what? You're going to be a big brother.
"Huh?"
"A big brother," I repeated.
"What are you talking about?"
"I signed you up to be a big brother for the Boys and Girls Club of Manhattan." The line went silent before he finally asked,
"Why on earth would you do that?"
"Because I felt like it was the next big step in our relationship," I explained as a devilish grin kissed my lips. "It will prepare us both for kids someday."
"How does me being a big brother prepare you for kids?"
This fucker. He kept my bullshit game on its toes, and I kind of loved it. And him. "You can teach me everything you know. One of us has to be the expert on children, and I just felt like this was more your realm than mine," I explained. "There are just a few confidentiality papers and other legal mumbo-jumbo that you have to sign, but otherwise you're all set. You'll get to meet your little brother next week," I exclaimed, but stopped abruptly in the middle of the sidewalk when I came across a booth with the word Guy-Fi displayed on the side. My eyes scanned the fine print below the logo. Masturbation booth for men that comes equipped with a chair, a privacy curtain, and a laptop. What in the ever-loving fuck is this shit? A 20-something woman dressed in Doc Martens and a baby doll dress stopped beside me and stared at the booth with a disgusted look on her face. Gross, huh? What shit? Thatch questioned, but his call wasn't my number one priority anymore. I needed my own answers, and I needed them now. How long has this been here? I asked her. I think about a month. She shook her head. I swear, girlfriend, New York just keeps getting weirder, and men are pigs, she added before resuming her stroll down the sidewalk. I agreed with her 100%. My blood started to boil, and my anger rose by the second as I continued to glare at the vile display. Cassie, Thatch voiced louder in my ear. What shit? This shit, I shouted, and pointed to the booth in an erratic gesture, even though he couldn't see me. This fucking jerk-off booth in the middle of the sidewalk. I stomped my boot-clad heel against the concrete. And it figures it's just for men. What if I'm a horny broad who needs to rub one out? For fuck's sake, I was a horny broad. Can I not go into this stupid little booth and work things out? Cass, he tried to interrupt me, but it was too late. I was already on a tirade. I pointed at a man walking past me. How about you, Baldy? You need alone time to tug on your wang? He averted his eyes and picked up his pace to an almost sprint and crossed the street in a blur of uncomfortable avoidance. Cass. Hey, guy in the red hat. What about you? I gestured toward the booth. You need a little afternoon jerk sesh before you head back to work? I threw my hands in the air in disgust. Fucking perverts. God damn it, Manhattan, get your shit together. Why couldn't they choke the chicken at home into their socks or in the bathroom at work like every other goddamn guy in the country? Hey, crazy. Thatch's loud voice caught my attention. What? I snapped. Stop verbally assaulting every man who walks past you. I can't help it, Thatcher. I'm appalled. Quite frankly, it was probably more about the blatant gender discrimination than anything else. Wait, where are you? He asked. Are you on the corner of 28th and 5th? Yeah, why? Do you have the Big Brother paperwork with you? Yeah? Fantastic. I'm in the booth enjoying my lunch break. Just bring them in here. My face scrunched up in confusion. What? Bring the papers in here, he instructed again, speaking slowly as if that'd help me understand. Shut up, you liar. You're not in that booth. Just come inside the Guy-Fi booth, honey. I could use your tits for the motivation. All of the commotion outside the curtain has kind of ruined the mood. How did you know it's called a Guy-Fi booth? How do you think? Because I'm in here. My jaw dropped, and before I could think through the situation with a rational head, I was stomping toward the booth like a madwoman. I fisted the black curtain and yanked it back hard enough to shake the walls of the metal cubicle. The second my eyes met the shocked expression of a guy I'd never met before, holding a penis I didn't recognize, I shrieked, "Oh my God! I don't know that dick!" "Close the curtain!" the man shouted. "Close the fucking curtain!" "Sorry," I apologized and yanked the curtain shut, then on a whim pulled it open to add, "Happy jerking," before closing him back in. Thatch's loud, boisterous laughter filled my ear as I damn near sprinted away from the booth. "You're such an asshole." My words had the undertone of a wheeze thanks to the adrenaline and abnormal exercise. Thatch never stopped cracking up. "I can't believe that actually worked on you." "You just forced me, your girlfriend, to look at some other dude's dick, Thatcher. That is totally fucked." "Aw, honey. Do you need to cleanse the palate and come stare at my cock for a few minutes? Would that make you feel better?" "Fuck you, T. Fuck you hard," I said, and hung up the phone before more of his laughter could fill my ear. Me. Rule number 61. Don't trick me into looking at other dudes' dicks. Thatch. Ha 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 ha. I snapped a picture of my middle finger between my tits and sent it his way, adding the words, "Say goodbye to blowjobs for the next 3 weeks. Thatch, hey now, let's not get too hasty here. Me, too late for negotiations. 3 weeks. Suck on that. Thatch, you can serve me your pussy for breakfast every morning for the next month if you change your mind. Well, shit. That was a hard offer to decline. Me, fine. Thatch, in the words of Richard Gere, I would have paid 4. Suddenly, I was Julia Roberts in a bath of bubbles on the set of Pretty Woman. We really were visual entertainment spirit animals. Sure, I was the hooker in this scenario, but if Julia Roberts could play the part of one, I could too. Me, I would have stayed for 2. 15 minutes later, I walked through the doors of the Starline Diner, glancing around the joint for Georgia and Will. Old-time chrome diamond plates and records lined the walls, and the red pleather on the seats of each booth looked like it was made of glitter. "Over here, Cass," my best friend waved to me from a table in the back corner when my eyes didn't immediately find them. I walked the aisle lined with booths in their direction, careful to keep my eyes away from any patrons I didn't know personally. The tempo of my heart suggested I might still be in danger of attacking an innocent bystander. When it was safe to look up at the only table I cared about, I found a woman I had never met before sitting beside George's brother, Will. "Hey, William," I greeted with a knowing smirk before glancing back toward his extremely attractive female companion. Generally, I tried to avoid associating my opinions in any way with conventional society, but in this instance, I could really see what the fuss was about. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and from what I could tell, one hell of a body underneath her silky blouse and form-fitting pencil skirt. This woman was the epitome of stunning. "She's not my girlfriend," Will responded, without even waiting for me to ask, and I smirked. Will stood up and gestured between us as if we couldn't follow who he was talking about. "Cassie, this is Winnie, my friend and boss. Winnie, this is Cassie." Since I was making a first impression and all, I chose to forego ribbing him too hard about it. We exchanged friendly greetings, and Winnie added, "I hope you don't mind that I'm crashing your lunch," as I sat down across from her. I waved her off. "Don't be crazy. A friend of Will's is a friend of mine." "Honestly," Georgia chimed in, "anyone who can put up with my brother wins my friendship right off the bat." Winnie grinned, and Will just laughed it off with ease. "So, what's it like to be Will's boss?" I asked, more than curious to know all the dirty ER hospital gossip. I knew Will had said she wasn't his girlfriend, but he hadn't said he wasn't fucking her. Trust me, I knew from plenty of fun experience they were not mutually exclusive. "Is it as terrible as I think it would be?" Georgia asked as a follow-up. Winnie laughed. "Will's actually one of my favorite residents." Georgia's expression fell. "Well, that's disappointing. I was hoping you'd have some awful things to say about him." "Not to worry, Horgie. I'll get to the bottom of this rabbit hole." "Okay, I've got questions." I leaned forward and rested my elbows on the table. "Here we go," Will muttered. "Tell me the truth. Do doctors and nurses really fuck around with each other like on Grey's Anatomy?" "Oh, yeah." Georgia's eyes lit up. "Tell us everything the hospital doesn't advertise. Well, unless it involves you two hooking up. Don't tell me any of that." My pout was instinctual, and Georgia laughed. "He's my brother." "Cover your ears, then," I retorted. Will sighed. "We've never hooked up, Gigi. We're just friends." "Yeah, Will and I are about as platonic as two people can get," Winnie agreed. "Unless McDreamy walks in, I probably won't ever fuck one of my coworkers." Will half smirked, half grimaced, like he couldn't say the same. Winnie noticed. "Oh my God, who are you fucking at work? How do I miss all the good stuff?" "I'm gonna guess it's because you're too busy working or taking care of your daughter. And it's fucked, past tense. No office romance currently." You have a daughter? I asked, more intrigued by kids lately than I had ever been in my life. It was a little disturbing, but instead of panicking, I went with it. I have a 6-year-old. Her eyes brightened and lips crusted into a loving smile. Her name is Lexi, and she's my whole entire world. Winnie here is like the superwoman of single moms, Will interjected. She runs the ED, works 80-hour weeks, and somehow manages to raise an awesome kid. You're totally kissing my ass right now, and no, I will not take you off call next weekend. Will shrugged. It was worth a shot. She laughed. But he's right. I'm pretty much awesome at everything besides having a life outside of my daughter and work. Winnie girl was spunky. I liked her already. I'm demanding that you hang out with us more often. Yes, Georgia agreed. Like actual nights out. Minus Will, of course. Winnie smiled. Let me work on getting a new job where my schedule isn't so demanding, and I will definitely take you up on that. I can't tell you the last time I actually went out for a drink. You know, Georgia continued, the Mavericks are looking for a new team physician. Her eyes perked up. Really? I don't know all the details of the position, but I know it would be less demanding than your current 80-hour work weeks, especially in the off-season. I could email you more info if you'd like. Less work and football players? Color me interested. She reached into her purse, pulled out a business card, and slid it across the table. I glanced over Georgia's shoulder and caught sight of the name printed in black. Winnie Winslow. I read it aloud. Hell, that's one badass name. She shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I'm a bit of a badass bitch. Yeah, I was definitely going to be friends with this chick. Feeling that any gossip about her brother and the blonde had been settled, Georgia's prying eyes came to me. And what about you? What about me? I challenged. You are just like your boyfriend, she accused with a laugh, and as much as I tried to stop it, I started to blush. Boyfriend? Will asked. What boyfriend? My skin started to tingle, and my voice locked up. Look at you, Georgia prodded. You'd think you'd be able to talk about it. You should be able to talk about a relationship when you're living with the guy, for fuck's sake. Wait a second. Living with the guy? When did this happen? Will asked, rapid fire, while Winnie looked on with interest. It's Thatch, Georgia announced. Holy fuck, why didn't he say anything either? My eyebrows pulled together. It's relatively new. You're living together, Will insisted with a laugh. I'm aware, thank you very much. I moved in as a prank. Nuh-uh, Georgia said. Don't give me that. When you move in as a prank, you move out. You don't fuck like rabbits and make moony eyes at one another and talk about picking up stuff for each other from the store. I wonder how hard it would be to wring Georgia's neck. I like him, okay? I admitted in a rush. He's funny and fun, and goddamn, he's got a cock that won't quit. Oh, Jesus, Will cried. I like him already, Winnie put in with an encouraging smile. Right? I blubbered in a rush. The stupid asshole makes it nearly impossible to not like him. It's not my fault. Georgia's smile was practically nuclear. So, what's that mean? What's going on with you two? I shrugged. Have you tried talking to him about what's actually going on? She pushed, and Will groaned. She turned cold eyes in his direction and snapped. You? Shut it. This is girl time, and you'll deal with it. He shut up, and Winnie laughed. I'm going to start talking to you like that at work. You obeyed more quickly than usual. He groaned again and sank his head into his hands. Georgia turned back to me, but I was happy to use the distraction to my advantage. Just drop it for now, okay? Let me worry about Thatcher's boner, and you just concentrate on Big Dick. I smiled to take some of the sting out and hoped she'd understand. I knew I needed to talk to Thatch about where we were, but I couldn't help but worry about the chance that, for once, for the first time in all the years I'd been dating, I was the one who was sure we were an item, and us, all the things I wanted in my life for a long time, and maybe forever. And he was the one thinking we weren't.
Chapter 28. Thatch. "Wake up, honey," I cooed in Cassie's ear. Phil snorted awake and started rooting at my hand. "Look out, Phil. I'm trying to wake up your mom, and you know that's not going to be easy." "I can hear you, asshole," Cassie grumbled into the pillow. "Oh, so you only sleep like the dead when I'm trying to fuck you?" "Hey, I haven't fallen asleep on your dick in a while." I smiled and touched my lips to her bare shoulder. "Let's keep it that way." "Ugh, God. Where's the coffee? Is there coffee?" she asked, her eyes still closed tight. I picked up the mug from the nightstand and held it carefully under her nose. "There's coffee." One eye peeked open to make sure. "Thank God," she said as she grabbed the mug and pushed up to sitting. She took 3 sips before bothering to speak again. "What time is it? I feel like ass." "Don't worry about what time it is." Her eyes narrowed and jumped to the nightstand to look for what I'd been careful to move earlier. "Where's the clock?" I said, playing innocent. "Look at that. Phil must have done something with it." "Don't you dare blame Phil," she shouted. "What godforsaken time is it? You tell me right now, Thatcher." "It's not important. Just drink your coffee and wake up," I tried to say soothingly. She wasn't buying it. Out of the bed, she jumped and ran, coffee in hand and Phil hot on her heels. He snorted and she cursed, and I pushed up and off the bed to follow at a slow walk. This had to be what men felt like when they were walking to their execution. 3 a.m.? She shrieked from the kitchen. I winced. 3 o'clock was made as a time for going to bed, not waking up, she yelled, just as I cleared the mouth of the hall into the living room. Occasionally it's a time to get up. Radio DJs do it, as do people with flights first thing in the morning. "Do I look like any of those people to you?" she asked, and my eyes bugged out with the effort it took not to laugh. Her hair was a fucking rat's nest of epic proportions, and her tits were hanging there perfectly out in the open, like they did so often. Mascara smudged the creamy skin under her fierce blue eyes, and her nipples stood at full attention. She was the best thing I'd ever seen in my life. "I'm sorry about the early wake-up call," I apologized. "But I've got a surprise." Her eyes softened a little. "I like surprises." "I know, honey." "All right, I'll get dressed, but Phil and I are putting you on our blacklist. Right, Phil?" Phil didn't even look up from where he was rooting around at the bottom of the island. "Fuck, Phil! Would it kill you to give me a little support?" Cassie asked. "Phil's more of a guy's guy, honey. Bro code and all that. Don't feel bad." "Well, he better get his act together and remember who brought him here." Her voice dropped to the one women generally used with kids, but the words she used made it creepy. "Or else someone is going to be on a sandwich, right, little Phil Boo-Boo? Mommy won't hesitate to make a little PLT." She poured more coffee into her cup and headed my direction. "Wear comfortable clothes," I instructed, as she passed me on her way back to the bedroom. With a little more thought, I added specifics. "And a bra." She screeched to a stop, leaned into the wall, and turned to face me. "A bra? This better not be another fucking run, Thatcher." "No running," I assured her. When she still looked skeptical, I broke out the big guns. Pinky promise. She took the 2 steps back and hooked her tiniest finger with mine. I smiled at the sight of them intertwined. I swatted her ass when she didn't move immediately. Go on, get a move on. She disappeared down the hall, but she did it walking backward and gesturing one-handed threats to me the entire way. If you think she wants to kill me now, just wait. Where are we? She asked as we pulled into the airfield. Luckily for me, it was hard to tell what was in the pitch dark if you didn't already have knowledge going in. You'll find out. You know, maybe I don't like surprises, she grumbled. I chuckled. Yes, you do. Just have a little patience. You'll find out soon enough. You also wouldn't be this eager if you knew what it is. I wish Phil could have come with us, she pouted, and I barked out a laugh. You were just threatening to make him bacon, and now you wish he was here? It's called tough love. All the good parents use it every once in a while. God, she was cute. Ridiculous, but cute. The gravel of the empty parking lot crunched under our tires as we came to a stop, and I put the car in park. We're here. She rolled her eyes. I can tell we're here, but where is here? I asked her the one and only thing I needed from her. You trust me? She leaned her head back into the seat and covered her face with her hands. A groan filled the otherwise silent air. Ah, shit. You only ask me that before you make me do things I don't like. But they normally turn out well for you, right? I fucking guess, she grumbled. I took her hand between mine and turned it over so I could trace the lines of her palm. I'll look out for you, okay? And I don't just mean right now. I'll always look out for you. Jesus Christ. She forced open the door, climbed out, and slammed it. I sat stunned for a second before following her on my side. Now I know how Georgie feels, she went on as she rounded the hood and pushed right into my arms. Always dealing with that big-dicked bastard saying all sorts of swoony shit. I shook my head and squeezed her to me tightly. This was how Cassie Phillips reacted when you said something she liked. Unexpected. Bending at the neck, I kissed the top of her head and breathed in the scent of her shampoo. Normally, I'd have been searching to place the scent of a woman, but not her. I knew she used the pink kind of herbal essences, could picture the fucking bottle in my shower, and the thought of it made me smile. It didn't feel like the mystery was gone or some other cliched nonsense men told themselves they wanted to avoid. It felt good, like we were starting to become familiar in the best kind of way. Like I knew things about her that other men only wished they did. Ready? I asked into her hair. I'm guessing I don't have a choice, she muttered, pulling her head from beneath my chin and looking up at me through her freakishly long lashes. I didn't answer with words. Instead, I touched my mouth to hers and pulled away, clasping her hand in mine. A smile tipped the ends of her lips up. We walked across the parking lot in silence, the echo of crunching gravel the only sounds in the early dawn light. When we stepped inside the hangar, she had to shield her eyes because of the sudden intrusion of light. Our companions were waiting across the space, already suited up. Cassie noticed them at the same time I did. Claire? Frankie? She turned briefly to me, and then back to them. What are you guys doing here? She didn't realize she was the truly unexpected guest. Claire stepped forward first, returning Cassie's enthusiastic hug, and Frankie followed not far behind. Cassie turned back to me when she noticed their attire, and her eyebrows pulled together, but she didn't put it together yet. Do you guys know what we're doing? Claire's face was a mask of trying to figure me the fuck out, but Frankie's slightly annoyed gaze just came straight to me. She doesn't know what we're doing? It's a surprise, Cassie said in my defense. Oh, Frankie mouthed. Well then, yes, we know what we're doing. He hesitated, glancing to me for direction. It's a yearly activity. We always do this on this day. I appreciated his attempt to cover for me, but I hadn't gone into this with any plans to keep secrets. I'd brought her here because I wanted her to know. I wanted her to know everything about me, and more than that, I wanted her to be part of it. Every day I spent with her made me want her to be part of everything I did. Margot was Frankie's little sister and Claire's best friend, and today was her birthday, I told her freely. Me, Frankie, Claire, and now you do this every year to celebrate her life. Her face softened, and goddamn, I fell right into her trap. So hard, so brash for the rest of the world. But in that moment, she didn't think about herself and how awkward it might have been. She thought about me. That's amazing. Are you guys sure you're okay with me being here? She asked, stepping back to include all three of us in her line of sight and questioning. Yes, I answered conclusively, and with absolutely no hesitation. Cassie nodded. Okay. She smiled at me, and then glanced back at Frankie and Claire. Her eyes moved from their faces to their bodies, taking in the protective suit and the harness. Wait, why are they wearing that? I took her hand, pulled her toward the office to grab our gear, and ruined her happy place all in one moment. Because we're going skydiving. If I make it to the ground alive, Cassie yelled over the roar of the twin-engine jump plane, I'm going to straight up murder you! My arms wrapped tight around her chest, even though I knew she couldn't get away from me if she tried. She was strapped to me because I was her jump buddy, and we were 40 seconds away from our jump point. I look forward to it, honey, I yelled over the noise, sneaking in a kiss to her cheek and earning a world-class glare and 2 middle fingers. Frankie and Claire looked on with smiles on their faces from across the plane. I can't believe you're a part of this madness, Claire! Cassie screamed as loud as she could. Frankie laughed, and Claire gave 2 thumbs up. You ready? I asked, maneuvering the 2 of us toward the door as the pilot gave the 15-second signal. No, I'm not ready, you motherfucker! I can't believe you got me up here! With a reach around her perfect body, I pulled open the door and scooted us toward the edge. Oh, sweet baby unicorns, Cassie breathed. It's okay, honey, I soothed. Just close your eyes and enjoy the ride. Close my eyes? What's with you and always making me close my goddamn eyes? She shrieked. Only until you feel like you can open them, I clarified with a laugh. I promise I'll take care of you. One hand on each side of the opening, I moved us to the very edge and watched for the pilot's signal. As soon as the thumbs up flashed in my peripheral vision, I started my countdown. 3, 2... Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck! Cassie screamed. 1. I shoved us out and cleared the plane. The wind immediately hit me hard enough to knock the scream right out of my lungs. Surrounded by no sound but the roar of our descent to earth, I knew the same had happened to Cassie. I would have wondered if she was conscious, had she not assumed the position we'd spent time instructing her on. Her outstretched hands found my forearms and locked on, and I smiled against the force of the wind so hard that my lips started to curl back. The fall was exhilarating, and the scenery unparalleled. But as many times as I'd made this jump before, and it was a whole hell of a lot, the company had never been better. The whole thing had never been better. I reached for the parachute as we hit our mark on altitude and gave it a solid yank. Slowing down so quickly that it felt like we went back up, Cassie's screams could definitely be heard this time, but they mingled in with manic laughter. "You okay, honey?" I asked now that she could hear me, and all I got back was a squeal. "Give me something other than Phil's language, baby," I said with a laugh. "That was incredible. Holy fucking shit, I might throw up." I chuckled and wrapped one of my long legs around hers. "Do me a favor and wait until we're on the ground, okay?" "I'm not in control," she told me honestly. "Just look around and breathe, baby. We'll be down soon." I looked up to see Claire and Frankie floating not too far above us. Claire gave another thumbs up when she caught my gaze. "Wave hi to Claire and Frankie," I told Cassie. She looked up and let out a scream so loud I wished I'd been able to cover my ears. But it was happy. And so was I. The landing zone was coming up fast, so I started reminding Cassie of the important points. "Remember what I told you to do? Legs up in front of you like you're gonna sit down, okay?" "Got it!" she yelled in answer. Down we went, me maneuvering the chute so that we moved slow enough and in the right direction. She did terrific on impact, executing my instructions exactly until we came completely to a stop. "Woo!" she screamed in excitement once more. I laughed as I unhooked her from my chest and tapped her on the shoulder to let her know I was done. Before I could move to get up, she turned and tackled me, taking me back to the ground, wrapping her arms around my neck and pushing her lips to mine. I had never experienced anything better than that moment. She let me go and jumped up, hopping around from foot to foot in excitement. I watched her smile, and as the sun glinted off her hair, I just knew. I never wanted to do this without her. I didn't want to do any of it without her anymore. I was in love with her. "Cassie," I called, and her eyes came to me. Claire and Frankie were landing 30 feet away, and her attention was split, so I called her name again. "Cassie." "What, Thatcher?" she asked. As soon as her eyes locked with mine, I dropped to one knee. We were still nearly the same height. "What are you doing?" she asked through nervous laughter. I just shook my head and took her hips in my hands. "Marry me." "What?" she yelled. I said, "Marry me." "Thatch," she breathed, just slightly shaking her head in disbelief. With a clench of my hands, I dug my fingertips into the cushion of her ass and laid down a challenge I knew she wouldn't be able to resist. Because when it came to this truly selfish request to have her as mine for the rest of my life, I didn't care why she said yes, as long as she did. "What's the matter, honey? You scared?" Her brows scrunched, and her eyes searched mine, deep and unrelenting. And then, after what felt like an eternity, she said the one word that nearly knocked me on my ass and had my heart pounding so hard I thought it might jump out of my chest and into hers. Yes.
Chapter 29. Cassie. How much farther until we get to my soon-to-be in-laws' house? I glanced over toward the driver's seat, taking in the relaxed posture of the motherfucking one-upper sitting beside me. Thatch drove down the highway with one hand on the wheel and the other holding mine. The crowded edges of the street filled with trees rather than people. It was like a different world up here outside of the city, the only bonding characteristic the name of the state. But my concentration on nature was next to none thanks to Thatch. I knew what he was doing. The occasional tap or soft caress of his fingers to my left ring finger. Yeah, I knew. He was trying to egg me on, to make sure I couldn't forget what I'd agreed to or what this trip meant. Maybe he should have been soothing my nerves or whispering encouraging mantras into my ear, but I sure as hell wouldn't have been if the roles were reversed. All I knew was, despite our attitudes toward nearly everything, the proposal had felt serious. Serious in nature and serious in meaning. Of course, I hadn't asked him about it like a fucking coward. It was so unlike me, but everything was so good, and I didn't want to ruin it with details. This just meant I had to figure out where to go with this little prank war next. I wasn't sure about the particulars, but the possibilities lay somewhere between an unplanned pregnancy, hiring Dean as my wedding planner, or me wearing a strap-on, and this time the war would be waged outward, against our friends, as a unit. I was positive I'd find a perfect middle ground, or a nice balance of all three. Although I wasn't sure if a pregnant woman wearing a strap-on was a violation of some unspoken rules of morality. I'd have to Google it when we got home. Thatch grinned beside me. About 20 minutes or so, honey. You getting nervous? Me? Nervous? I scoffed. I haven't been this excited since Magic Mike XXL came out, and even that feels a little lame in comparison. And that's saying something, Thatcher. I almost caught a glimpse of Channing's cock in that one. You're excited to meet my parents? I tapped the handle of the passenger door. Oh yeah, baby. I get to meet my future in-laws, check out teenage Thatch's masturbation suite, talk your mom into showing me pictures of baby Thatch. I feel like you're taking me to a sex shop, I said with a waggle of my brows. I won't even know where to start. I was excited and surprisingly comfortable, given the situation, but Thatch was at ease, so I was too. I should have strip-searched you before you got in the car. If you pull a black light and white gloves out of that suitcase you call a purse, I'm carrying your ass straight back to the car. Shut up. You're making me horny, I said, and he winked. The music faded with a quick flick of my wrist, and I grabbed my phone from the console. Did you tell Klein about our engagement yet? He shook his head. The gossip train had slowed, though I guess it had been only a couple of days since he'd demanded I enter the ultimate lifelong prank war, because that's what a marriage between Thatch and me would mean, a lifetime of one-upmanship and laughs. My chest felt warm and heavy at the possibility. Perfect. I hit George's number in my contacts and prepared myself for one of the best conversations I would probably ever have with her. Put her on speaker. I need to hear this. My body buzzed with the thrill of having a ready and willing accomplice while I tortured people. I tapped the speaker icon, and Thatch and I waited, practically bouncing in our seats, until Georgia picked up on the third ring. Hey, Cass, she greeted in her normal, bubbly voice. Thatch smiled out of the corner of my eye. What are you up to? Oh, not too much. Just heading to meet the parents. Thatch smiled again. And I decided right then maybe solo gigs were better. This fucker's attractiveness was distracting. Everything in my head slowed as I tried to force my concentration back to the conversation with Georgie. You're on a plane right now? Confusion swirled up and out of the phone like tear gas. Not my parents. Then whose parents? Thatcher's parents. Who else's parents would I be meeting? She laughed. Honestly, I'm not sure, but I didn't think you'd be on your way to meet his either. I need to get my calendar and mark this date down. This is a momentous occasion that should be documented. Thatch flashed me a smirk as he got off the exit for Frog's Neck. Go ahead and keep that calendar out, because there's a few other dates I need you to mark down. She groaned. I'm not watching Phil. I'm busy. Every day until I die. I grinned, and Thatch squeezed my knee. How does October 28th sound for a wedding? Will that give you enough time to plan my bachelorette party? Part of me fluttered at the thought of walking down a multicolored, leaf-covered aisle toward Thatch at sunset. I focused on Georgia instead of putting the cart before the horse. Pranking our friends was one thing, but we hadn't even discussed this in any real terms yet. Planning it in my head might jinx it. Huh? Will you be my matron of honor? A few fake tears pulled at the corners of my eyes. Fuck. They must be missing me in Hollywood. Matron of honor? She sounded baffled, and it made me smile more. Are you going to answer every one of my questions with another question? If that's the case, it's going to be really fucking hard to accomplish anything in this conversation. Are you having a stroke? Are you having a stroke? I repeated. What are the signs? I think I might be, she muttered. Klein really needs to stop banging you into the headboard, G. I think you're losing brain cells, I teased. I agree, sweetheart. Thatch chimed in. You're not as quick as you used to be. What in the hell is going on right now? Klein! Georgia called away from the phone. Klein, get your ass in here. A few seconds later, Klein's voice was muffled in the background. Jesus Christ, Benny, what's wrong? I think something is wrong with Cassie and Thatch, she continued to shout. Thatch and I grinned at one another. What? It was Klein's turn to sound confused. Something is wrong with Cassie and Thatch. I think they've been abducted by aliens, or possessed. Call a priest. I know zilch about exorcisms, but I know we need a priest. Get Maureen on the phone. I bet she knows a Catholic priest who can help them, she rambled. Give me the phone, baby. Klein coaxed in a calm voice. A rustling noise echoed from the receiver, and then he was on the line. Why is my wife looking through the yellow pages for priest right now? Why does your wife have a phone book is what I want to know. Thatch chimed in. I haven't seen one of those since 2005. I ignored him and started a conversation of my own. Hey, big dick, how's it hanging? Thatch has a big question to ask you. Fuck, honey, I haven't decided yet. He played along. Can I have two best men? Georgia would like FaceTime popped up on my phone. I showed it to Thatch, and he nodded with an amused glint in his eyes. 2 seconds later, Klein's face filled my screen. What is happening? Get excited, Brooks, I said with a smile. Because Thatch and I are getting married. Klein's eyes narrowed, but before he could say anything, Georgia's face replaced his. Her blue eyes were practically bugging out of her head. Are you fucking with me right now? Of course not, Horgy. I thought you'd be more excited about this. Aren't you happy for us? I feigned concern. No, no, no. She kept shaking her head. There's just no way. I know you're screwing with me. Thatch tilted the screen toward his face. We're not screwing with you, Georgia girl. Your beautiful best friend is going to be my wife. I turned the phone back to me, and I had to fight the urge to laugh when I saw Georgia's face, scrunched up in absolute shock. How many months do you need to plan my bachelorette party? I know you're busy at work, and I don't want to overwhelm... Her jaw headed straight for the floor. You're serious? I nodded. She looked away from the screen and took a deep breath. Eventually, her eyes met mine again. He asked you to marry him? I nodded again. Yes. And you said yes? Yes. And you want me to be your matron of honor because you're really getting married? Yes. How are you being so calm about this right now? This is like a big step, Cass. Like the biggest step you can possibly take into a pool of lava that will swallow your soul for life. Hey, Klein said through a laugh in the background. She turned to him with a soft smirk and wild eyes. Except us. Our marriage isn't like that. Klein shook his head. Yeah, right. I shrugged and bit back my smiles as I went in for the kill. You know, the marriage part isn't scary to me. The unplanned pregnancy? Yeah, not gonna lie. That scares me a little bit. But it has nothing to do with Thatch being my baby daddy and more so with the fact that my boobs are already big. I mean, can you imagine what they're... She looked like she sucked on a lemon. You're pregnant? I can't be 100% sure yet, but... You're pregnant? The wedding makes sense now, Klein muttered in the background. I ignored him and focused on Georgia, giving in a little and changing the storyline just slightly. Well, no, not yet, but I think I'm ovulating, and Thatch is like real virile, if you know what I'm saying. She put a distressed hand to her face. I think I need to lie down. Will you and Klein be the godparents? The screen flashed across their kitchen in a blur until it hit the ground with a loud thud. Footsteps echoed across the hardwood until Klein's face came into view again. I'm convinced you're trying to kill my wife. I couldn't hold back the laughter. Okay, so the pregnancy thing was a joke, but I couldn't help myself. His face turned skeptical. You two are really getting married? Thatch tilted the phone toward himself again. I want Vegas for my bachelor party, Kay. But I think Wes should plan it, no offense. But his pockets are deep and won't have us cruising the strip in a minivan. You've got to be shitting me right now. Just hang up the phone, Klein, Georgia shouted in the background. Just hang it up and call 911. I think they've pranked each other into having nervous breakdowns. Thatch chuckled and I smirked. I want to hear you say it, Klein said, his blue eyes scrutinizing Thatch's face. Tell me you're getting married. Thatch stopped at a red light and gave Klein his full attention. I'm getting married. Tell me you asked Cassie to marry you. I asked Cassie to marry me. Tell me you want to spend the rest of your life with her. Thatch paused for a few seconds, and then his face lit up with a soft grin. I want to spend the rest of my life with her. My breath caught in my lungs when I heard those words pass his lips. His response felt way too genuine to just be playing along. Half of me had begged the gods to make him serious, while the other half lobbed for the exact opposite, because I needed both to be a reality. Him joking was the only thing keeping me from freaking out. He's not joking, the little voice in my head told me, and then answered itself with, thank God. What in the fuck was happening to me? My brain screamed one word, love. My stomach clenched in response. I fought the urge to slap Thatch in the dick, or in the face, or maybe I needed to slap myself. Someone in this car needed to have some sense knocked into them. But my heart, yeah, it motherfucking smiled. Klein stayed quiet for a minute, and then his face morphed into a huge smile. Holy shit. His smile got even bigger. Dude? Thatch returned the smile. Dude. Well, I'll be damned. Congrats, buddy. I'm happy for you. Thanks, man. Thatch answered. We're almost to my parents' house. Give Georgia girl a kiss for me, okay? Klein flipped him off. Tell Cass I'll have my wife call her when she's wrapped her head around this and forgiven you guys. I ended the call as Thatch took a right onto a dirt road, and before I could slip my phone back into my purse, it pinged with a text notification. Georgia, we're not friends anymore. Me, yes we are. Georgia, you should have worn a bra to meet his parents. Me, I know you're game, G. Georgia, his mom is going to think you're a floozy. Yeah, she was definitely trying to freak me out as payback. Me, I'm not taking the bait on this one. Georgia, You really want me to be your matron of honor? Me. And my future child's godmother. Georgia. Even though I hate you right now, I love you. I'll be anything you need me to be, even if I think you've lost your mind. You better call me tomorrow. You've got some serious explaining to do. Me. I love you too, Horgy. We'll chat tomorrow. A few minutes later, we pulled up in front of his parents' house, and he shut off the engine. He turned in his seat and took me in with amused eyes. That was actually more fun than I thought it would be. I know, right? I laughed. I should probably feel a little bad about it, but man, I can't help myself. Georgia is easily one of my favorite people to mess with. He glanced toward his parents' house and back at me. You ready? Shutters and window boxes framed the summery floral wreath on the front door. Before I could think of what that might mean about Thatcher's mom, I took a little breath and dove in with both feet. Let's do the damn thing. Let's show Ken and Sally I'm actually a really nice girl who just so happens to have a fabulous rack. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, he teased, and I flipped him off. He laughed in response, but he hopped out of the car and walked around the front to open my door and help me out. Come on, honey, he said, as he led me up the porch steps. My feet felt a little heavier than normal, so I leaned on him a little extra. I've got a surprise for you. I tilted my head to the side, confused, but I didn't get a chance to question him. The door swung open, and both of his parents greeted us with wide smiles. Mom, Dad, this is my fiancée, Cassie. Thatch introduced us. Wow, introducing me as his fiancée right from the get-go? Definitely not joking, my brain taunted. I held my breath for his mother's reaction to turn from welcoming to murderous because, yeah, I generally made a great first impression, but my tits weren't usually mom-friendly, if you know what I mean. But she did the complete opposite of what I had expected. She ignored Thatch completely and made a beeline for me, pulling me straight into her arms. Cassie, it is so great to finally meet you, she exclaimed and hugged me tightly. She leaned back and took me in with soft eyes and an easy smile. I can't tell you how excited I am to finally meet the woman who can keep my Thatcher in line. Finally, I blurted without thinking. We hadn't been together long enough to use words like finally. He's been talking about you since Klein got married. I whipped my head to the side. Thatch's deep chuckles filled my ears, and a barely there blush rosied the cheeks under his scruff. It's so nice to meet you, Mrs. Kelly, I answered as I pulled myself together. My smile was confused but genuine. The idea of being on his mind that long made my chest ache. Please call me Sally. Thatch pouted. No hug for me, Mom? She waved him off and wrapped her arm around my shoulder. Isn't she gorgeous, Ken? She asked her husband. Too pretty for Thatch, that's for damn sure, Ken remarked with a smirk. Seriously, Cassie, is he blackmailing you? Do we need to alert the authorities? Blink twice if he kidnapped you, 3 times if you fear for your life. The teasing personality was a family trait. I loved his parents already. I blinked 3 times and his dad cracked up. Turncoats, Thatch responded. You've known her for all of 2 minutes, and immediately you're on her side. Both of his parents grinned, and his mom finally wrapped him up in a loving hug. I'm glad you're home, sweetie, but I have a feeling she's less trouble than you are. Thanks, Mom, he replied with a grimace before smiling down at her with affectionate eyes. Right off the bat, it was apparent he was very close with his folks. The idea warmed my heart. But she's definitely not less trouble. My warm heart felt ragey all of a sudden. Well, let's go inside, Sally insisted, unfazed. Dinner is almost ready. Dinner was delicious. I dried off the last dish and set it in the cabinet carefully. Sally had served us dinner on the good china, and a constant film reel played in my mind of somehow shattering all of them. But I wanted to make a good first impression. And if I knew anything from rom-coms and my first encounter with Claire, helping a woman clean up when no one else did usually racked up serious points. Sally grinned and wiped her hands off with a dish towel. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." "I did. Thanks so much for having me." "You're welcome here any time, sweetheart." She lovingly tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. It seemed intimate in a way I wasn't expecting, like she really did intend to consider me a daughter. My thought-crazed brain wasn't exactly sure what to make of it right then, but I knew I'd figure it out eventually. "I hope you'll force Thatcher to stop by and see us more often." The longing in her voice made me nod without hesitation. "Consider it a done deal." "I have a feeling you know all the right things to say and do to keep my son on a tight leash, and I can't tell you how happy that makes me. He's a good boy, but someone needs to keep his ass in line." I laughed. Little did she know, I never had walked very straight myself. I'd do my best not to burst her bubble, though. Speaking of him being a good boy, I'd love to see some baby photos. I thought it over. Or blackmail-worthy stories and photos of teenage Thatch. "Oh, sweetheart, all you have to do is say the word." "Yeah, I think it's time I steal Cassie before you bust out the scrapbooks, Mom." Thatch walked into the kitchen and wrapped his arms around my waist. "I know your game, and this is me effectively blocking it before you get started." Sally held up her middle finger in response, and I died laughing. Thatch feigned offense. "I swear, the two most important women in my life are the ones who flip me the bird more than anyone else. I'm feeling seriously short on the love right now." His mom grinned at me and retorted, "Your head is already big enough, Thatcher. If we showered you in love all the time, you wouldn't be able to walk upright." "Sally, come sit on the couch and give me some sugar, honey," Ken called from his cozy spot on the sofa in the living room. "I'm too busy cleaning up after you to toss out affection," she shouted back, but she still managed to meander his way. "Are you ready for your surprise?" Thatch whispered into my ear once we were alone in the kitchen. I looked up at him with curious eyes. What surprise? He kissed the tip of my nose and took my hand, leading me out the terrace doors and through the backyard. He urged me to sit down on a bench that rested beneath the shade of a big oak tree before taking a deep breath, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small black box. Flies, small birds, waterfowl, any or all of them could have flown right into my mouth for as wide as it opened. "What are you doing?" He smiled and got down on one knee in front of me. The tiny hinges squeaked lightly as he popped open the box, and my eyes met the sparkly, gorgeous, overwhelmingly beautiful sight of a pink diamond nestled in the center of a platinum band. It was the one and only ring I had ever pictured as my perfect engagement ring. Definitely not joking, my brain whispered in awe. Was he fucking serious right now? I slapped him clear across the face. "Ow, fuck, Cass," he said, but he kept grinning like a lunatic. I pointed an accusing finger in his direction. "How did you know about this ring?" "Because I know you." I narrowed my eyes. He wasn't that good. "And maybe you mentioned this ring to me several months ago when we were searching for a missing cat?" I shoved his shoulder hard enough that he nearly fell back on his ass, but somehow he stood his ground and just kept smiling like this crazy proposal made any sense. Like I wasn't completely losing my shit. Like it was normal to propose to someone twice. "That was forever ago. How did you even remember that? Are you on drugs?" "There are certain things I'll never forget. In my lifetime so far, most of those memories include you." I stared down at him in shock, and my heart continued to pound inside my chest. I felt like it was trying to escape my body. His eyes softened to caramel. "Be my wife, Cassie Phillips." I stood up and paced in front of him. "Jesus H. Christ," I muttered to myself. He grabbed my hips and stopped my momentum. "Marry me, honey. spend the rest of your life making outrageous, wild, insane kinds of trouble with me. I smacked him in the dick so hard that he fell onto his side and held his balls. Ow! Holy fucking shit! I snatched the box out of his hand and stared down at the ring while he lay fetal and struggled to catch his breath. This isn't really going as planned, he wheezed. I took in the gorgeous ring, and my heart grew 3 sizes. This was my ring. The ring. God, he was such an idiot. A perfect idiot. My idiot, but a fucking idiot for sure. And for some reason, I didn't ask any of the questions a sane human being would ask in that moment. What this meant for us. Or if he was sure. Or if he thought it was fucking crazy that it had all started as a prank. Love had taken over. And I was finding when it came to that stupid 4-letter word, all rational thought fled the building. Love made you senseless. Me more so. And it made you follow your heart even if your brain was shouting, "What in the fuck is happening right now?" We had never once exchanged the sentiment. But as I stared into the eyes of this man, who looked like he might want to strangle me, or possibly needed to ice his balls, I knew it didn't matter. My heart had taken control and was driving this crazy train of spontaneity. Eventually, Thatch got himself to standing and made his way over to the bench and sat down. I stomped my way over to him and held the box in front of his face. He covered his crotch and stared up at me with confusion. "Yes!" I shook the box in his face. His brows rose to his forehead. "Yes?" "Yes, you crazy asshole," I said and held out my left hand. "Put that gorgeous fucking ring on my finger before I slap you in the dick again." Thatch sat there for a few moments, just gazing back at me, his eyes searching mine. And then, the motherfucker grinned. He took the box from my persistent hand and slid the ring down my finger. His lips kissed it softly once it was in place. "Come here," he said, as he stood and lifted me into his arms. "Kiss the hell out of me with that perfect, crazy mouth of yours." He didn't have to ask twice. I wrapped my legs around his waist and crushed my lips to his. I'd come to his parents as his fiancée, but I'd be leaving as a woman planning to get married. There wasn't normally a difference, but the change for me was staggering.
Chapter 30. Thatch. Cassie was wrapped around me like a second skin as we sat together beneath the old tree in my parents' backyard. Crickets chirped, and fireflies glowed in the distance. I didn't want to be anywhere but here, with my soon-to-be wife, breathing her air, smelling her sweet skin, and just holding on to her, savoring this quiet sliver of time where nothing else mattered but us. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to have kids in the future after the number of times she'd slapped me in the dick, but no doubt I didn't want to be anywhere else but here, with her, my fucking lunatic of a woman. Twice she'd said yes. And the second time, she wasn't high off of an adrenaline rush and taunted by a challenge. When she had said yes, well, yes, you crazy asshole, I'd seen her wild, untamed heart inside the depths of her blue eyes, and I'd known instantly she wasn't saying yes because she didn't want to fold. She'd said yes because she wanted this as much as I did. Same fucking page. Yeah, I know. Same unspoken page. No offense, but fuck you guys. We'll talk about it when we're good and ready. Come on, Thatcher. Take me somewhere good, Cassie whispered in my ear. My lips curved into a grin at the feel of her mouth skimming lightly across the skin. Somewhere good, huh? What'd you have in mind? Nope, no way. That's not the way this works. You just have to surprise me. I spanned the whole of her knee with my hand and gave it a squeeze. Okay, honey. I think I can manage that. Up and off the bench, I did the same for her, lifting her to standing with ease. Her breath caught, and my cock jerked awake. I swear, I never get used to your size. I waggled my eyebrows. I've heard it's the kind of thing that takes a while to acclimate to. Mischief sparkled in her eyes, right next to the moonlight. Put your boner away, Thatcher. I smiled and pulled her farther into my arms. My mouth met the skin of her neck, and I inhaled as I spoke. Not a goddamn chance. At least wait until we're not in your parents' backyard, she said through a laugh. We better move fast then, huh? I teased, pulling away from the allure of her skin and leading her down and toward the garage at a jog. Slow down, you giant! I just laughed and pulled her harder, making her legs move at twice the speed. What is it with you? Always making me run and shit, she grumbled, and I shot her a cocky wink. Uh-oh, she huffed with a smile. Not the wink, too. I'm going to be in fucking trouble tonight, aren't I? God, I hope so. Grabbing her hips, I lifted her up, and over my shoulder she went. I ran across the lawn, and she squealed the whole way. I'd had dreams about this. My girl, my Nova, this kind of evening, even if I'd never known it. The door to the garage slammed behind me, and I put her on her feet so I could get the car ready to go. She flipped on the light switch for me as I pulled the cover off the Nova and pulled the chain to manually raise the larger garage door. I folded the cover and tossed it on the tool bench, dumping the keys out of the jar that hung on the cork wall before rounding the car and pulling open the driver's side door. What do you say? You ready to go for a ride? Cassie's eyes flared at the innuendo, and I didn't think I'd ever get used to a woman who didn't shy away from being challenged. She loved it, fed off it. Every reactive muscle in her body begged me for more. I am. She raised an eyebrow, and my smile deepened, as though the two were physically connected. Are you? Always, honey. I winked, and she shook her head. Half the time I did it anymore, it was just to see her reaction. I couldn't get enough of it. Jump in, I offered as I folded into the seat. Where are we going? She asked as she climbed in beside me. I shook my head and laughed as I reached back to tuck a hair behind her tiny ear. Nope, no way, I spouted back. I have to surprise you. Her eyes turned heated, but I knew her well enough by now. What if she started, leaning over and rubbing a hand slowly up the inside of my thigh. Good try, I replied, and she scoffed. Save it for later. I put the key in the ignition and gave it a turn until the big block under the hood roared to life. The car shook violently, and lucky for me, it wasn't the only thing. God damn, I told Cassie's tits. I'm never driving you in anything other than this car ever again. Her head flew back in an arc of hilarity, and the line of her throat opened up like she was taking a shot. I wanted to drink from her in that moment, the sweet glow of her skin, the only thing brightening the dim cab of my car. Her laughs echoed, and the engine rumbled, and with my ring on her finger, I had an honest moment of wondering if there'd ever been a better instant in my 35 years of life. Eyes to the windshield and drive, she demanded with a wave of her hand. But the fact that she thrust it straight out from her chest at tit level didn't go unnoticed. She secretly wanted me to have what I was after, even if she wouldn't admit it. I shoved in the clutch, pushed the shifter into first gear, and revved up the idle as we coasted out of the garage. Cassie settled into her seat with ease, reaching forward to toggle the radio, just as a streak of moonlight forced its way through the large front window. Soft rock filled the silence, Bob Seger's night moves deepening the already curved line of my lips. Cassie looked from the road to me several times, before sliding her way across the bench-style seat and settling her entire body into the crook of my arm. I didn't waste time pulling her closer and keeping her there, as I drove down the gravel line of my parents' driveway and out onto the mostly deserted road. I'd made this drive before, in this car, with a girl in exactly this position, but I'd never felt this at ease. Like no matter where the night led, it would be somewhere good. Cassie hummed along to the music as I drove and listened, and before I knew it, it had been a full 10 minutes, and we were parking down the dark, muddy tracks that led to the lake deep in the woods. "Is this what I think it is?" she asked, perking up and forcing my arm to fall from her shoulders. "I don't know. What do you think it is?" "It's either the place of teenage dreams, premature ejaculation, and first-time fondles, or the site of my death." I laughed. "Door number 1, honey." "Holy shit. This place must be legendary for you. Do you store all the bras in your trunk? There's a shrine, isn't there?" she asked, rapid fire. "I'll have you know I've only been here with 5 women." She raised an eyebrow, and I pretended to think it over. "Okay, 6. She rolled her eyes. I threw my hands in the air. 15 max. "Quit now while you're not even remotely ahead." "Good idea," I agreed, as I pulled to a stop and dumped us into immediate silence with one turn of the key. "Come on," I called, when she didn't move or say anything. I pulled myself up and out of the car and watched as she did the same, gesturing for her to follow me to the trunk with a crook of a finger. Mentally, she didn't come willingly, but her body wouldn't let her say no. God, I loved the idea that I affected her that strongly. "Is this where I have to volunteer my bra as tribute? Because I've got bad news." "I know. You're not wearing one." We both smiled. "And that's not even remotely bad news." "Does this mean I have to donate something creepy to your collection? Like teeth?" I barked a startled burst of laughter. "There's no collection," I told her. "Pinky swear." "Oh, man," she muttered, as she linked her smallest finger with mine. Mine was double the size of hers. "Now I know you're serious. Breaking out rule number 9. Rule number 9. No pinky swears unless you mean it. Of course, I'm paraphrasing here. She huffed adorably at the sight of my wink. I ignored the mock frost and popped open the trunk to find all the good stuff still there. "A blanket?" she asked as I pulled it out and reached deeper into the dark opening. "And a CD player. Wow. Welcome back to the 90s. The corners of my eyes crinkled as I slammed the heavy metal trunk shut. "Come on." "Oh, I'm coming. Tell me you've got some 90s CDs in the car to play on that sucker." "Sorry to disappoint, but it's the radio or silence." "Or you could serenade me," she offered. "I get it. How you'd think I have the voice of an angel, what with my obvious good looks and all-around above-average talent. But trust me, My voice isn't performance-worthy. Are you actually admitting to being bad at something? Do you feel okay? She teased. It took 15 years and several video recordings for Klein, Frankie, and Wes to convince me that I was anything less than superior. I mean, it's so unlike me. You're also not top-notch at being modest. Just saying. Psh, I said, as I spread the blanket on the ground, close to the edge of the water. Who needs modesty? Most people. Public figures. Polite society. Girls in cotillion? I added with a skeptical eye. Those rules are archaic. The only people who need to be modest are those who feel genetically inclined. So not me or you, I guess. Exactly. And what am I supposed to be? She asked, as I sat down on the blanket and leaned back onto my elbows. It was a completely different perspective to see her from below, rather than towering above. I took advantage by surveying the line of her jaw and the curve of her creamy neck to see which angle I liked better. That's easy. She put her hands on her hips and waited for my revolutionary answer. You. All you're supposed to be is you. Am I supposed to be sexy? She asked with a smirk, as she leaned down to turn the radio on. The simple beats of Chris Stapleton's Tennessee Whiskey were just starting to build on the very first station, and she left it to play softly into the night. Subtle but sure, she started a sway of her hips, back and forth, like a form of hypnosis. Oh yeah, I agreed as I watched them move. Sexy is definitely you. Her eyes lit, a reflection of moonlight making them shine bright across the distance to mine. Like a tree in the breeze, she moved with ease, just barely mimicking the beat of the music, but leaving no doubt that she'd fully embraced it. She started to move in my direction, up from the outstretched location of my feet to the side of my hip and back again. Her eyes followed mine the whole time, and my heartbeat seemed to build in intensity. Her back became my focus, as she turned away with a flick of her hair and a wave of her arm, before bending at the hip like a hinge. Excited eyes sought mine from the gap between her legs, but the sight of her ass in the air made compliance a struggle. "You okay, Thatcher?" she asked, her voice a tease. My answer came out in a hearty rasp. "Yeah, baby. I'm real fucking good." Back up to standing, she moved quickly, spinning her way to my head and dropping her knees directly behind it. I dropped flat to my back, pushing my elbows down into the blanket roughly. She leaned over my face, her tits swinging the front of her dress with every sweet movement. I was fucking spellbound. Her dance was more sensual than overly sexual, but my dick obviously didn't know the difference. Sweet Jesus. I reached behind my head with the cock of an arm until the palm of my hand met the warm skin of her thigh. It was soft and luscious, and I could feel the muscle move underneath it as she continued her torture. And then my hand wasn't on her anymore, as that leg kicked up behind her into a full extension. Her whole body turned on a pivot with a flourish until she fell on my chest, executing a split directly on top of me, as though I was an apparatus. "Holy fuck," I muttered to myself, and she smiled. "Strip aerobics, baby. You want to be my pole?" she asked with a wink of her own. God damn. Count me in 7 nights a week.
Chapter 31. Cassie. As we sat at the bar drinking beers, eating peanuts, and enjoying the ambiance that was a small-town bar, I could still feel the pulse of Thatch between my thighs. There'd been no stopping him after showing him some of my best naked dance moves under the stars. 1 orgasm, 2, he'd worked me over like we weren't outside on the edge of some random lake, but instead, like we were putting on a porny performance for millions. Just the thought of it made me smile. But the sex had done the opposite of its usual, waking me up to a level that I knew I'd need something else to soothe the pounding pulse of my energy enough that I could fall asleep. So I had convinced him to take me to the infamous sticky pickle for a nightcap. The satisfied look in his eyes told me I could have swayed him into pretty much anything. He kept up a steady stream of affection in my direction, kissing my forehead, sliding a lock of hair behind my ear, flashing flirty winks and charming smiles, and every time he grabbed my left hand and kissed my ring, I'd threatened to slap him in the dick again. Honestly, I couldn't remember the last time I'd had so much fun. "Shit," Thatch muttered, as his eyes glanced toward the front of the bar. "What?" I asked, and swiveled on my stool to watch 3 guys stroll in through the door. They were loud and boisterous, and my initial thought was that they looked like small-town douchebags looking for trouble. I turned back toward Thatch. "You know those guys?" He nodded. "Yeah, I grew up with them." "They look like assholes." He smirked. "Hit the nail on the head, honey." One of the guys made his way to the bar and stood as close to Thatch as was humanly possible without sitting in his lap. "I'll take 3 buds, Charlie," he told the bartender, before turning his attention to us. "Oh, hey, Thatch," he greeted, and it was anything but friendly. "You brought a friend. How fucking precious." Thatch ignored him, stood, and turned to me. "Want to shoot some pool?" His blatant avoidance had me tilting my head in confusion. Sure, okay," I agreed, and took his outstretched hand. I let him lead me over to the back corner where 3 pool tables stood in a row before I started asking questions. "What was that about?" He handed me a pool stick and grabbed the rack. "That was me avoiding trouble." "Was this the same kind of trouble that I had to bail you out of?" "Exactly that kind of trouble," he muttered. His body language was all off. Stiff neck, clenched jaw, and his normally playful brown eyes were practically black with irritation. I hated seeing him like that, strung so tight that I feared he might snap in half. Thatch needed a distraction, and he needed it quick. I set my pool stick down and slid my body under and between the long arms that were currently racking the balls. My back was pressed against the green felt, and our faces were mere inches from one another. His brows rose in curiosity. "What are you doing?" I wrapped my arms around his neck and grinned. "Just flirting with my fiancé." "Is that right?" His mouth turned soft, quirking up at the corners. "That's right, baby," I whispered against his lips before taking his mouth in a slow kiss. My tongue teased his in a slow circuit. He grabbed my hips and responded with a dirty, sexy, wet fuck of my mouth as he pressed himself against me. My body was practically clinging to his by the time he found the willpower to pull away. "Thank you." He pressed one final kiss to the corner of my lips. He knew my game, but he didn't make a big thing of it, so I didn't either. I grinned while he stood and straightened the bulge in his jeans with amused eyes pointed in my direction. "Can I break?" I asked, as my fingers slid the chalk over the tip of my pool stick. "Be my guest." He gestured toward the table. Things had managed to stay pretty smooth after that. We played 2 rounds of pool without any trouble from the 3 dickheads milling about the bar. Thatch had won both times and was adamant each win equaled 3 blowjobs. "Your math is all wrong," I retorted with a hand on my hip. 1 round, 1 blowjob. "I'm a numbers guy, honey. My math is never wrong." I laughed and flipped him off. Just rack the balls while I go play some songs, I ordered, and walked over toward the jukebox, sliding a few dollars out of my back pocket. As I scrolled through the depressing list of song choices, I wondered if I'd find anything worth playing. Conway Twitty? No. The Thong Song? Nope. She Thinks My Tractor's Sexy? Jesus, take the wheel before someone in this small town dies from shitty music. R. Kelly, Stuck in the Closet? Fuck no. Shania Twain, Any Man of Mine? Okay, now this I can handle. As I waited for the machine to process my credits, the dickhead from earlier decided to make his appearance. He leaned one greasy elbow against the wall and crowded my personal space. I'm Johnny, and you must be one of Thatch's fuck buddies. His skeevy gaze honed in on my chest before it finally met my eyes. I glanced around the room to find none of Johnny's friends in sight, and Thatch chatting with an older guy by the pool tables, his back to me. Looks like I'm handling this asshole by myself. Game on. I'm his only fuck buddy, I corrected. I'm his fiancé. Oh, that's fucking fresh. I feigned confusion and battened down the hatches. This fuckface was going to do his best to surprise me, but he didn't have one goddamn clue who he was dealing with. What was that, Joni? It's Johnny, and I said that's fucking fresh. He flashed an evil smile. How much are New York hookers these days, dollface? I'm sure I've got enough cash on me tonight to take your pussy for a ride. Dollface? Man, oh man. This guy really had no idea who he was trying to fuck with. Joni, you wouldn't know what to do with a pussy if it smacked you in the face and said, lick my clit. His face turned hard as stone. Obviously, I'd hit a nerve, which wasn't that hard to figure out. Guys like Johnny didn't get pussy. Guys like Johnny got their right hand a bottle of lube and fuzzy porn in their parents' basement. And if they did somehow manage to get some, they juggled and jostled it until it couldn't take one more fucking second. Aw, Joni, it's okay. I schooled my face into a sympathetic smile. One day you'll find your perfect hooker who's willing to take one for the team and let you pay her to fuck you. Keep your chin up, Joni. It'll happen. He got all up in my personal space, his harsh breath smacking me in the face. You must be a special kind of bitch. You'd have to be to marry a murderer. Murderer? Yeah, I knew without a doubt whatever bullshit Joni was peddling was purely fiction. And now I understood why Thatch had ended up in jail the last time he was home. The asshole just stood there staring down at me, and his mouth morphed into a devious grin. That's it, motherfucker. Keep smiling, I thought to myself as I stared up at him. A spineless man picking fights with women who were half his size. He had some balls, that was for fucking sure. But so did I, and mine were bigger. Cass, Thatch called from behind me, but he was too late. No way was I walking away from this fight. And it's not like I couldn't defend myself. You didn't walk around with a mouth like mine without knowing how to throw punches. I reared back with my right arm and uppercut Johnny hard enough to knock the grin straight off his face. His body crumpled to the ground within seconds. I ignored the sting in my hand as I stood over his prone form and looked down at the pathetic display. Who's the bitch now, motherfucker? Cassie. Thatch's concerned voice grabbed my attention. He lifted me up and away from the scene of the crime, and his hands moved over my face, my arms, my shoulders, searching for any sign of injury. Shit, honey. Are you okay? Oh, I'm fine, T. His gaze was wild with concern. What the fuck happened? Thatch's desire to kill the asswipe showed plainly on his face, so I chose my words carefully. I pointed to Johnny, who was now being tapped in the stomach by the foot of the bartender. That guy Joni, I responded. He doesn't have any manners. Thatch blinked 3 times like he couldn't process what I was saying. Wait, did you just call him Joni? Oh, is that not his name? I feigned confusion. He barked out a laugh. "His name is Johnny, but I have a feeling you already knew that." I flashed a knowing smirk. Thatch's eyes turned from murderously concerned to filled with hilarity in the span of a heartbeat. "So you took it upon yourself to teach Joni some manners?" I shrugged. "Obviously. Someone had to." "This shit can't keep happening every time you stop by, Thatch," Charlie grumbled behind us as he tried to rouse a snoozing Johnny. "I'm calling the sheriff." "Come on, Charlie," Thatch begged, as he stared down at me with a tickled grin. "Just let it go. He assaulted my fiancé." I grinned back. God, we were both fucking insane. It made my belly flutter and my smile consume my face until I felt like my cheeks might burst. Charlie laughed incredulously. "He didn't lay a finger on your fiancé. I watched it all from behind the bar. And you know this cocksucker is going to try to press charges the second he comes to. Hell, if I'm going to be the one who has to deal with Miller tomorrow morning..." Thatch put both of his hands on my shoulders. "Honey," he said with amusement in his voice, "I have a feeling I'm going to be the one bailing you out of jail this time." Well, I shrugged. It was worth it. "Hey, Sheriff Miller, do you mind if I use the ladies' room and grab a snack from the vending machine?" "Call me Bill, darling," he responded from his comfortable position behind his desk, chair leaned back, boots kicked up on the metal table. "And help yourself to the snacks in the break room." "Thanks, honey." After I knocked Johnny out in one shot, I got arrested by the Frogstown police. Sheriff Miller had placed me in cuffs and put me in the back of his patrol car while Thatch had tried to convince him otherwise. But it hadn't worked. Obviously, my fiancé had been a troublemaker back in the day and had zero pull in his hometown. The sheriff actually made it pretty clear that if Thatch tried to come with me right away, he'd put him in cuffs right next to me. The sweet fucking giant had looked like he was considering it. But 30 minutes of flirty banter and fluttering eyelashes had gotten me on the sheriff's good side, and he had taken the cuffs off and given me free rein of the station. He had even apologized for having to keep me for the required 6 hours. Yeah, Bill and I were good buddies now. Once I took a quick pee break and grabbed a bag of chips from the station's break room, I plopped down behind one of the deputies' desks and mimicked the same position as the sheriff. "Mind if I use my phone for a minute?" "Go ahead, darling." Bill flashed a grin in my direction before returning his attention to the small TV across from his desk. He was 3 episodes deep into a Bonanza marathon. Thatch answered on the first ring. "You okay, honey?" "Oh yeah, I'm fine. You can pick me up in about 30 minutes. "I'll be there." "Fantastic. See you in a few." I ended the call and relocated to a chair beside Bill. "Mind if I join you?" He glanced over his shoulder and shook his head. "I love these old shows," I said, as I opened my bag of chips. "I used to watch them all the time with my dad when I was a kid." "They don't make 'em like they used to, that's for damn sure," he answered with a wistful smile. Bill and I got through another episode of Bonanza before Thatch powered into the station to pick me up exactly 30 minutes later. He'd obviously timed it so I didn't have to be here even a minute longer than necessary. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw me sitting behind the sheriff's desk, teaching him how to use Facebook. "Honestly, Bill, it's not as hard as you think it is," I told him as I scrolled through my news feed. "Plus, it's pretty awesome how you can keep in touch with pretty much everyone in your life without having to pick up the phone." He chuckled. "I think I could get used to that." "Well, my ride is here," I said as I logged out of my account. "But don't be a stranger, okay?" Bill grinned. "Same goes for you." "Did you get me all bailed out?" I asked Thatch as I stood up from my chair and threw my snack wrappers away in the trash. "Pretty ladies don't pay, darling." The sheriff didn't give him a chance to answer. "Now, you've had a late night, so be sure to go home and get a good night's rest, okay?" "Thanks, Bill." I leaned down and kissed his cheek. "Don't work too hard." I grabbed my purse and walked over to Thatch. Ready? He glanced around the room in confusion.
Did they change the jail?
What? His chocolate eyes were equal parts amused and surprised.
This is not the kind of jail experience I got the last time I was here.
I grinned up at him.
I should have fucking known,
he said, as he wrapped his arm around my shoulder and led me toward the doors. Should have known what?
That you'd be the one person to get Sheriff Miller wrapped around your finger.
Once we got in his car, I turned in his direction. Can I ask you a question? His eyes met mine.
Of course, honey.
And you'll be honest with me? He nodded.
Always.
Why did Johnny call you a murderer? Thatch's face grew tight. His jaw ticked several times in response.
Is that what pushed you to hit him?
Yeah, I answered honestly. Obviously, I knew his words were complete shit. But it was the fact he had the balls to say something like that. It didn't sit well with me, Thatch. Someone saying something like that about you. He watched me for a few quiet moments, and I gave him his space.
When Margot died, she was with me, he explained. She was spontaneous and stubborn, and when she was set on doing something, there was no stopping her. She made a reckless decision that took her life, and I couldn't stop her. I tried to stop her, but I couldn't.
I grabbed his hand and squeezed it gently. There was more to tell, but he'd tell me in his own time if he wanted to. Knowing that much was enough. Thanks for telling me, Thatch. He stared out the window while his thumb rubbed soothing circles over my hand.
Thanks for being you, Cassie.
Eventually, he glanced over at me and smirked.
And thanks for defending my honor.
I grinned. Thanks for letting me go all Fight Club on someone and for stopping by McDonald's on the way home.
He chuckled. You're hungry?
So hungry, I groaned. The Frogstown police have shit snacks in their break room.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. You were in their break room?
I'm not kidding about that or the fact that I'm hungry. I snapped at the windshield and held my stomach. Get moving, baby. I've got a Big Mac with my name on it.
Chapter 32. Thatch. You've got to be kidding me, Klein said, as he and Georgia walked up to us arm in arm. You brought the pig to this? Hey, watch it, big dick. Not everyone's animal is an asshole, Cassie retorted. Excuse me? Georgia cut in, and I tuned the women out. We couldn't get our usual sitter, I told Klein ridiculously. He looked like he was constipated with amusement, fucking dying to get it out, but it was all backed up in there. We'd just gotten back from my parents' house last night, but we'd both promised Maureen we'd be here at her charity blacklight slide event months ago. Of course, we'd responded separately to two very separate invitations. Now we were a real we, living together, engaged. Fuck, I'd been the one to do it, to demand that it happen, and part of me still couldn't wrap my mind around it. Two serial daters with nearly blank relationship histories were engaged to each other. I'd have been tempted to call an exorcist if I weren't fucking thrilled to be chained to this devil. Georgie! Georgia's dad, Dick, called from the opposite side of the slide. People filled the closed-down street, and only the bright lights of several light trees on the perimeter made it so you could see anything. The whole thing about a black light event is that it needs to happen at night. Hey, Dad, Georgia yelled back. We all waved like little puppets in time with one another. Dick looked to us and back again, trying to find an easy way to get around the slide. It ran nearly an entire block in length, and people clogged the only available space along its sides. When seconds turned into a minute of trying to navigate the people and stuff around him, Dick gave up and just climbed right fucking through it, sloshing the glowing water with his feet and ignoring anyone who called after him. I didn't even try to stop my laugh as Georgia grumbled, Oh, for fuck's sake. Klein wrapped his arm around her shoulder as her mom, Savannah, followed in Dick's footsteps, clad in nothing but a string bikini. Cassie tucked her face into my chest to hide her laughter. She might have even snorted, but when I looked at her, she pointed down at Phil. It was the pig. "Hey there, Klein," Dick greeted with excitement, slapping him on the shoulder first, then his back, and then finally pulling him into a tight man-hug. Their little father-son-in-law bromance never got old. "Thatch, Cassie," he acknowledged when he finally released Klein, and then wrapped Georgia in a hug. "This is some shindig, huh? Not Mora's usual charity scene." I glanced around the neon spectacle. "Yeah, I don't think the crusty upper-class crowd is happy about it, but it seems to be a big hit." There were more people here than I'd ever seen at one of these things, and the atmosphere was really fucking cool. Glowing shirts and neon-looking water all the way down a giant slip-and-slide that had to be 500 feet long. There was nothing adults, especially ones like me, liked more than acting like a big fucking kid. Doing it for the good of someone else was even better. "Thank fuck," Dick snapped. "Only so many times can I sit through one of those fucking hoity-toity dinners." "Dad!" Georgia scolded. "Hey, I'm with Dick," I said, and Cassie agreed. "Me too." I raised an innuendo-filled eyebrow. Savannah noticed. "Wow, there's some really great sexual energy between you two." I smiled, but Cassie didn't stop there. She never did. "That's because we're banging like bunnies." When other people got embarrassed, Cassie became emboldened. It was so fucking sexy. "Fantastic!" Savannah shouted. Dick held out his knuckles for me to give him a pound, and Georgia dropped her head into her hands. "Why me, God?" "Baby," Klein said through a laugh, tucking her into his chest. "Where's your mom, Klein?" Savannah asked. "I want to say hi." "She's here somewhere," he muttered. All our eyes scanned the surrounding crowd to see if we could find her, but really it was like looking for a little piece of conservative fluff in a giant lint ball. "Oh!" Cassie pointed out, completely defying the odds. "There she is." "Maureen!" Dick yelled loudly. I shook my head and looked to the ground. "Here! Here! Over here, Maur!" Klein's mom struggled to lock onto the face in the crowd calling her name. "God damn these crowds," Dick grumbled. Cassie let go an ear-piercing whistle that silenced the entire crowd and made them turn to us. Maureen's eyes found the group, along with everyone else's. "I knew there was a reason I liked you, other than your rack," Dick told Cassie. Georgia sighed. "Oh, Dad." Cassie didn't mind at all. "Thanks, Dick." I pulled her a little closer, and she laughed. Phil tugged on his leash occasionally, but mostly just rooted around at everyone's ankles. Normally, Klein would have reacted, but I guess a horse-sized dog and his asshole feline lover had already desensitized him to animal distractions. Bob caught up to Maureen just as she shuffled over to the group. "Good job on the $1 beers, Maur," Bob said, lifting his cup in salute. "Are you already drinking?" Maureen asked, aghast. "I still have things for you to do." "Relax, I'll do them. But you can't get a $1 beer anywhere anymore." "I know a place," I put in, and Klein shook his head. Probably at the image of Bob and me out on the town together. Bob wasn't deterred, pointing to me with pizzazz. "You're on." "Bob, please," Maureen said. "Can you keep your eyes on the prize?" "Uncle Thatch!" I heard the scream just as a little body ran into the backs of my legs. Handing the leash to Cass, I turned and picked up my favorite girl. I had a favorite woman now, too. Hey, Princess Mila. Where are your mom and dad? I asked, just as Frankie and Claire came into view. She pointed anyway. The crowd was thick, and they didn't have the same ability to run through people's legs. She took off as soon as she saw you, Claire huffed out of breath as they made it to us. I smiled and looked at Mila. You ready to do your slide thing, girlfriend? I'm not your girlfriend, she laughed. Aunt Cassie is. Who's this? Bob interjected. I'm Mila, she said in answer. I'm 6 years old, and those are my parents. She pointed at Claire and Frankie. I used to think I was going to be a school crossima guard, but now I want to take pictures like my Aunt Cassie. She better wait a few years to take pictures like you, I whispered into Cassie's ear, picturing the half-naked men, and she smirked. Welp, Dick muttered. People had started to go down the slide in the background. Just saw a nipple. I bugged out my eyes as Mila asked, What's a mipple? Savannah only got out one word before Georgia shrieked in panic. Mom, no! I got this, Claire said as she stepped in and pulled Mila from my arms. Thank fuck. Meanwhile, satisfied that her mom wasn't going to corrupt any more youth, Georgia had gotten a good look at the nipple offender. Is that fucking Leslie? Good thing Mila's gone, Cassie muttered in an aside. I looked back to see Claire and Frankie taking her for a close-up view of the slide. She dipped her little fingers into the water and pulled them out to see them glow. What's Leslie doing here? Georgia went on. I had to invite her, Klein defended cautiously. I invited the whole office. His wife scoffed. Ugh! Why does it have to be Leslie? How is it even possible you haven't fired her yet? Klein shrugged. Her eyes narrowed, and she started quizzing him. Where's Meryl? Klein kept his calm like he always did, assuring her in a very diplomatic tone that he was in no way paying favoritism to Leslie of all people. Meryl said very explicitly that I'd see her here, and I quote, over her dead body. All of our heads swung back and forth with their verbal volley. Dean popped up out of nowhere. Did you guys just see that? The witch is officially wet. I'm hoping her skanky tits will melt. Maybe you shouldn't go down the slide, I told Cass. She laughed and fluffed her tits higher with a squeeze of her arms for me. I groaned, bit my lip, and when my dick jerked in my shorts, I forced my eyes to safer locations. Dean, I greeted. Hey, Mr. Man. Goodness, you are a tall drink of water. You want to be my slide buddy? Back off, Dean, Cassie threatened teasingly. Shoot. He turned to Klein. How about you, BDB? You need somebody to grease your slip and slide? Dean! Georgia yelled through a laugh. He's still your boss. Maureen had already flitted off to deal with something, but that was the last straw for Bob and Dick. I think we better go do that thing, Dick. Good idea, Bob. You coming, Vanna? Sure thing, she muttered, as she winked at Dean and spoke to him directly. We'll chat more later, sweet cheeks. Kisses, Dean agreed in dismissal. I smiled and looked around us aimlessly, only to spot someone I knew. Hey, it's Clinton. Clinton? Dean asked. Thatch's little brother, Klein explained with a laugh. There's a little mini-me version of you? Dean asked with interest. I turned to get Clint's attention, but I heard Georgia explaining in the background. Down, boy. It's the Big Brothers Big Sisters program with the city. Cassie set it up for him. "Clint!" I called loudly to get his attention. He turned on a dime, eyes scanning the crowd. I was easier to find, since I towered above almost everyone. He waved as if to say, "Oh, hey, Thatch." I wasn't really sure if it was out of obligation or excitement. I wasn't exactly used to being forced on someone by an organization. Forced on people by myself, sure. "I'm glad you came out," I told him as I got to him. "Looks like you've already made a trip down." His skin and big white t-shirt glowed with the fluorescent water, neon green, yellow, and orange, tinging every exposed surface. He looked down at himself and laughed. "Yeah." Cassie had set this up as one of her many jokes, but I had to admit I was having a blast. Helping Clint and mentoring him was one of the best things I'd ever done. I didn't know if I was the best fucking example, but I was trying. "How'd that math test go?" "All right, I guess." "Just all right?" He shrugged. "Let me know when you want to get together, and we'll go over everything again." "You don't gotta do that," he said. "You already taught it to me once." "I know I don't have to," I replied, "but I want to." His face seemed blank, but I knew he was actively thinking it over. "You here with your friends?" I asked. "Yep." They stood behind him, watching us with interest. I stuck out my fist for a pound. "Okay, man, I'll let you get back to it." He nodded and turned to leave, but after a brief pause, turned back. "Thanks, Thatch." I smiled wide enough that I knew my teeth had to be glowing like Ross's in that The One with Ross's Teeth episode of Friends. "Yeah, man, no problem. See you soon." This time I turned to go so he wouldn't have to. Cassie stood watching me while Phil tangled the leash around her legs. She shook her head and winked when I blew her a kiss. "Where's Will? I need more man meat," Dean pouted as I returned to the group and wrapped an arm around Cass's shoulder. "He's working," Georgia said with a frown. "Oh," Cassie said, as though she'd just remembered. "What about Winnie? Did anyone invite her?" Georgia nodded. "I did. She couldn't get a sitter." From what Cassie had told me, Winnie seemed like another ball-buster of a woman. I was really looking forward to meeting her. Always late to the party, Wes walked up right then. "Who couldn't get a sitter?" "Winnie," Cassie told him. "You'd really like her, actually. She works with Will." Wes waved it off. "Last thing I need is a woman with a kid." Klein and I cringed in sympathy. "That's fucking awful," Cassie snapped. "Oh, no, he didn't," Dean whispered dramatically. "Seriously, forget that then. She deserves better than you," Cassie scoffed, and Wes just shook his head, looking to the men, but not a single one of us was willing to go down with his ship. Sorry, dude. I had a woman to think about now, one I very much hoped would reward me for my loyalty tonight. Her eyes said she would. Wild for wild, prank for prank. As soon as I found someone to watch my goddamn pig, I was going to take that woman for a ride. We looked radioactive as we tumbled through the door to our apartment that night. Cassie was wrapped around me like a glove, and I didn't have any desire to come up for air. I didn't care if the apartment looked like a goddamn pride parade under a black light. Phil barely made it through the opening before I shoved it shut with the weight of Cassie's perfect body. "God," she moaned as I ate my way down the line of her throat with my teeth. "No, baby. Thatch." Her fingers shot out and pinched my nipple ring with a rough tug. Thankfully, The state of my dick was too important to her right now. Redistribution of blood flow made the move even more painful. When she licked the seam of my lips, it transitioned straight to pleasure. I hiked her higher on the door and put my face directly between her tits. Her hands worked to loosen the waistband of my jersey shorts, pulling them and my boxer briefs free of my fully erect dick in one motion. I shoved it against her as soon as it was free, trapping her hand between us. "You wet for me, baby?" "I could be wetter," she challenged, and I growled. Phil snorted relentlessly at my feet, until finally climbing into my shorts and underwear at my ankles. Cassie looked down and cackled. "This gives a whole new meaning to having an animal in your pants." I laughed as she pushed my shirt up and over my head, leaving me completely naked, save the pig and pants around my ankles. She shoved off the door with her palms to get us moving, and I stumbled, nearly going down in a tangle of epic proportions. Squeals pierced my ears from her and Phil. I laughed and righted myself before shuffling down the hall with her ass in my hands. She giggled and threw her hands in the air as I licked at her neck. When we finally made it to the bed, I dumped her down with a flourish and stood back with my hands on my hips. Her eyes gleamed as they locked on my dick. "You've got on way more clothes than I do," I told her. "Way too many clothes." She smirked, sat up, and grabbed the hem of her tank top, pulling it up and over her head. I watched as her tits held until the last second and then bounced down, bare and pebbled and perfect. My dick jumped. "I could have sworn you were wearing a bra tonight," I told her, reaching out to tweak one nipple with a finger and thumb. She pushed her chest closer to me and moaned through a smile. "It's built into the tank top," she explained, as I closed a nipple in my mouth. "What?" I mumbled. She laughed. "My bra. It's built into the tank top." A drop of pre-cum leaked from the tip of my cock as I pictured my dick between her tits. "Thatch!" "What?" I said with a laugh. "Bras are blasphemous. Don't ever mention them in this house again." "You brought it up." Laughing, I pushed up off the bed, sadly away from her tits, and pulled a squealing Phil from between my legs. He took off running as soon as he hit the floor, but he was the last priority on my list right now. Making quick work of the fabric around my ankles, I shoved it all down and off at the same time as my shoes and socks, and put my knees to the bed on each side of Cassie's hips. "I think you're forgetting something." She laughed, gesturing to her still-fastened pants with a jerk of her head. But I shook mine as I climbed to straddle her, skimming my way up her body until my dick lined up with her chest. "Don't worry, honey," I told her. "I'll get to those eventually." "Thatch." "Unbutton them, baby. Touch yourself while I fuck your tits for a minute." Her chest heaved, and my pupils dilated. God damn. "Do whatever you want," I instructed, the game coming to me in an instant. "Slow and steady or hard and fast. Work that clit and pump that pussy however you want until you come." Her eyes flared, and she licked her lips. "I'll fuck your tits until you get there. It's up to you how long I get." She reached out quickly and pumped my dick twice and hard. I looked over my shoulder as she reached between my legs and undid her pants, shoved them and her panties to her thighs, and pushed her finger into her pussy to gather moisture. When she brought it back out and started working it, I looked back to her. Her eyes gleamed as she grabbed my ass and pulled me to her tits. "Come on, baby. I'll go slow." I licked a path between her tits and straight down to her pussy, where I lapped at the top to tickle her clit. She shivered and shoved at my head, breathing heavy with exhaustion. "I'm gonna make you touch yourself every fucking time." She laughed and swatted at me. "Licking your finger clean after you came on it was the hottest thing I've ever fucking done." Her smile curved all the way to her sleepy eyes. "Okay," she admitted. "That was pretty hot." Climbing back up her body, I pressed a soft kiss to her lips, and then fell to my side beside her, settling into my palm with an elbow in my pillow. Cassie patted affectionately at my cheek, so I grabbed her wrist, fell to my back, and pulled her over on top of me. Her eyes moved from mine like a river, curving down my jaw to my neck, and then pooling on the tattoo across my chest. "What's this one for?" "The tattoo?" I asked, and she nodded, settling her chin on my chest and bringing her gaze back to my eyes. "Mi vida loca," I recited. It means my crazy life. I got it when I was 27, when it first hit that I'd done it, that I'd succeeded in all kinds of things, and I was in complete control of my destiny. I never expected any of this. The success, the drive. I'm pretty sure everyone thought I'd be doing something menial or nothing at all. You were that wild? Yes. But it was more a lack of focus. She laughed and looked down at my chest contemplatively, tracing each letter slowly. "Yeah, I can relate to that." She skimmed her fingers across my chest and over to the praying Mary on my arm. "What about this one?" "That one is for Margot. Well, it's about her anyway. I got it a couple of years after she passed, from Frankie, right after he opened the shop. I think it was sort of cathartic for both of us to put ink to skin, to embody all the things we hoped she'd found in heaven that she'd yet to find on earth." "Like what?" she whispered. I ran a thumb under her eye and twisted her hair between two fingers. Peace. Contentment. She was still so young and restless, searching for everything and coming up with nothing. Her nod was unhurried, and her eyes studied mine. I was sure she was looking for some kind of sign that I was over it all, but to me, I never even had to think about it anymore. I'd never be over the way it happened, but all I felt was Cassie. She didn't leave any room for anything else. She tapped the word trust on my chest. "Why trust?" "Because it's the only thing I really need." "The only thing you need to what?" "To live," I answered simply. "I don't need to know what's going to happen, or how it's going to happen, or even the why. I just want to know that whoever's making it happen cares about me enough to give me that freedom." She acknowledged. She settled like she might fall asleep, so I tapped her on the nose, my heart in my throat. I wanted her to know something that I hadn't bothered to tell anyone yet. You missed one. She lifted her chin off of my chest, and her eyes opened again as she'd thought it over. She was convinced she'd studied my body enough to know. It hit her like a truck. "Of course!" She rolled off of me enough to free my arm and turned it over to expose the inside. Evolve scrolled across in fancy rolling script. "Okay," she said as she traced it. "So what's this one?" I took a deep breath and blew it out. "That's the first tattoo I ever did." Her startled gaze jerked to mine. "You did this one?" I nodded. "Last fall." "What? How? I don't get it," she rambled. I shrugged and looked to the comforter. "I've been apprenticing with Frankie. They make you do your first real run on yourself. So you don't permanently fuck somebody else's skin up." "It doesn't look like a first tattoo," she said, excited. "It's amazing." "Yeah?" "Oh my God, yes! It's really good." My smile would have blinded an airplane. I was really fucking nervous about that thing for a while. I actually had to go to rugby practice the day after I did it. And of course, I ended up on the skins team. I had this gut reaction that everyone would give me a hard time for how much it sucked. She shook her head quickly, and then leaned forward to touch her lips to mine. "Do you have any more stuff?" "No more tattoos on myself, but I've got some drawings." The sheet left me in one smooth motion as she jumped up and wrapped it around herself, demanding, "Show me now." Up and out of the bed and boxer briefs on, I led her out of the room and to the second bedroom. When I opened the door, she stomped her foot. "I can't believe I hadn't snooped in here yet. What is wrong with me?" Chuckles shook my chest as I watched her spin in a circle, taking in the room. The walls were filled with drawings I'd done, and my notebook sat right in the middle of my sketch desk. She made a beeline for it and started flipping through the pages. I had all sorts of different things in there. Original designs, sayings that stood out to me sketched in varying script, and even faces and places that I'd remembered vividly enough to draw. "Holy shit, Thatcher." I walked up behind her and put my lips to her shoulder. "Have you ever thought about getting a tattoo?" She shook her head slowly as she flipped through the pages one at a time. "No. I've never felt like there was anything I felt strongly enough about to commit to my skin for life." I nodded there, right in the crook of her neck, until the tickle of my facial hair made her shiver. She paused on one page, and I read it over her shoulder. One of my absolute favorite sketches filled my chest with new meaning. She was crazy, wild, chaos and beauty. My heart, mine. Vulnerable and soft, she whispered right out into the emptiness of the room. "I want to be yours." My eyes closed, and love overwhelmed me. You fucking are. Forever.
Chapter 33. Cassie. The huge motor whined as we sped up through a hole in traffic. People barely moved out of the way, but despite our slow progress towards someone's life or death situation, I couldn't find it in myself to get angry. It was 3:00 in the afternoon. I was sitting shotgun in a fire truck, and I was in all my motherfucking glory. "Thatch!" I shouted into my phone over the blaring sirens in the background. "Cass, where are you?" "I'm in a fire truck cruising down 5th Avenue. "What?" he yelled. "I'm having trouble hearing you. It sounded like you said you're in a fire truck." "You heard me right." The sirens increased in 3 loud bursts as the fire engine maneuvered through an intersection. "I'm saving lives and putting out fires for the day." I couldn't hear his response because the truckload of firemen started to argue around me. God damn it, move out of the way. Take a left, Ronnie, it's faster. Fuck off, Vin. A minute later, the sirens died down, and we pulled up in front of an apartment building. The guys jumped out and headed inside while I stayed back in the truck. I was finding that not all emergencies were actual emergencies. Sometimes what one person might call a kitchen fire, another would call bullshit. Just turn off your stove, moron. Are you still there, T? I asked into the receiver. Yeah, honey, he responded. I thought you had a shoot today. I shot a charity calendar for FD&Y, and we finished a little earlier than expected, I explained. I convinced the guys to let me go on a few runs with them. Do you have any idea how cool it is riding around in the fire truck all day? I hopped out of the truck and started to pace on the sidewalk. The adrenaline rushes from the last 5 runs had my body bursting with excited, nervous energy. I think I want to change my career. He chuckled. Sounds like you're enjoying yourself. I am, I agreed, and watched pedestrians mill about the building, looking for a show. I wanted to tell them to mind their own fucking business, but the last time I had done that, the lieutenant told me to zip it, or else I'd get the boot. Obviously, since boots so weren't a summer shoe, I kept my loud mouth shut. Are you busy tonight? I asked Thatch, staring into the building and hoping I'd see a lick of flames burst through the window. It would probably ruin people's lives, but it would really make mine. Yeah, I'm an asshole today. Just rugby practice and then I'm free. I grinned. Want to meet me for a drink after? Sure. Name the time and place and I'll be there. Perfect. I'll ask the guys where we're going and I'll text you. And by guys, you mean the firemen, right? Yep. I waited for a jealous or unsure reaction most men would have given in that kind of scenario, but it didn't come. Thatch merely took it all in stride, not the least bit concerned that I was palling around with a bunch of muscly firemen. Sounds good, honey, he answered. I'll see you tonight. Okay, see you then. Cass, he asked before we ended the call. Yeah, baby? Be careful, okay? His voice was soft around the edges. God damn it, this thoughtful dickhead. If he were standing in front of me, I might have kneed him in the balls. But instead, I answered, Don't worry. The only time they let me out of the truck is if I'm sneaking out of it when they're running into a building. Otherwise, the protective bastards are all about proper protocols and fire safety. They're kind of a pain in my ass, to be honest. Good, he chuckled. I like these guys already. A few beers deep, I strongly encouraged Ronnie to sing karaoke with me on stage. No way, Cass, he said through a laugh. I don't care how gorgeous you are. I'm not getting up there. I fluttered my eyelashes like a lady and then spewed words that conveyed the exact opposite. Oh, come on. Don't be such a ball sack. I think you mean don't be such a pussy in this scenario, Ronnie retorted. Hell no, I scoffed. Pussies trump balls every time. Those bitches can take a serious pounding. Balls are the sensitive little fuckers. Shit, they'd probably cry during Titanic. Vin chuckled. Yeah, Ronnie, stop being such a ball sack. Ronnie flipped him off in response, but he stayed resolute in his decision. How about a game of quarters instead? Brian offered. And when it came to drinking games, that was one I simply could not and would not refuse. For the next hour, I spanked the boys at quarters while the waitress kept up a steady stream of fresh beers and rounds of shots. It was a little after 9 when Thatch strode through the bar doors, freshly showered and looking sexy as hell. God help me. He made jeans and a t-shirt look better than anyone I knew. His eyes met mine, and a slow smirk crusted the corners of his lips as he headed in my direction. Hey, crazy, he greeted as he leaned down to kiss my cheek. Hi, I grinned up at him before turning back toward the table. Guys, this is my fiancé Thatch. I introduced him to the 6 guys seated around the table. Baby, this is Vin, Ronnie, Brian, Bruce, Eddie and Matt. Thatch shook each guy's hand and sat down beside me. When I hopped out of my chair and made myself comfortable in his lap, his eyebrows shot up with amusement. "I missed you today," I whispered into his ear. "I'm glad you came out." He kissed the corner of my mouth. "I'm glad you had a good time today." "I think tonight is going to be even better." I waggled my brows. Thatch smirked. "Is that right?" I nodded slowly. "Oh yeah, that's right." His gaze made a slow circuit down my body, taking inventory of all his favorite places. But his eyes really lit when they landed on the flesh of my cheeks. It must have been obvious that I was just buzzed enough to break out all of my dirtiest moves. His eyes dove back to my chest as soon as the thought scrolled across my open eyes. I knew I was showing every single freaky intention. "Anyone need a beer?" Ronnie asked, pulling Thatch's attention from my tits to across the table. "You buying the next round, Ronnie?" Vin questioned. "No, he's not," Thatch interjected. Memo received. He lifted me out of his lap and placed my ass back in my seat, but not before giving the cheek of it a healthy, meaningful squeeze. His hands would be spending time there later. "I've got the drinks for the night, guys." He stood and motioned for the waitress, handing off his credit card with instructions to put all of the drinks for the table on his tab. "Hell yeah, thanks, man." Brian held up his bottle as Thatch sat back down beside me. "You know," Ben chimed in, "he kind of owes us for driving his girl around all day." Thatch chuckled, but he knew better than to say anything. He had visions of my pussy in his eyes, and there wasn't any form of male camaraderie that'd make sacrificing worth it. My face scrunched up in annoyance, and my even looser than normal lips flew. "Hey now, dickhead. Pretty sure I'm the one in control of your calendar photos, and I haven't edited them yet. Things can end up looking a lot smaller, microscopic even." Ronnie laughed. "Yeah, but Vin has a point, Cass." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you're a handful," Bruce added. "I guarantee the city will be sending us a complaint from the old woman you told to move the fuck along and mind her own business." "She was just standing there in the middle of the sidewalk," I argued. "She was in your way." "She wasn't standing there, sweetheart," Ronnie corrected. "She was just moving very slowly." Vin laughed. "Yeah, she had a walker. Give the woman a break." "Whatever," I scoffed. "That's the last time I try to help you guys out." They all agreed enthusiastically to my permanent hiatus, and Thatch laughed. "That will definitely be the last time you'll ever be allowed on a fire truck," Brian agreed with a smirk. "I don't know why you're acting all high and mighty," I retorted. "You're the one who asked me to slide down your pole about 15 minutes after I met you." Brian choked on his beer, and both of his hands went up in the air like he was being held at gunpoint. "In my defense," he responded, meeting Thatch's curious yet markedly less easygoing stare, "that was before I knew she was engaged, and that said fiancé had arms bigger than my head." The guys chuckled around us. "And she kneed me in the dick the second the words came out of my mouth," Brian added. "I'm honestly not sure if I should be more scared of you or of her." "Probably her," Thatch smirked and wrapped his arm around my shoulder, tucking me into his side. For the next 2 hours, we hung out with the FDNY crew, laughing, drinking, and just shooting the shit. By the end of the night, the guys were asking Thatch to join their basketball league and meet them every Friday night for darts at Maloney's. Fucking charmer. It didn't matter if it was men or women, I swear. He held some kind of conversational gene that automatically made people want to either fuck him, be friends with him, or both. After I finished off my 5th beer of the night, I hopped back into Thatch's lap with my cell phone in my hand. Guess what? What? Big Dick is hip to our game. I held my phone up so Thatch could see my most recent text conversation with Klein. Me. Earn 53 fuel points at Shell by texting, "I have gas" to this number. Klein. Unsubscribe. Me. Error. Could not process your message. Please text 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 so that our IT department can assist you with your request. Klein. Oh, hey, Cassie. Klein. And Thatch. Klein. Game over, assholes. Me. But what if the next subscription is for porn, Big Dick? Klein. Stop texting me, Cassie, and tell Thatch to stop searching for disfigured dicks on the internet. Thatch laughed, and I nuzzled my face into his neck, letting the rumble run all the way through me. Tired? He asked. He ran his fingers up and down my back in soft, smooth movements. No, I shook my head. Just horny. He chuckled. What am I going to do with you, crazy? I leaned back and met his amused gaze. Take me home and fuck me? Thatch tapped the table with his hand and stood while still holding me in his arms. We're calling it a night. His strong arms maneuvered my body around so that he was giving me a piggyback ride. The guys groaned their disapproval. Oh, get over yourselves, I teased. He's taking me home so I can ride his pole. Thatch laughed and walked around the table to shake each of their hands. I'll keep my tab open for you guys. Feel free to close the place down. They hooted and hollered and made all the sounds of a good time, but I'd never wanted to hang around less. We said our goodbyes, and Thatch carried me out of the bar with his hand gripping my thighs and long legs eating up the pavement in relaxed strides. Next stop, Thatch's Supercock, I shouted into the night air. And no sleeping until we both come, honey.
Chapter 34. Thatch. Thoughts of the night before consumed my sleep. I dreamed about Cassie riding my cock, and the feel of her tongue in my mouth, and the tug of her teeth on my nipple ring. I'd never considered piercing my cock, but the things she did with the one in my nipple made me come scarily close to actually considering it. My lips tipped up at the phantom feel of her mouth on me. God, I loved dreams like this. I could lay here and sleep forever if Dream Cassie kept this up. Her tongue circled the tip as she took me all the way inside her mouth, and I groaned. That's it, baby. She started to giggle, and I wasn't sure where it was coming from, but I liked it. It made me harder, if anything. Oh, yeah. I'm close. She tightened her lips and increased the suction. Oh, fuck yes. Her hand moved up and down on the part she couldn't fit in her mouth, letting all the lubrication from her mouth drip down to ease the motion. Faster. Oh, man, she was so good at following orders in my dreams. Fuck yeah, touch my balls. Her mouth left my cock, and I felt like crying. Okay, baby. My eyes shot open. Cassie's knees grazed the inside of my legs, and her heels met my ass. Oh, fuck! I cried in excitement at the sight of a very real Cassie kneeling between my legs and running her hand up my thigh until it met my balls. Apparently, I hadn't been dreaming at all. Her mouth closed around me again, her eyes peeking up to meet mine, and I came right then. Something about the mix of the surprise, her mouth, and the weight of her unabashed eyes on mine made it impossible to hold back. No doubt I sprayed the back of her throat with the strength of my orgasm, but she just swallowed, making her neck bob explicitly. Phil snorted at the foot of the bed. Cassie wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and climbed down to the end to get him, all while I lay there, trying to come back into my right mind. Good God, I was lost in her. in the way she surprised me constantly and never held back. She wasn't embarrassed to be bold, and it made me want to foster it, to constantly create an environment where she never felt the need to be anything but herself. As soon as Phil was up on the bed, he scrambled forward, and I threw the top sheet over my slowly softening dick. "I'm glad you didn't see that, buddy." Cassie smirked, and I rubbed at Phil's head, still a whole lot in shock. "What's going on?" "I just dominated that blowjob." "You did, honey," I agreed on a grin. "But what did I do to earn it?" "Nothing yet. It's what you're going to do." I shook my head and smiled. "And what would that be?" "We're going camping." The smile fell from my face just a tiny amount. I caught it before it went too far, but she noticed. "Oh, come on. I went skydiving with you." "I had to drag you into the plane," I pointed out, as I worked to close all of the thoughts of my past back in their pretty little box. Trust. Cassie didn't know the details of Margot's death, but right now she didn't need to. It would only make her feel bad about something she had absolutely no reason to blame herself for. The last thing I wanted was to hold her accountable for Margot's actions. I couldn't think of anything that would piss me off more if the roles were reversed. I forced my mind back to her, that moment, and the words coming out of her mouth. "Yeah, that was pretty fucked up now that I think about it." "You ended up enjoying yourself," I pointed out, picking up her hand and twisting her engagement ring with my fingers. She looked down at the gesture and smiled. "Exactly. And you're going to have fun now. Everyone is coming. Klein, Georgia, Wes, Will, even Frankie and Claire." I took a deep breath and smiled for her. Her own happiness intensified. Phil snorted. "Oh, and Phil. Sorry, Fillmore. I didn't forget you, I swear," she amended. "So when do we leave?" "Right now. You have time for a shower." "Do I have time for a shower with you?" "No." I ran my tongue along my top lip and then bit into the bottom. "Okay," she caved. "There's definitely time for the special shower." The sun was at full strength, and the humidity was set to fucking mist when we pulled into the campsite that afternoon. It was a perfect recipe for severe storms, and by the way Klein jumped out of the car with Georgie like there was a fire under his ass, I wasn't the only one who'd noticed. I glanced back to Frankie in the back seat, and his green eyes said he knew what I was thinking. "We better bust a nut, dude." "Yep. I'm guessing we've got an hour tops before it pours." "What are you guys, meteorologists?" Cassie scoffed, while Phil snorted his way around the floorboard at her feet. "It's a fucking sauna outside," I explained. "It's not like I had to calculate the atmospheric pressure and wind shear." "What?" Claire asked. "Don't ask, baby," Frankie advised. "What?" I laughed. "You don't like my above-average interest in weather, Franklin?" "Oh my God!" Cassie cried. "You're a weather geek." I narrowed my eyes. "I'm engaged to a fucking nerd." Claire laughed, and Frankie gave me a pat on the shoulder. "It had to come out sometime, buddy." "Fuck you guys." "Aw, don't be sad, Thatcher. Come on, turn me on. What's the force calculation for my pussy?" The answer poured out without planning. Your pussy is usually stationary, and since force is mass times acceleration, it's really my cock that possesses the force in our equation. "Oh my God," she squealed. "It's like I don't even know you." A tiny twinge of something panicked at the thought that maybe she didn't know me. What if she found out something that made her decide to move on? I didn't know if I could take it. Unhappy with that line of thinking, I shut it down completely before it could get carried away. I had enough baggage working against me on this trip. I didn't need anything extra weighing me down. "Come on, Frankie," I grumbled. "Help me set this shit up." The sound of Cassie's laughter finally died down as I stepped outside and shut the door. That could have been the soundproofing of my Range Rover, though. "Why does Cassie look like she swallowed a clown?" Georgia asked from across the site. Klein had her holding one corner of their tent while he staked the one opposite. Tall trees shot up around the entire perimeter, and pine needles made a bed on the ground in between. It was big enough to hold 6 or 7 tents, thankfully. Of course, Wes was late like always, so if we somehow managed to run out of room, the joke would be on him. Frankie was all too eager to share the cause of Cassie's near-on fit of hilarity. "Thatch just showed her his science boner." "It was bound to happen sometime," Klein shouted. "I think it's some kind of mathematical certainty. After he showed her his other boner so many times, he was contractually obligated to show her this one." "There," I pointed, as though there was some high court in the woods that would come down with an explanation or ruling. "Jesus! Why doesn't anyone make fun of Klein for being smart?" Klein smirked and gave me an innocent shrug, while Georgia leaned down to whisper something in his ear with a blush. Fucking hell. "Come on, Thatcher," Cassie called, having finally exited the car with a squirming Phil in her arms. "Come set up our tent so you can show me your thunder down under." Crazy. Mine.
Chapter 35. Cassie. "Let's take a hike." Georgia stood in front of my lawn chair and held out her outstretched hand. "Come on, lazy bones. Let's get some fresh mountain air." Phil tugged at the leg of my chair in an attempt to go to her. Fucking Georgia, the animal whisperer. Thatch had been right about the rain yesterday, and truth be told, I'd be impressed as hell by his plethora of random knowledge. I mean, the guy hadn't gone to school for that shit, but still he had a real understanding of it. After I buttered him up with some bedtime boning, he'd finally told me that late in college he'd been restless and searching for things to drown out the white noise. When he wasn't getting Klein and Wes into all the trouble he could think up, he was studying all kinds of things until his mind started to wander again. The result was one really fucking smart fiancé. My face scrunched up in annoyance. "Ugh, Horgy," I muttered, and wished I was anywhere but in the hot heat of the mid-afternoon sun in the middle of the goddamn wilderness. "It's hot, I'm annoyed, and you're too fucking perky." Camping was one of those things that was a good idea in theory, but when you actually experienced it, the bugs, the heat, sleeping on the hard ground of a tent, you realized it sucked donkey dick. She laughed. "Shut up and come with me." "Why can't Big Dick go hiking with you?" "Because he just walked down to the water with the guys and Claire to fish." I slipped my sunglasses over my eyes and leaned my head back, hoping she'd eventually go away if I fell asleep. "That's not going to work," she declared, and I heard her footsteps crunch against the gravel as she moved behind me. "Get your ass up," she exclaimed, as she gripped the top of my chair and pushed forward. Phil took off as soon as the end of his leash cleared the bottom of the leg. I fell out of my seat and my ass hit the ground a few seconds later. "What the hell?" I shouted, and looked up to find my asshole of a best friend grinning down at me with a hand on her hip. "My pig is on the loose now." "Might as well give in now. You have to go catch Phil anyway." She held her hand out again, and I eventually took it and got to my feet. "For the record, you're my least favorite person on this camping trip." "That's okay, Casshead." She wrapped her arm around my shoulders and all but pushed me toward the trails. I'll win your love back before the hike is through. I snorted. Don't hold your breath. For maybe the 4th time in my life, I broke into a jog before Phil could wander off to some deserted section of the woods where inbreds lived. Which trail do you want to take? She asked, when Phil and I came back a few minutes later. I had 2 options, go up or go down. And for some insane reason, my belly didn't drop to my feet at the thought of facing a few heights. I had a feeling this had everything to do with Thatcher and his need to desensitize me to things. I pointed toward the one that led up rather than down. Let's see what kind of views we can catch above the water. She grinned. Don't take that as me getting excited about this. Oh, I won't, she said, but continued with her perfect fucking grin. As we made our way up the trail, I couldn't help but get lost in the lush views of trees and nature as far as the eye could see. It was a different world from the hustle and bustle of the city, and if I was being a little honest, I was enjoying the change of pace. Besides the mosquitoes buzzing and the dirt kicking up into my face, and the overall sweaty quality my skin tended to take up in this heat-infested shit forest, it was really kind of nice. We passed through a clearing and I stopped, staring in the direction of the edge of a cliff that jackknifed straight toward the lake. Slowly, I inched forward until I could peek over and catch sight of the sun glistening off the water. My head spun a bit from the abrupt drop, but I had the overwhelming urge to strip naked and jump in. Holy shit, this is gorgeous, Georgia said, taking in the view. Are you okay, Cassie? I know heights aren't really your thing. I'm good, actually. My feet inched a little closer to the edge. I feel like that water is calling my name right now. It's so hot out here, I swear I'm going to end up choking on air. She held her hands over her eyes to block out the bright rays. Hey, isn't that the guys in Claire? I glanced toward the left and saw our group kicked back on the rocky edge, fishing poles in hand. They were definitely within yelling distance. Yo, Thatch! I shouted, and he glanced up in our direction. Take off your pants! Show me your tits, he called back, and I could see his wide grin. Georgia laughed, and I had the overwhelming urge to do something a little reckless as I continued to stare down at the water. Fuck it. You only live once, I thought as I towed out of my shoes and took off my t-shirt and jean shorts, leaving me in only my bra and panties, and handed Phil's leash to Georgia. Whoa, what are you doing, Cassie? She questioned in confusion. I'm going to jump in, I told her. Thatch's booming voice caught my attention. Cass, what are you doing? Put your clothes back on. I'm going in, I pointed toward the water. Cassie. He abruptly stood up from his spot on the rocks and waved his arms in the air frantically. Don't jump, honey. It's not safe. It's fine, Thatcher, I responded as I moved even closer to the edge. My bare feet scraped against the dirt until they hit the final rocks that led to a possible death, or a good time laced with an adrenaline rush. Cassie! His voice grew louder as he tried like hell to get my attention again. I don't think this is a good idea, Georgia said from behind me. My heart felt like a sports car speeding from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds flat. It had revved up to an overwhelming speed, and I slowed my quick breaths in an attempt to calm it down. Man, that's really fucking high. Hell, I must be high to even be considering this. I probably was high. High on life. High on Thatch. High on every insane yet amazing thing that had happened in the past few months. Even though my stomach had taken up residency in my feet, I didn't want to walk away from this silent challenge I had given myself. I hated when something could control me, prevent me from doing something I'd probably end up loving. Yeah, go fuck yourself, Heights. I convinced myself I wasn't a total ballsack. I could handle this. I could do this. Thatch had talked me through the last few accomplishments, but this one would be all my own. It's not that far down, I pointed out. People cliff jump out here all the time. Thatch looks really upset. I glanced back down at him and saw he was booking it up the small trail that led to their fishing spot. His eyes stayed locked in my direction the entire time. Shit, I muttered. He's a man on a mission. Yeah, I'd say he doesn't want you to cliff jump, she announced, her gaze moving with Thatch as he got closer. Don't jump. His voice was only several yards away now as he jogged toward us. It's not safe. I'll be fine, Thatcher, I called over my shoulder and focused on my jump. Please, Cass. He was right behind me now. Trust me, honey. Don't do this. I glanced at him over my shoulder and then back down at our group, who were no longer fishing. They were on their feet and staring up at us. T, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. To me, it's a big fucking deal. Don't do it, honey, he demanded with an angry yet desperate tone to his voice. I didn't like that. Thatch thinking he had that much control over me that he could just toss out demands and tell me what I could or couldn't do? It didn't sit well with me. Not one fucking bit. And now that we were engaged, I felt like this one simple decision could set the precedent for life. Come on, Cass. Let's just go back to the campsite. Georgia tried to intervene, but I ignored her. Don't do it, he pleaded, his brown eyes melting in the afternoon heat. I'm begging you not to do it. I probably should have noticed the edge of frantic desperation in his voice, but I was still too focused on his words, his demanding fucking words. An engagement did not give someone the right to control me. I controlled me, and right now, I controlled this. When I didn't back away from the edge, Thatch stalked toward me. Cassie. I only had about 10 seconds to make a decision, or else the size and determination of my caveman would make it for me. Jump, or let Thatch control me.
Chapter 36. Thatch. Her smirk disappeared in an instant as she turned and jumped in one smooth motion. I couldn't tell you if I screamed, or if the way I followed her was by choice, or a string of involuntary events meant to catch her. 1 minute, I was staring into the eyes of the woman I was sure wouldn't put me in this position, and the next, I was in the water. Everything about Margot's death came back with vivid intensity. The argument we'd had, the stubborn lilt of her voice as she told me I couldn't tell her what to do, all of it. I was there again, in a place I'd left behind many years ago, a place I never revisited because I didn't need to. All I needed was the tattooed reminder right under my heart. All I needed was trust. A woman who put her faith in me and gave me the peace of mind to do the same for her. And now all of it was gone. The acceptance and contentment and the visions of my future. My lungs fought for air as I grabbed Cassie and brought her struggling form to the surface. She spat out a mouthful of water, but otherwise, she was fine. She splashed and moved with ease while I fought to breathe. Her lips even started to turn up into a smile until she got a look at my face. Thatch? I took her jaws in my palms and clenched, even though I knew the strength of my grip was too hard. It had to have hurt a little, but I couldn't bring myself to stop. I looked right into her eyes and willed myself not to cry. I'd never had a harder time. But she was there, and healthy. Her hair wasn't matted with blood, and life still beat in her eyes. I couldn't hear much outside the thoughts in my own head, but I did hear Claire's voice, even at a whisper. Frankie. The way she said his name was broken, troubled, terrified and exactly how I felt. They were reliving every second of it with me, strapped to a freight train into the past with no way to break the restraints. I squeezed my eyes shut as tight as they would go and put my head to Cassie's chest to listen to her heartbeat. The rhythm was dangerously erratic, but somehow mine still managed to follow. "Thatch," Cassie whispered, and the sound of her voice cut through me like the sharpest of knives. She was troubled by my reaction, but I couldn't stop one thing from repeating on a never-ending course in my mind. Too little, too late. I asked you not to do it. I fucking begged you, I told her raggedly, my voice a literal manifestation of my bloody heart on my sleeve. I know, she conceded. I willed her to stop there, but she couldn't stand to let me have the last word. She couldn't stand to admit to being wrong, and that was the crux of the issue. But I make my own decisions. I don't answer to you. I've never asked you to. There's a difference between asking you to change the way you are and asking you to see me. Her eyes were stubborn, and I felt like I'd never be able to look at them the same after this moment. They weren't just passionate, they were downright violent, and it was all directed at me. All I see right now is an asshole. The cords of my throat strained with the force of my roar. Are you kidding me? I fucking loved you! Am I kidding? She screamed, her limbs shaking with the effort it took to keep herself from hitting me. I could see it in her eyes. I swallowed against the burn in my throat and held my ground. Not once have you said those words to me. Not once, and you choose now. As some part of a demonizing power trip where it's your way or nothing, and it's in the past tense? Fuck you, Thatcher. Fuck you hard. You knew how I felt, I pushed, and she reciprocated physically, giving me a shove to the chest. I charged back and got right in her face. Her chest rose and fell rapidly with the fight to keep taking in air. I fucking asked you to spend your life with me. As a fucking joke, she screamed. A way to win at this stupid game we've been playing. A way to one-up your biggest challenge. That wasn't it, and you know it. It wasn't a joke, not any fucking bit of it. You had to have felt it. I didn't feel a goddamn thing, she denied, and I felt my heart freeze over. Well, congratulations, Cassie. Looks like you finally fucking win, because I'm out.
Chapter 37. Cassie. I watched Georgia run after Thatch as he stalked away from me and toward our campsite, and I wanted to reach out and grab those awful words that had come out of my mouth and shove them back down my throat. Why had I said that? Why had he said that? What in the hell just happened? I was equal parts baffled and angry, pissed at me, pissed at him, and ultimately confused by his reaction. I felt like he was overreacting about this. He was making this into something I never meant for it to be. Yeah, but your bullshit words didn't help anything. I couldn't deny I'd been an asshole. A total fucking asshole. Not one goddamn bit of this, of us, is a joke. My hands trembled and my knees shook as I ran barefoot after him. The skin of my feet protested in discomfort as gravel and twigs dug into the sensitive skin. But I would gladly take the pain if it meant getting to him. I needed to get to him. I needed him to know that I was a liar. I was in love with him. I did need him. I knew this, what had grown between us, wasn't a joke. I knew what we had was real. It might have started out on a prank, but it had grown into everything I had ever wanted, even if I never really let myself imagine those things. Thatch, wait! But he didn't stop. He didn't listen. He was already inside of our tent and throwing his belongings into his duffel. I crawled into the tent and wrapped my arms around his waist. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean any of that," I whispered into his t-shirt. "I love you." I finally found the strength to say those 3 words. 3 words I had never said to anyone besides my family. 3 words that should have let him know I was all in. I wanted him. I wanted us. But my words didn't have any effect on him. He shrugged me off and zipped up his bag before maneuvering around me and getting out of the tent. I stayed frozen in my kneeling position for a good 10 seconds, shocked, hurt, angry. Why wasn't he listening to me? I climbed out of the tent and found him throwing his bag in the trunk. Frankie and Claire had already packed up their things and were climbing inside of his car. "Aren't you listening to me?" I shouted. "I just fucking told you I loved you. Why aren't you listening to me? Why are you freaking out? I don't understand what's happening right now." He walked around the front of the vehicle and toward the driver's side door. I ran toward him at a dead sprint and crashed my body into his before he could open the door. "Thatch!" I cried, and his eyes refused to meet mine. He just lay limp against the door, staring over my head and out into the distance. I wrapped my arms around his body again, hugging his huge frame as tightly as I could manage. "Please don't leave like this," I begged. "Just talk to me. Don't leave angry." His brown eyes finally stared down into mine. They were so cold, so distant, and it was then I realized how much I had hurt him. "Don't go," I begged again. "Enough, Cassie." His large hands wrapped around mine as he disentangled me from his body and moved me back with a gentle shove. "I've had enough." "Enough?" "Yes," he snapped. "I've had enough. I can't do this right now. I need you to give me some space to process what just happened. I need time to cool down." "So that's it?" My voice rose with my anger. "You're just going to walk away?" I stabbed a harsh finger into his chest. He didn't budge, didn't react, didn't do anything but stand there and stare down at me. His reaction made me feel crazy. This was worse than his angry words. He wasn't giving me a single fucking emotion besides indifference. "Stop acting like that. Stop acting like you don't care." I slapped at his chest, hard and erratic. I was desperate for him to show me something, anything. "You're done with me, Thatch? I do one thing that pisses you off and all of a sudden you need space away from me?" I screamed. "Why don't I get a say in any of this?" "You did get a say," he corrected, his deep voice cracking in the middle. "And I heard you loud and clear when you jumped off that cliff." He opened the driver's side door, and I tried like hell to push it back closed, but he was too strong, swinging it open with ease. I tried to climb inside with him, but he must have signaled for Klein because I was wrapped up in strong arms and pulled away from the vehicle. "Put me down!" I yelled as Thatch shut the driver's door and started the engine. "Calm down, sweetheart," Klein whispered in my ear. "It's going to be okay." "No, it's not going to be okay. He's leaving," I cried, and Georgie's sad eyes blocked the view of Thatch driving away. A few tears dripped from her lids as she wrapped me up in her arms and held me tight. "I've got you. I've got you." I was sitting inside my shitty apartment inside my least favorite neighborhood in New York. The only thing Chelsea and I had in common was that we both needed a goddamn shower. It had been 3 days since the camping trip. 3 days since Thatch lost his shit because I had decided to recreationally cliff jump. Off a cliff I knew other people had been jumping off for years. He had made no attempts to reach out to me. I made 3 attempts to reach out to him. The responses I got revolved around the fact that Thatch wasn't ready to talk to me. He was being a dick, and I was fine. No, you're not. I was fine. 3 soft knocks on my apartment door woke me from my heart-fucked stupor. I shuffled across the redone hardwood floors in my classy bitch socks and flung it open without checking to see who it was. I lumbered back to my home base, the couch, and plopped my ass back down into the cushions. With the TV remote in hand, I searched through all of the DVR'd episodes that had accumulated since I'd been living at Thatch's apartment. "So, you look great," Georgia said, as she meandered through my apartment, occasionally picking up random takeout containers and tossing them into the trash. "How are you?" "I'm fine." "That's great." She glanced around the apartment. "The new floors look nice. Well, at least what I can see beneath the trash." "Thanks." I pushed play on the latest episode of Vanderpump Rules. Georgia walked over toward the television and turned it off. "Hey, I was watching that." I flipped the television back on. She turned it off. I glared and turned it on again. She turned it off again. "Okay, I think it's time for you to leave." "I'm not leaving." "Well, then I'll leave." I got to my feet and trudged into my bedroom. She followed. "It's nap time, G," I said as I tossed a pizza box onto the floor and crawled into my bed. "I'll call you later." She got into the bed with me. "Go cuddle with Big Dick. I don't feel like cuddling," I whined and pulled the comforter over my head. She yanked it off of me and my annoyed eyes met hers. She looked concerned. That sympathetic expression pissed me off. "Stop it. I don't need you over here worrying about me. I'm fine." She shook her head. "No, you're not." "Yes, I am." "Honey, your apartment looks like New York relocated the garbage dump, and you're wearing your underwear outside of your yoga pants." I peeked under the covers to find out that she was right. Big deal. So my underwear was outside of my pants. I'd seen numerous homeless people sport that look every fucking day in the city. "It's okay not to be fine, you know. I wouldn't be fine if I were in your shoes." "I'm not wearing any shoes." "Yeah," she said through a soft laugh. "But you're wearing your classy bitch socks, and I've only seen you bust those out on 2 occasions. She held up one finger. "When they canceled Friday Night Lights," she held up another finger. "And when you found out that Prada purse you bought in Soho was a knockoff." I had the overwhelming urge to burst into tears. I covered my face with my hands. "I don't like feeling like this. I never feel like this about anything or anyone." "Yeah, but Thatch isn't just anyone." "You got that right. He's the biggest fucking asshole I've ever met. I wish I'd never fallen into the giant ogre's trap." "You don't mean that." "No," I whispered. "But I wish I meant it." Georgia sat up and rested her back against the headboard as she rearranged me so my head was resting in her lap. Her fingers ran through my hair, occasionally getting caught in the numerous knots that had taken up what I considered permanent residence. My hairbrush could suck a fucking goat scrotum. For a few quiet moments, I let her calming energy soothe the myriad emotions I was trying so hard to avoid. "Why did that happen, Georgie?" I asked on a whisper. "I didn't mean for things to go down like that. I wouldn't have jumped off the cliff had I known he would freak out like that." She glanced down at me. "Are you sure about that? Because from where I was standing, he was begging you not to do it. He looked desperate, sweetheart. Distraught, even." Honestly, I wasn't sure. And I didn't like that my gut feeling told me I was an asshole for being so fucking stubborn. But why would cliff jumping freak Thatcher Kelly out? I changed the direction of the conversation. "The man took me skydiving, for fuck's sake." She shrugged. "I'm not sure." "Are you sure you're not sure? Because I have a feeling Klein knows something, and if he knows, then you probably know." "Klein wouldn't give me the details, which is saying a lot considering he never keeps anything from me. But I think it had something to do with Margot." That had my mind racing for answers I was almost a little too scared to find out. "Come on, Cass." Georgia nudged me up to a sitting position. "Let's get you out of this apartment and grab some lunch. I think a little fresh air will do you some good." She walked toward my bedroom door and glanced back with a smirk. "And we're not leaving here until you shower. You literally smell like balls." I smiled for the first time in what felt like ages. Like that bothers you. Everyone knows you love smelling like Klein's sack. She flipped me off and strode down the hallway. Get your stanky ass moving. I'm hungry. Slowly but surely, I got out of my bed and hopped into the shower. I told myself it had nothing to do with Georgia being right about me not being okay, and me being desperate to stop the I miss him loop of crazy that kept circling inside my brain, and everything to do with the fact I hadn't eaten since the night before. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I was fine. I was hungry, but I was motherfucking fine. Fucking liar.
Chapter 38. Thatch. You didn't have to do this tonight, I said loudly, while I leaned toward Klein's ear to be heard over the noise of Z-Bar. Didn't have to do what? He asked back innocently. I nodded and laughed. Give me a break. You know what. There wasn't a question in my mind he'd rather be at home with his wife than in the middle of some crowded bar with me. But Klein Brooks was a world-class individual, and I was seriously lucky to call him my friend. But thanks. He raised his glass in salute before taking a drink, and I desperately tried to make his effort worth it. I wanted to pretend I was okay, like I wasn't missing Cassie, like I knew how to go on. But the truth was, I didn't. She'd become ingrained in every aspect of my life, and I liked her there. I battled myself, and not for the first time since it had all gone down. Had I really given her a fair shot? Was I making the whole thing a bigger deal than it was? Half of me, the part that missed her, and yeah, it was probably the bottom half, thought definitely. I was letting my whole traumatic history with Margot color my opinion. But the other half had a laser-like memory when it came to her face in the moments before she jumped. It wasn't a decision in good fun because she couldn't see how important it was to me. It was a distinct choice. A choice to hold herself away from me and everything we'd built. A choice where she'd always put herself before me. Everyone always speaks of selflessness in a relationship, but I expected and respected a little selfishness. I never wanted her to be the person I made her. I just wanted her to trust me enough to know the difference between respecting me and giving herself up. But the road she was on was dirty, and she hadn't yet uncovered the center line. "Where'd you go just now?" Klein asked. The back of my neck felt tight under my palm. He grabbed my shoulder and gave it a squeeze, and I knew no one knew what I was feeling better than he did. Still, I had to wonder if he would have ever chosen a life separate from Georgie, if their circumstances had been the same. Not a chance in hell, heaven, or Manhattan. I looked up to see Wes walk in, and I knew they'd called in the cavalry. I shook my head, and Klein looked over his shoulder to find the source of my amusement. "Jesus. Whitney, too?" I asked. "You guys went all out." Wes came to us on an easy weave through the crowd, and Klein turned to shake his hand when he arrived. "Thanks for coming," I said. He grabbed my shoulder and squeezed. I smiled. I knew it wasn't my normal, but I tried. Fuck," he breathed before pulling me into a hug. Not a bro hug either, but a full-on comforting squeeze, with one arm tight around my back and the other hand on the back of my neck. My throat felt tight, and I had to force a swallow down past the imaginary lump. "Love you, man," he whispered in my ear. It was so opposite of everything I normally had with Wes, and all the things I knew were always there. Fast jokes and ribbing, our relationship could look petty from the outside looking in, but that was just the way we lived our day-to-day fun. This right here was all I needed to know to have that freedom. The three of us would be there for each other forever. Granted, none of us was immortal, so there'd be a limit on the timeline of some kind, but with modern medicine, I was hoping it'd be somewhere in the 120-year range. "Love you too, Whitney," I murmured back. He gave me one last squeeze and then shoved me out of the way. "Great. Now get out of my way," he said with a teasing smile. "Your fucking huge body is blocking the bar." My face accepted the notion of a genuine smile then, and I stepped aside so he could order a rum and coke. "Fucking lush," I teased, as he flagged down the bartender with an arm in the air. "Better a lush than a pussy," he said, with a nod toward my beer. "I don't know," Klein interjected. "Pussies are pretty nice." "Right?" I agreed with a laugh, and Wes smiled at the sound. My eyes felt downright misty at my friend's effort to make me feel better. God damn, this breakup was turning me into a premenstrual woman. And then Wes's face turned from a smile to something else, as he stared at something over my shoulder. I told myself not to turn around, but apparently Cassie wasn't the only one who didn't listen to me. Klein turned too, and I knew the moment he registered Cassie's eyes because his gaze shot to the ground before glancing back at Wes surreptitiously. It didn't upset me to see her. Fuck, it was the opposite of that. I missed her. As I turned to set my empty beer bottle on the bar, both Klein and Wes gave me assessing looks. I nodded my assurance, and then walked the short distance to where Cassie stood waiting for me. "Thatcher?" "Crazy," I whispered, and her eyes closed tight, and her chin dropped toward the ground. I picked it up, with the gentlest of touches from my index finger, and waited for her eyes to meet mine. "What are you doing here, honey?" She shook her head and looked to the side, and I turned her face toward mine once more. "Look me in the eye," I demanded softly. She shrugged, helpless to her own emotion, as a single tear rolled down her face. Her voice was barely audible over the din, but I heard it. "I miss you." Florida Georgia Line's Holy started to play over the speakers of the bar, a low, seductive beat thrumming through my chest with each chord. So I pulled her hand into mine and said the first thing that came to mind. "Dance with me?" She nodded, putting her arms around my shoulders right there, without moving a step, and beginning a sway to the music. Cassie closed her eyes, and her head swished back and forth until I held it steady with a hand on each side of her throat. Fierce and feeling, her eyes jerked open and held mine in their grasp, until I couldn't remember anyone or anything other than her or that moment in time. My lips sought hers of their own accord. Flesh on flesh, all of her breath left her in a rush, and a sob bucked the entirety of her upper body. I pulled her closer, sealed my lips tighter to hers, and pushed my tongue through the seam of her lips. She met me lick for lick, lost in each other, the feel of her tongue on mine sending shock waves through every single muscle in my body. "It's all right, baby," I told her there, directly against her mouth. I rubbed my thumbs at the line of her throat as I kissed her again, and the tips of her long hair tickled the skin of my exposed forearms. "I'm sorry," she apologized through a whisper, and I sighed. Relief took 40 pounds directly off my chest. "I hate the way everything happened between us that day," she went on. "But I don't need anyone, you know? I'm my own woman. I can watch out for myself. I can make my own decisions." I had to work to stop my eyes from narrowing. "I've been telling myself I was fine. God, for a week, every day, all I've fucking done is tell myself I'm fine." I closed my eyes and stepped back, setting her body apart from mine with my hands on her arms. She still didn't get it. Here I was thinking we were over this, that I had completely overreacted, and she still didn't get it. "Thatch?" "It's not good enough, Cass. You have no idea how much I want it to be, but it's not. I deserve better." "What?" she asked, and then, when she thought she realized what I was saying, she started to get angry. "You deserve better?" she asked, her voice rising. "Why the hell does a woman have to need you to be worthy? I guess I'll never fucking understand men." I caught her wrist as she turned away and pulled her back. I wasn't letting it go like this. "It's not that, and you know it. You think about me. You think about the way I am with you, and then tell me you still think you needing me is what this is about. What's it about, then? Margot? I'm not her." "I don't want you to be," I shouted. "Margot is so fucking far out of this equation, it's not even funny. This is about you and me, and you being ready to be in a real relationship." "I was ready." "No, you weren't," I disagreed. "Because someone who respected me and trusted me would know that I'm not out to fucking control you or change you. I don't want a Stepford girlfriend. I don't want to stand in front of you and keep you from things, and I certainly don't want to be pushing you from behind. All I want is someone who trusts me enough to know I never ask for anything other than respect and trust. And when you jumped that day, you robbed me of both. That's what this is about." I stepped past her and shoved my way through the crowd on my way out, anger blinding me to every goddamn thing other than getting outside where I could breathe. The oppressive summer night air hit my face as I shoved through the door, and it did nothing to relieve the choking, clawing feeling in my chest. "God damn it!" I yelled, startling a group of scantily clad women standing next to the building, smoking. I stood there for 5 minutes, trying to get my thoughts together. Truthfully, I guess part of me was hoping Cassie would chase me down. Tell me I was wrong. Tell me she wanted all of the same things I wanted. But just like all the times she'd fallen asleep during sex, my satisfaction never came.
Chapter 39. Cassie. It had been the week from hell. Every night I had slept in my shitty Chelsea apartment and wished I were in a California king in Midtown, enveloped in the arms of the one man I couldn't get out of my head. But I didn't have time to sulk and mope. I had to get my head straight for a big shoot for Cosmopolitan this evening. It was a huge 16-page spread for their November issue, and I should have been excited about it. I should have been damn near brimming with energy over the idea of getting behind the lens, but thoughts of Thatch and me and us and everything that went wrong sat at the precipice of my mind. I was having a hell of a time thinking about anything but him. Fuck. Get it together. This is your career you're screwing with here. Plus, you're driving a fucking sweet-ass convertible right now, which I was. When Cosmo had made the arrangements, I had offered to pick up the cherry red Porsche prior to the shoot. Of course, those arrangements had solely been based on selfish motives, and I had made sure I had the entire afternoon to drive this pretty baby around the city. And God, she drove like a dream. Cruising through the city with a quiet purr and taking turns with ease. It was a rare and refreshing experience to drive after living in a city where people rarely owned cars. There was just something about being behind the wheel, music blaring, roof open, and wind in my hair. My mood started to lift as I weaved in and out of traffic, making stops at random for my Monday errands. After barely missing a parking citation for parking outside of Starbucks illegally, I headed toward Midtown and stopped at the dry cleaner. I was in and out of the quaint family business before the parking meter ran out of its measly 10 minutes. Stuck at a stoplight, I glanced in the rearview mirror and caught sight of Thatch's cleanly pressed suits, lying across the back seat. "Oh, shit," I muttered. Did I really just pick up his dry cleaning? It was like I had completely forgotten about everything that had happened. The breakup, the other night at the bar, him not wanting to be with me anymore. Fuck. Why did I do that? I said to no one in particular. You know why, you idiot. I mentally chastised myself and refused to let my thoughts wander back to that sad place where I'd come to terms with the fact that Thatch wasn't mine, that we weren't together, that things were over between us. Fuck, I shouted, and turned up the volume to drown out my racing thoughts. And I forced my brain to focus on my shoot as I headed for location. That's perfect, Eduardo. Just tilt your head slightly up and to the right, I instructed as he leaned against the Porsche with the New York skyline resting behind him. I snapped a few photos from a side angle before changing positions and lying down on my belly to grab some shots looking up at him. I never get to see you anymore, Cassie, he said, and hitched his hip against the car. I don't like it. He flashed a playful smile in my camera's direction. Eduardo was a male model I had known for years. He was about as attractive as one would imagine a male model would be, and I had noticed that very fact on more than one occasion. Believe me, we had experienced our fair share of afternoon shoots and late-night sex together. I shook my head to clear it. The thought of him and me together made me feel dirty, wrong, uncomfortable. He gave his signature smirk. I think we should change that, gorgeous. Come out with me tonight after we're done here. I paused behind my lens for the briefest of seconds as a million emotions ran through my veins and straight to my heart. Normally, I would have taken Eduardo up on his offer. Obviously, I had in the past, many, many times. But I had absolutely zero desire to do what I normally did. The only kind of normalcy I craved revolved around Thatch and us, and spending every second of our time together. I wanted him. I wanted what we had. I wanted our happy bubble of jokes and pranks and hot sex and flirty winks. God, I hated him. Liar. Well, I wanted to hate him. I pulled my camera away from my face and glanced at my watch. 7 p.m. My pink diamond engagement ring winked in the fading sun. Fucking winked. I had to get rid of it. Now. Which was why I tossed my camera in the back seat of the Porsche, opened the driver's door, and told Eduardo to get out. He stared back at me, confused. Get out of the car, I demanded, and lucky for him, he listened. Like a woman deranged, I didn't waste any time to offer any explanations to the staff on set. I peeled out of the parking lot with a loud squeal of the tires and left in the middle of one of the biggest photo shoots of my career. All because a ring was fucking winking at me. 15 minutes later, I damn near hit a few pedestrians as I parked illegally in front of the tattoo shop. I was out of the car and striding through the entrance within seconds, The bell above the door rang erratically, and Frankie looked up from behind the reception desk, his eyes wide with both recognition and shock.
Cass?
My mind wouldn't let me do anything other than yell over him. Take this fucking ring back. I yanked at it frantically, trying to free it from my finger, but it hung like Walter had hung on to Stan's cage. At this rate, I'd be raw and bloody, but I was obviously beyond the point of caring about anything. The one thing I cared about didn't want me, so I wanted this reminder gone. Pulling and pulling, each yank opened up some untapped well of emotion, and by the time it came close to coming off, I was sobbing.
Come here,
Frankie said, taking me by the elbow and gently leading me to a chair in the back. He went into the bathroom and came back out with a tissue, offering it to me with a kind smile.
Take a minute and calm down,
he instructed gently. I wiped at my eyes and found myself irrationally cursing his steely ways. Fuck you for being so steady right now. He smiled, and it honestly surprised me how receptive I was to it.
Feel better?
He asked softly, and I shrugged. A little.
Good.
Now that I wasn't so agitated, the ring slipped free of my finger with ease. I closed it in my fist and concentrated on giving it up. Every cell in my body was shouting its refusal. I clamped the ring harder in my hand until I felt the sting of the diamond pressing into my palm. Eventually, I took a deep breath and found the strength to shove the ring toward Frankie. Give this to him. He shook his head.
I think you should give it to him yourself.
1,000 emotions pulsed through my veins until my ears buzzed with the erratic pounding of my heart. Why wouldn't Frankie just take the fucking ring? Didn't he understand? If I had to be the one to hand Thatch back the ring, my fucking ring, it would be the final straw. Having to face him and face the truth that we were really over would destroy me. I can't, I spat. It rips my heart out to see him. So you can take the ring or I'll flush it down the toilet, I shouted, throwing it to the floor when he still didn't hold out his hand. His expression remained neutral.
Do you want to hear what I think?
No, I answered obstinately. His eyebrows went up in challenge, and I folded like a poker novice. Yes, I admitted.
Go on, sit down,
he directed, and I had no qualms with following his orders. I was dog-tired from the long day, but mostly I was exhausted from having to remind myself 1,000,000 times a day, every goddamn day, that I couldn't call Thatch or text him or do anything that revolved around him because we weren't together anymore. Our breakup felt like a constant 100-pound weight on my shoulders.
You scared Thatch last week.
I know. And hurting him burned a hole through my heart. But I'm really not interested in being the ghost of his ex-girlfriend.
Well, I'm glad to know you're so sympathetic.
I cringed. God, I'm so sorry. I found myself apologizing. That was a really dick thing to say. Frankie nodded.
Yeah, it was, but it's okay.
He accepted.
And this has nothing to do with Margot.
Thatch had said the same thing. I wasn't sure I believed either of them.
Sure, that's how she died,
he went on, and my eyes widened. He nodded again.
Yeah, jumping off a cliff into a shallow pool of water right after Thatch begged her not to.
His words hit my chest like a bullet, and I inhaled a shaky breath. So it is about her, I said on a whisper. He shook his head.
No, it's not. There, that day, the moment, yeah, he remembered. He's the one who spent 30 minutes trying to revive her, so I know he remembered.
A single tear cut down my cheek as my heart broke for them, for Thatch, the man who deserved so much better than me, and for Frankie, so willing to open his arms to me even when I was yo-yoing between manic and a grade-A bitch.
But you scaring him was all about you.
I shook my head and wiped at my eyes. I don't get it. But God, I wanted to, even though deep down I probably already knew the answer. You're the exact woman he's always wanted, Cassie. Always. But that day made him afraid to want it. Afraid to think of what he might be putting himself through for the rest of his life. He knows you're going to be wild and untamed, and he loves it. Until he feels like being so accepting of it might be the reason he loses you. But what do I do? My voice was barely audible. What you do is always up to you, Cassie. You're the one who needs to decide what's really important to you. I already knew the answer to that. Moving to the corner of the room, he picked up the ring and dropped it in my hand. And if you really think it's over, you need to give him the ring back yourself. He'll be here tonight at 9.
Chapter 40. Thatch. Nerves fought to take over as I set up my station and pulled all the sanitary packets from the cabinet. I was tattooing my very first client today. Frankie and some of the other artists had pretty selflessly let me practice on them a few times, and I'd obviously practiced on myself. But working on a client was different. I didn't exactly think I'd fuck it up, but unlike what I'd like to spout, it wasn't an absolute certainty that I'd be good at it. My black mood probably wasn't helping things either. "You ready?" Frankie asked, popping into the private room I was setting up in. My first client was a woman named Kristen. She'd come into the shop a week or so ago, wanting some kind of custom book quote, and Frankie insisted this was the time. While he was a guru of portrait work, he felt like I had a gift for lettering. Go figure. My everyday handwriting was shit. "As I'll ever be," I answered, with the best smile I could manage. His smile, however, seemed unnecessarily bright. "What's with your face?" "Huh?" he said. "What's happening here?" I asked, circling a finger around my face in explanation. "You're looking a little too much like the Joker." "Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about." Seriously, why am I only friends with really shitty liars? He flipped me off. "I'll send her back if you're done. I'm done for now, but I'll get to the bottom of this eventually." His smile grew even more demented. "I have no doubts you will." Whatever. I rolled my stool away and got my ink cups out for the colors I knew she wanted. I'd double-check everything before we got started, though. Women had a nasty tendency to change their minds. What? Don't even think about pretending that's not true. I heard a knock on the open wood door. "Come on in." The ability to speak left me when I saw who it was, but the smirk on her lips brought my voice right back. For the first time in our relationship, I was in no mood to be fucked with. "What are you doing here?" I asked her. "I'm your first appointment," Cassie said, walking into the room and jumping up on the table in front of me. "No. My first client is a woman named Kristen." She shook her head. "Not anymore."
Chapter 41. Cassie. "I thought you had a photo shoot." "Screw the photo shoot," I declared. "This is more important." I pulled up the right side of my shirt, exposing my rib cage. It hadn't taken long after leaving Frankie to come to my senses, and to realize he'd been giving me a big fucking clue by telling me to bring the ring back myself. He'd looked downright elated when I walked in and raised a smirking brow. Frankie had told me to think about what was important, and I had. He was the size of an elephant and had a trunk to rival all the others, and he was everything I needed in my life. He pushed me past my comfort zones at the same time he let me soak in them. Thatch was my person. He was my present and future. He was it for me. God, I was such an idiot. I had risked all of that, my fucking happiness, Thatch's happiness, Because I was too bullheaded and stubborn and couldn't stand the idea of someone else having control over me. But I was done with it now. The funny thing about when you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with someone is you don't want to waste another second of your life without them. You want it all, right now. He stared down at me. So, you're hijacking my first client's appointment? She's not your first client. I'm your first client. It's bad for business for you to pull shit like this. I don't care about anything but you. I shrugged. I don't care about anything but you. My heart and brain were finally in sync. A giant smile spread across my face, and I watched him intake a sharp breath. He stared down at his fingers while they fiddled with sterile packaging. You want me to tattoo you? He finally asked, after a pregnant pause. He searched my eyes for all of the answers I was willing to give. Do you have something in mind? Remember, it's going to be with you for life. I want you to choose. Are you crazy? He asked sincerely. I smiled at the irony and nodded. You know I am. You're trusting me to pick out your tattoo. I shook my head and held his eyes with my own. I needed to make sure he got it, that despite everything I'd blown hot air about, I did need him. Because he made me a better version of me, not different, not worse, a newer, improved model. I'm trusting you with everything. He searched my unrelenting gaze for another moment, and then he turned away to prepare his station. He'd set up the ink and set out the needles, and I watched each movement as though it was gospel. I'd missed the sound of his voice and the sound of his laugh, and all the little things that only I got to know about him. Everything is sterile, he instructed, as he opened up each needle and turned back to me. These will only be used on you, and then they'll be disposed of. Well, that's fantastic fucking news, because I just want a tattoo, not Hep C, I teased. But my voice didn't hold any of its usual intensity. I want my giant back. He smirked and gestured toward my exposed ribcage, but he didn't pull me into his arms and tell me he loved me either. I wasn't sure what to make of any of it. This is where you want it? I nodded. And you're sure about this? I nodded. He cleaned off my skin with a cool cloth. You're 100% certain you want to do this? 110%. 10 minutes and several more "are you sure" style questions from Thatch. The sketch was on my ribs, and he slipped on latex gloves. Do you want to see it before I start? I shook my head and rested my head on the table. No, I'll want to see it for the first time when it's done. The very edges of a smirk graced his lips as he held up the tattoo machine for my eyes. I'm going to do a dry run so you know what the needle feels like. Test away, I said, and shut my eyes. The initial sting of the needle made me flinch, but otherwise it wasn't too awful bad. How does it feel? He asked, the edge of his glove-covered thumb skimming softly over the surrounding skin. Like you're about to create something amazing for me? I peeked out of one eye and caught his tender smile. I felt like I could breathe for the first time. You ready, honey? He asked on a whisper, and I had to fight the urge to burst into tears at the sound of his sweet endearment. Honey, I'd missed that so much. Taking several gulps of newfound air, I nodded my head enthusiastically. So ready. Okay, crazy. Just try to sit back and relax. His latex-covered hand rested on my side as he leaned forward and put the tattoo needle to my skin. His face was mere inches from my ribs, and I could feel his warm breaths ease in and out from his lips and brush against my skin. The room stayed silent, only the buzzing of the gun filling the space. I winced when the needle pushed against a particularly sensitive bundle of nerves. Just relax. You're doing great, he encouraged. I closed my eyes and let Thatch work his magic. And 40 minutes later, he was cleaning off my skin again and announcing,
All done."
I looked up at him and smiled. "Really?" He nodded.
"Yep."
"Can I look at it now?" I asked with excitement. He nodded, snapped off his gloves, and helped me off the table. I walked over toward the floor-length mirror and turned to my side. The second my gaze caught sight of the black words etched across my reddened skin, tears filled my eyes. She was crazy, wild, chaos and beauty. My heart, mine. He stood behind me, watching my reaction in the mirror. For most of my life, I had only been sure about one thing, I said quietly, and glanced back down at the beautiful tattoo he had created for me. Photography was my one sure thing. I love the control it brought me, I admitted. For as long as I can remember, I had always hated not having control of my choices. It's just the way I was. I needed it. I needed the freedom to go and do and be whatever I wanted. He started to speak, but I put a finger to his lips as my gaze met his. But then I met you. You're the one and only thing I'm sure about. Everything else is just details, because you're it for me, Thatch. And I trust you with everything because I know you trust me back. I closed the distance between us. I'm sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for jumping off that cliff. It was selfish and cruel, and I'm so sorry I hurt you like that. When you begged me not to do it, I should have known you weren't trying to control me. You were just trying to keep me safe. I reached up and touched his cheek. He leaned into my touch and closed his eyes.
I should have gotten over it faster.
I shook my head. Will you forgive me?
Of course I will, honey,
he whispered, with his heart in his eyes. Will you still love me? Both of his hands cupped my cheeks.
I never stopped, and I'm sorry I told you like that.
I inhaled a cavernous breath as relief coursed through my veins. I wrapped my arms around his neck and stood on my tiptoes to press a soft kiss to his lips. I love you. His answering smile was blinding. He lifted me up, hands putting the softest pressure at the juncture of my ass and thighs, and wrapped my legs around his waist.
I love you too, honey.
Enough to still marry me? I asked against his lips. He chuckled.
Are you asking me?
I nodded. Marry me, Thatcher. His eyes changed from playful to serious in the span of a heartbeat.
You're really asking me?
I pressed my forehead to his and locked our gazes. Yes, marry me. Make me the luckiest fucking girl on the planet.
You're that sure about us, honey?
I held up my left hand and showed him the engagement ring I now refused to take off. Funny how this afternoon I'd been one shake shy of cutting off my finger just to get it fucking gone. Yes, I'm that sure. He took my lips in a hot, deep, sexy kiss. Is that a yes? I asked against his persistent mouth. He shrugged, but a soft smile graced his lips.
Maybe.
I leaned back and stared at him. His goddamn smile grew, and I couldn't stop my lips from mimicking his. You're giving me a maybe? Leslie's Instagramming about this right now. #cunt response. He winked. That fucking wink. This was a challenge. I could see it all over his face. He wasn't content to let our relationship follow the normal path, and the more I thought about it, neither was I. All we needed was a promise, not some over-the-top proposal. God fucking damn it, I loved him. I'm not taking this ring off. His response was immediate, demanding, and everything I never knew I needed it to be.
Rule number 75. Never take that fucking ring off.
Big fat fucking epilogue. Cassie. The early morning sun filtered in through the floor-to-ceiling window of my living room as I padded back into the kitchen to pour a fresh cup of coffee. I stirred my favorite caramel creamer into my brew while I wiped the sleep out of my eyes. It was early, too goddamn early, but my internal clock had been off-kilter over the past few weeks. Lately, I've been waking up before Thatch and Phil, which said a lot since our little piggy tended to rise and shine before roosters crowed. The clock on the stove glowed 6 a.m., and I groaned. This morning bird bullshit was annoying. After a few sips from my mug, I fixed Thatcher a cup of coffee and headed back into our bedroom. My eyes took in the numerous photographs I'd hung up throughout the apartment over the past 2 months. Black and white landscapes and colorful cityscapes filled the hallway, and the picture Thatch had taken of the three of us in Central Park hung proudly over the mantel. Thatch's apartment was no longer just his place. It was our home now. Sometimes I still couldn't believe it was real. Sometimes it was difficult to process that at one point in time I had almost lost him. But we were real. We were an us, and we were forever. That much I was resolute on. Everything else was just minor details. Yeah, that big motherfucker had won my heart. Loving Thatch had changed me. He was my best friend, and because of his love and friendship, he made me a better version of me. I know, that's some real sappy bullshit, huh? Well, love is a real fucking bitch, and once she's got you in her hold, consider yourself done for, which is why I can honestly admit that I am officially a woman who is head over heels in love with the man who loves me for me. I know, I got real fucking lucky. I almost lost him because I had been stupid and selfish and stubborn. But I swear on Thatch's supercock that I'll never make those mistakes again. The Jolly Green Giant is stuck with me and my crazy for life. So I'd like to thank you guys for not killing me off before our story got its happy ending. And I'd also like to thank Love for being a bigger bitch than me. Loving Thatch also made me really horny. Like I needed to bone all day long. Over the past few weeks, all I had thought about was sex with Thatch and blowing Thatch, and Thatch going down on me, and Thatch naked in the shower, and Thatch spanking me, and me spanking Thatch. It was a never-ending list of porny thoughts. I wondered if my selfishness had filtered from my heart to my pussy. And to be honest, she was a bit out of control. But man, oh man, once she expressed her need to get laid, she was fucking merciless. Which probably explained why I set our mugs on the nightstand and crawled into bed beside a sound-asleep Thatch, with the intent of waking him up for a morning bang. The sheet barely covered his huge frame, and soft snores fell from his lips. My greedy eyes took in his body with the soundtrack of my pussy shouting her approval in the background. I ogled his trim hips, his sexy V-muscle, his defined abs, and as I moved my eyes up his body and caught sight of his tattoos and the shimmer of his piercing, my nipples got hard. I wanted to eat him with a spoon. Scratch that. I didn't need a spoon when I had 2 hands in my mouth. And me, my pussy purred. Fuck, she was demanding. If I wasn't so horned up, I would have considered having a come-to-Jesus talk with her. I'm aware that referring to Jesus in the same sentence as my pussy is probably frowned upon by the majority of the population, but they don't have to live with her. I do. And fuck, she is bossy. And I'm starting to wonder if she is on a one-pussy mission to get us pregnant, even though she knows we're on the pill. Trust me, she needs Jesus. And possibly a tranquilizer with the side of exorcism. I ran my hand across the smooth skin of his chest and kissed up his neck until I reached his earlobe, where I bit down gently and tugged a few times. "Thatch," I whispered. "Wake up." "No," he said, without opening his eyes. "Baby, No," he repeated before I could finish. "But—" "No, Cass," he refuted. "I think you actually broke my dick. We've fucked no less than 10 times in the past 24 hours. It's physically impossible for me to get hard right now. It's just a prop at this point." God, his voice sounded so fucking hot, all raspy and thick with sleep. "But what if I—" "You have literally fucked me dry. I really hope you're okay with adoption, honey, because I'm 99% sure my balls are empty." I grinned into the crook of his neck. You want to have babies with me? I feel like this is a trick question. Last time I told you I wanted to see you pregnant with my kid, you slapped my dick. Not that it would matter at this point. I'm numb from the waist down. I sat back on my heels and stared down at his handsome face. His eyes were still closed, but a small smile rested on his lips. I pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth. I swear it's not a trick question, baby. He chuckled softly. If it isn't a trick question, then it's you trying to goad me into sex. I know you're game crazy, and we both know you're still on the pill, so it's a moot point anyway. I sighed in annoyance. Damn him for being so smart. Even though he couldn't see it, I flipped him off and then rested my back against the headboard in defeat. I had thought the whole baby thing would have helped plead my let's bone case, because despite the fact that we had yet to get married, Thatch had been bringing up the whole let's have kids conversation more and more these days. If he didn't have a giant snake tucked inside his pants, I'd probably wonder if he was a woman. His biological cock is definitely ticking. Wait, clock, not cock. But seriously, his cock. His perfect, long, thick cock. I want it so fucking bad. I sighed again and crossed my arms over my chest. Was it really too much to ask for a little morning sex? Even though I hadn't let him go to bed until 2 a.m, because after our first night fuck session, I had demanded a second time, and a third time, and then a fourth time before bed. I didn't think so. He sensed my annoyance and finally opened his eyes, meeting my frustrated gaze. Honey, I'm not saying no because I don't want you. I want you all the fucking time. I'm literally saying no because I can't physically get it up. He lifted up the sheet and gestured down to his boxers with a nod of his head. You've literally fucked my morning wood away. And that's saying something, considering every morning for the last 20-plus years, I've woken up with a hard-on. He was right. His boner wasn't giving me his usual hello. And that was very unlike him. He always greeted me in the morning. I rested my head against the headboard and groaned. I'm just so horny right now. I feel like I will go crazy if I don't come in the next 5 minutes. Do you want to shoulder that, Thatch, knowing you're the one who pushed me over the edge? He glanced over at me and smirked. We've already established you're crazy, honey. Beautiful but crazy. Sexy as fuck, but crazy. You love my crazy. Obviously. I let you break my dick. I did not break your dick, I said, even though my eyes were now fixated on his crotch. Did I break his dick? I started to wonder if we needed to take him to the hospital. He snorted. Yeah, honey, you did. What if I suck on you for a little bit? He shut his eyes again and seemed content to fall back asleep. My cock needs a break. You could shove your tits in my face and I wouldn't care at this point. Why didn't I think of that? He could never resist my boobs. He peeked out of one eye and added, That's not a challenge. I groaned again. You're turning into an old man. You weren't saying that last night when you were begging me to put my mouth on you. Yes, please, do that. Both of his eyes opened to meet my unsatisfied and sex-consumed gaze. You're that riled, honey? I nodded. I need to get off so fucking bad. He moved over the top of me and caged me in with his thick arms. You want my mouth? Yes. His fingers brushed aside the strap of my tank top as his tongue licked a path from my shoulder to my neck. You need to come. He breathed into my ear. My nipples hardened. More than I need to breathe. His mouth sucked at my neck, hitting that spot below my ear that had moans slipping past my lips. He slid his fingers into my hair and tilted my head to give him more room. And God, he used that extra space, his lips and tongue sucking and licking along my skin, moving down to my shoulder and then back up again. My back arched and my hips lifted, seeking relief from the pulsing ache building below my belly. "Please," I begged. I needed more. I needed his mouth, his lips, his hands, his cock. I needed him on me, in me, all fucking over me. I wanted everything, and I wanted it all at the same time. My nails found their way into the smooth skin of his back, leaving their mark and showing him just how desperate I was for what he had to give. He kissed a wet, open-mouthed path down my throat and between my breasts as his body slid down mine. His large hands slipped my tank down until I was bared for his heady gaze. "Christ," he groaned when his eyes took in my hard nipples and heaving chest. His tongue licked a hot trail across my breast until he sucked me into his mouth. These fucking perfect tits were made for my big fucking hands. Fuck, Cass. I shouldn't be hard right now, but I am. I'm so fucking hard for you. He punctuated that statement by grinding against me until I moaned. When those words passed his lips, I was pretty sure angels started singing. "Yes, please, I need it, baby." Not yet. His hands continued to grip my breasts, and his thumbs brushed across my nipples as his mouth moved down my belly. He licked from one hip bone to the next until he descended farther and pressed his warm mouth against my clit. He sucked on me through my panties, and my eyes rolled back. "You're soaked. I need to lick you clean before I slide my cock inside this perfect pussy." In 2 quick pulls, he tore my underwear off my body and didn't waste a second after. He sucked and ate at my pussy until my legs started to shake, and I gripped his hair with my fingers. "How do you want it, honey? My mouth or my cock?" "If you don't fuck me right now, I swear." He had his cock out and his hands gripping my thighs before I could finish. He thrust inside me, between one panting breath and the next. I moaned, my voice echoing inside the silent apartment. "More?" He pushed a little deeper. "Don't stop. Don't ever stop." Fuck, Cass." He damn near growled. "You always feel so good." 4 hours and a combined 4 orgasms later, 3 for me and 1 for Thatch, we were riding up the elevator toward the owner's suite at Paul Howard Stadium, the home of the New York Mavericks. I was fidgety with nervous excitement, practically bouncing from foot to foot. Thatch smirked and wrapped his arm around my shoulders, tucking me into his side. "Don't worry, honey. He's healthy. He's in the best shape of his life. Sean's going to do great." I nodded. "I know, but I can't stop feeling so nervous. I mean, it's my baby brother's first professional football game." "Yeah, and he's about to show the Mavericks that drafting him was the best decision they ever made." The elevator dinged when we reached the top level, and Thatch led me out with a hand softly pressed to my lower back. I looked up into his confident gaze and grinned. "You're right. Sean is going to kick some serious ass today." "I'm always right, honey. We've established this numerous times." I lifted my hand and feigned a dick slap. He didn't even flinch, and I tilted my head in surprise. He smirked. "We've also established that you broke my dick, honey. You could kick me in the balls right now and I probably wouldn't feel it." I glanced down at his crotch and then back up to him. My mouth tilted into a devious smile. "No," he said and shook his head. "I'm not fucking you here, so go ahead and come to terms with that fact right now." Fact? Yeah, we'd see about that. I'd thoughtfully planned my apparel ahead of time.
Thatch. "I love you so much," I told Cassie's tits through a moan. They looked fucking spectacular today in her number 78 Mavericks jersey sans bra. Maybe it was inappropriate to ogle her chest through a shirt she donned to support her brother, but fuck, they looked so good. Walking into the stadium, women had looked at her like she was crazy, and men had looked at me like they were considering murder for the chance to take my place. It had been awesome. "Harder, baby!" Cassie ordered in between gasps, as I gave in to temptation and buried my face in the low V-neck of her shirt and held her up against the owner's suite bathroom wall. She'd been relentless for the last month or so, completely sexually insatiable, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't completely sure I could keep up. I tried to increase my tempo and force without breaking her in half or making myself come prematurely. The line I walked for both was fantastically thin. "Fuck my pussy, Thatch," she demanded, and I closed my eyes to fight the tingle in my spine. "I am, honey," I told her, because I was. I was giving her everything I had to give, and she still wanted more. I both loved and hated the idea that my woman could take so much. It was hot as fuck, but it didn't do me much good if I couldn't keep up. Sucking at the top swell of her breast, I tightened my grip on her ass, lifted her even higher, pushed her harder into the door, and set up a pounding rhythm. The hinged wood rattled, and there wasn't a doubt in my mind all of our friends could hear every single thrust. "Fuck yeah! Oh yeah!" she screamed. Moving my mouth from her chest to her lips, I worked my tongue between the seam to silence her. She hiccuped through her pleasure and dug her fingernails into my shoulders in an attempt to climb me higher. One hand left me to stroke her own nipple through her shirt, and I groaned. "Careful, baby," I warned her. "You're gonna have to finish on my tongue if you keep that up." Oh, yeah," she moaned, ignoring me completely and chasing her own pleasure like a search dog. "God damn," I told her throat. "You are the sexiest fucking woman on the planet." Using her other hand to help, she pulled the neck of her shirt down and under her tits to bare them to my eyes and make them accessible for my mouth. "Suck on them, Thatcher," she moaned. "Fucking eat them." Fuck. Never in my life would I be able to deny a request like that. Every time her pussy swallowed my dick, milking it until I could barely pull back out, her tits bounced, and I lost control a little more. "Get there, Cass," I ordered, shifting a hand on her ass until my fingertips met the union between her wet pussy and my dick. Her head fell back, her long hair bunching at the back, where it rubbed persistently against the door. A crease formed in her lip with the force of her bite as she tried, and failed, to contain the yell of her orgasm. The sight of her face and the feel of her coming on my dick sent me right over the edge. I shoved my face right into the center of her tits to muffle my groan. Grabbing onto my hair, she pulled my face into her harder. I licked a path from the center and up, over the swell of each, and around each nipple. She cooed and mewled like she couldn't get enough. "Still greedy for it?" I asked on a whisper. She licked her lips and nodded. "We'll sneak away again soon," I promised, though I doubted our sneaking was anywhere near secret or sleuth in any way at this point, and I also doubted I'd be the one to suggest said sneaking away. I was about one fuck away from my dick actually falling off. Her feet hit the floor as I set her down gently, and I kept my hands at her hips until she steadied on her feet. The maxi skirt she had on with no panties sure made this a lot easier. She laughed as I waved goodbye to her tits, before pulling her shirt back up to cover them. "I'll miss you," I told them, and I really would. Every time I saw them was like the first time. "You okay?" I asked her as she cleaned herself up at the sink, and I buttoned and zippered my pants and buckled my belt. "You want me to wait for you to make the walk of shame together?" Her laugh made me back into the door. I'd never grow weary of it either. It's only the walk of shame if you have some, and you and I both know that we don't have any, I finished for her through a chuckle. Taking a giant stride, I closed the distance between us and kissed her once, softly on the lips. I love you. I know, she said with a wink. My hand shot to my chest to catch my beating heart as I backed my way to the door. She rolled her eyes at my dramatics, and then she turned back to the mirror and rubbed at her face and fluffed at her hair to fix all the things women worried about that men hardly ever noticed. I took the opportunity to duck back inside. Every eye in the suite came immediately to me. Wes started a slow clap, and Klein pressed his face into Georgia's neck to hide his laugh. Georgie giggled outright in his lap. "I'll make sure the cleaning crew spends extra time in there tonight," Wes remarked, and I flipped him off with a shrug. "The game is getting ready to start," I reminded him. "Don't you have something you could be doing other than busting my balls?" "Nope," he answered with a smirk. "Not right this second." I smiled at the fact that I didn't care. Since Cassie had officially become mine, I'd been fairly immune to anything that could diminish my mood. Not much had ever affected my mood negatively before, but now my happiness was at an all-time high. I was really fucking tired, though. Shoving around Wes, I took the seat beside Klein, just as Georgia hopped off his lap. "You don't have to leave on my account, Georgia girl." She smiled and waved me off. "You guys can have guy time, and I'll go see if Cassie still has leg function." I winked at her. "Barely." Klein groaned. "What?" I asked, looking back to see Cassie give me a little wave as she came out of the bathroom. She motioned toward the door and Georgia and, as far as I could tell, indicated they were going to go for a walk outside. "We'll be back," Georgia called. Klein jumped up and ran over to her to give her a kiss on the lips. Now it was Wes's turn to groan. "Jesus Christ, you guys. Did anyone notice there's a football field down there? Or is a pussy all you can see anymore?" He slid into Klein's vacated seat. "It's a really pretty pussy," I told him mock-seriously. "Who's a pussy?" Klein asked, as he took the seat on my other side. "You guys are," Wes answered. "Pussy whipped. I'm pussy whipped," Klein corrected. "And trust me, no matter what you think, it's a really good fucking thing to be." The urge to close my eyes for a minute overwhelmed me, so I gave in, slouching down and leaning my head back. I felt a poke at my knee and cracked an eye open. "What's wrong with you?" Wes asked. "Did Cassie fuck the life out of you?" He was teasing, but fuck me. He really wasn't far off the mark. Klein sat up and took interest when I didn't refute him. Wes's phone rang before I could say anything. "Yeah?" he answered, and I rolled my eyes at his lack of greeting. What a prick. "All right, yeah, I'll be down in a few minutes." I waggled my eyebrows at Klein. Looks like he has to go to work after all. "Fuck you," Wes said, having heard me as he was hanging up the phone. "I'll be back by kickoff, hopefully." He strode for the door like a man on a mission. "All right," Klein declared in his no-nonsense voice. "What the fuck is going on with you?" The consideration to make a joke or avoid the topic was only brief. "I'm so tired," I told him honestly. "Tired?" I sat up and nodded. Cassie has been so fucking horny lately. He rolled his eyes, thinking I was joking. I shook my head vehemently. No, dude, I'm talking really horny. 6, 7, 8 times a day she wants it. And not only is my dick not physically capable, my tongue is sore. Less detail, he requested with a grimace. She's so fucking hot, and I'd amputate my dick before saying no, but I seriously don't know if I can keep up anymore. He started to smile, and all it did was agitate me. I pointed at him sternly. I'm serious. This is a problem. I mean, it's a fitting way for me to die, but I really thought I'd have a little more time with her before I did. He laughed, but held his hands up in defense when my eyes narrowed. Let's break this down. Is this new behavior? She's always down for a ride on the supercock. Less detail, he stressed. I said less detail. But it's more so, like a lot more. I pouted. Help me. His smile mocked me, but his words told me he was genuinely trying to help me find a solution. Is there anything else different? Like what? Did I get sexier? I asked, and then answered myself. I mean, maybe. Not with you, idiot, with her. Is there anything else different with her? I searched my mind wildly, and my eyes went to the ceiling. She's crazy. He shook his head. So that's the same. I laughed because, yeah, he was half right. Yeah, but no. She's crazier, I think. Any changes in her body? Klein asked, and my eyebrows pulled together. Her body was fucking insane, like always. Jesus, I don't know. Her body is... Don't tell me, he cut in, before I could tell him more things he thought he didn't want to know. And it hit me. This fucking smart bastard. You think she's pregnant, don't you? He shrugged. Is she? Could she be? Well, fuck. We were fucking like animals. There was always a chance she could be pregnant. I thought back through everything until it hit me. Holy shit. I do think her tits are bigger. They've been trying to tell me all along. Cassie was pregnant. Probably. The sound of the door opening behind us pulled my gaze to the back of the room. As Cassie and Georgia giggled their way back into the suite, I couldn't take my eyes off my best friend. She radiated happiness and beauty and life and everything I'd ever wanted. Klein leaned over to whisper in my ear, and my heart jumped in my chest when he did. She looks good with a glow. Congratulations.
Winnie. 1 month ago, I had resigned at St. Luke's Chief of Emergency Medicine and signed on as the New York Mavericks head team physician. I'd made the career change in hopes that the majority of my work weeks would cut off at 50 hours, and most importantly, that I'd have more time to spend with my daughter, Lexi. Being a single mother was hard. Add in a full-time job, and it was damn near impossible, but I felt like I'd made the right choice. Lexi wasn't with a babysitter all of the time, and I'd started finding time for myself, time to go out with friends, time to date, although I had yet to really accomplish that one. But I wasn't in a rush to dive headfirst into the dating scene anyway. I just wanted to enjoy this slice of normalcy I had accomplished by taking this new job. The bustling sounds of the stadium filled my ears as I strode through the long hallway that led to the tunnel to walk out onto the field. Today marked the opening game for the New York Mavericks, and I was excited to see the guys get out onto the field and kick some ass. My heels tip-tapped across the concrete as I pulled my phone out of my pocket to check for what had to be a million text messages in my group chat with Georgia and Cassie. Georgia. Go Mavericks! Good luck today! Win! Cassie. Ditto on what G said. How's my brother? Did he look okay during warm-ups? How's his knee? Did he say anything about it? Georgia. Sean is fine, Cass. Stop bugging her about it for the millionth time today. Cassie. Stop texting me when you're sitting right next to me. Georgia. You totally fucked Thatch in the owner's suite bathroom. Cassie. I know I did. I was there. Georgia. What's going on with you? You feeling okay? Georgia. Hello? Earth to Cassie. Georgia. R? Georgia. You? Georgia. Okay. The convo went on for miles, and I couldn't help but smile at their ridiculousness. Georgia and Cassie were awesome. After I had met them at lunch with Will, they had taken it upon themselves to offer their friendship. Girls' nights, coffee dates, lunches at Georgia's house, all of it had become a common occurrence in my life. I kept reading, wondering in amusement if the text would ever end. Cassie. I'd be a lot better if you stopped texting me. Georgia. Sheesh. For a woman who just screamed her way through an orgasm, you're kind of testy today. Cassie. I'm ignoring you. Georgia. No, you're not. Cassie. Stop it. Georgia. Know what your problem is? Cassie. You. You are my problem. Georgia. No, I'm not. I laughed when I finally reached the last text that had been sent a mere 2 minutes ago and typed out a quick message. Me. Thanks, guys. And Sean is good to go, Cass. You have nothing to worry about. Your brother is ready. Georgia. Yay! See, Cassie, I told you. Cassie. Thanks, Win. Cassie. Stop texting me, Horgy. Georgia. Never. Me. Are you guys watching from the owner's suite? Cassie. Yes. And you're coming out for drinks with us after. We will only take yes as an answer. Me. Yes. I've got a sitter. I need a night out. Georgia. Woohoo! Cassie. She literally just shouted that into my ear as she was texting it to you. And it should be noted that I'm more than ready to get my drink on. Me. Ha 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 ha. Me. Perfect. I'll meet up with you guys after the game then. My phone vibrated in my hands, and I answered on the second ring. Dr. Winslow. Where are you? Eddie, one of the team trainers, asked. His voice reeked of concern. Heading toward the field to make sure our standby paramedics arrived. What's wrong? I need you in the locker room. I stopped in my tracks. That didn't sound good. Why? Mitchell's hurt. I sighed. Let me guess. Left hamstring? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he re-injured it. God damn it. I closed my eyes and inhaled a frustrated breath through my nose. I knew he wasn't ready for those last 2 preseason games. I turned around on my heel and headed back down the long tunnel. How'd he do it? Warm-ups, I think. Bullshit. He probably did something at practice Friday, but managed to sneak it under our radar. I'll be there in a minute. I hung up the phone and strode for the locker room. The second security opened the doors and gestured me through, the loud and boisterous noises of a male locker room getting ready for a big game hit me like a wave. The sights and sounds and smells were pretty much what most would imagine, and I did my best to keep my eyes focused on the one player I needed to see. I wasn't there to check out bare asses or spot swinging dicks, although the bare asses were also just as good as most would imagine. As I headed toward Mitchell's spot, I noticed he was sitting down on the bench in front of his locker, his elbows resting on his knees, and his gaze locked on the floor. Great, Mitchell muttered, when the tips of my heels came into his view. He looked up to meet my eyes and sighed. Eddie's overreacting. I'm good to play, Doc. I shook my head. You pulled your hamstring again. You're not good to play. I'm fucking good to play. I know my body and I'm fucking fine. So cool it with this bullshit. I don't need a mother. I fought the urge to roll my eyes at the I don't need a mother crap. I also fought the urge to respond with, believe me, I don't want to be your mother. I just want you to stop acting like a fucking idiot. He took my pregnant pause as me relenting. "So run along now," he added, shooing me away with a flick of his wrist. Yes, he had just shooed me away. I felt my claws unsheathe. I'd learned pretty quickly that my players really didn't like being told they couldn't play, and I understood it. I was sympathetic to their plight as a professional athlete. The pay might have been phenomenal, but it wasn't an easy job. Every time they stepped onto the field, they had to push their bodies as hard as they possibly could, with the knowledge that they could push themselves too far. They could face an injury that could end their season, or even worse, their career. With that being said, I could only stay sympathetic to a point. It was my job to know when they weren't healthy enough to play, but my job did not entail tolerating being disrespected or dealing with mouthy bullshit. Unfortunately for me, some of these men pictured me as some little woman who could be pushed around. Not all, but definitely some. And unfortunately for them, I wasn't a pushover. I grew up with 4 loud-mouthed older brothers, so when it came to dealing with insolent men, I had no qualms. Hell, I quite enjoyed putting them in their place, especially when they were insulting my intelligence as a physician. I didn't graduate at the top of my class from Yale Med School and work under one of the most well-respected orthopedic surgeons in the country because I wasn't good at my job. I didn't run one of the busiest emergency departments in the country because I wasn't good at my job. I also didn't get hired by the Mavericks because I wasn't good at my job. I was real fucking good at my job, and I knew medicine, especially orthopedic medicine. Cameron Mitchell's injury wasn't shocking. Most NFL players with hamstring injuries returned to the field before they were fully healed, which was why over 16% of those players ended up re-injuring themselves. Factor in Mitchell's obstinacy and unwillingness to rest, and it wasn't a surprise he was back to square one. But since Mitchell was being a bit of a dick, I was going to have to handle this situation a little differently than I normally would. "So you're good?" I asked, even though I knew he wasn't. He glanced up at me with an annoyed expression. "Yep, that's what I said." "Oh, okay. That's great to hear." As Mitchell started to lace up his cleats, I leaned forward and gripped his meaty thigh with both hands. I dug my fingers into the tight muscle and immediately had the proof of his injury beneath my fingertips. "What the fuck, Doc?" He tried to pull away, but I tightened my grip and watched him school his face into a neutral expression. "Figured I might as well check the hamstring since I'm here," I said sweetly. "You don't mind, right? I mean, it's not like it's hurting or anything." He shook his head, but he remained silent, mouth stretched tight in a firm line. "Perfect," I grinned. "This will only take a minute." My fingers moved across the muscle, noting the tightness and swelling of the tendon. Yeah, he had definitely strained his hamstring. A faint bruise already peppered the top of his skin, and in a few more hours, it'd be so pronounced that the fans in the nosebleed seats wouldn't miss it. "No pain?" I asked, but I knew what I was doing was likely causing him some serious pain. Injuring him further? No. But making his life a living hell? Definitely, yes. He shook his head again, but his jaw clenched ever so slightly at the same time. I tightened my grip even more, and noted the boisterous sounds of the locker room grew silent. "Still no pain?" "No pain," he answered, but he couldn't stop himself from wincing. "No pain, my ass." "You're still good?" I pushed my fingers a little harder into his skin. A normal someone with a pulled hamstring would have been screeching in pain, but Mitchell was a hard ass. The man could tolerate more than the average person. It's why he was a great athlete, and his ability and contribution to his team was exactly why I wasn't going to let him play. He needed to rest his leg. He needed to get healthy again, or else his next game would probably be his last. We stared at one another for a long moment, his face hard as stone while my fingers continued their assault, my gaze unwavering in its patient challenge. Until finally, he broke. "Fuck," He grimaced. Fine. Fucking fine. It was all he said, and I didn't push further. I wasn't going to be an asshole and make him say the words. As I let go of Mitchell's leg, Eddie came over to stand beside me. Not good? He asked. I'm not clearing him to play today. I want an MRI on his leg and get him in an ice bath, I directed. We'll reassess our game plan with his injury once we get the results back. Mitchell stared down at the floor and I patted his broad shoulder. I'm not doing this to be an asshole, I whispered for his ears only. I'm doing this because I want you back on that field, and I want you to finish the season knowing you can look forward to future seasons. He nodded but didn't meet my eyes. Damn, Doc, you're a bit of a ball-buster, Owen said, as he replaced Eddie's vacated spot beside me. He was bigger than a house and one of the offensive linemen on the team. I glanced over at him and smirked. Yeah, you should remember that the next time you clean the vending machine out of my favorite peanut butter M&Ms. He grinned and rubbed both hands down his rotund belly. You know I gotta keep my figure in tip-top shape. You need to switch out those M&Ms for protein, I teased. I mean, fuck, at least switch to Snickers. Owens grinned, and then his eyes moved toward Mitchell. You're really not playing today, Mitch? Nope. Mitchell glanced up and nodded toward me. Dr. Ballbuster won't clear me. His lips turned up ever so slightly into a faint smile, and I grinned back. Eddie kneeled beside Mitchell with his bag of supplies. Just gonna wrap you up real quick, he said as he got to work. Commotion filtered in from the front of the locker room, followed by the words, You've got to be shitting me. You're not clearing Mitchell? I didn't even turn around to answer whoever was rudely questioning my judgment. No, I'm not shitting you, I responded, and watched Eddie cover Mitchell's leg in an ace wrap. He can't play if he wants to be able to actually finish the season. How long? The irritated voice asked from behind me. Until his hamstring is strong enough to avoid re-injury, I answered. He needs an MRI, and for fuck's sake, get his ass in an ice bath. This isn't my first rodeo with a hamstring injury, so if you don't mind, I'll be in charge of treating my patient, I responded, as I turned on my heels to face whoever the fuck thought they knew more about medicine than I did. I came face to face with a brilliant pair of hazel eyes, a handsome face, and a tall, muscular frame clad in a sharp suit and tie. And Lord Almighty, he was wearing that suit. He stared back at me, his body visibly bristling in irritation. I knew that face. I'd never personally met that face, but I sure as hell knew that face. Well, shit. It was Wes Lancaster, owner of the Mavericks and my boss. Since I hadn't signed on to the organization until late in the preseason, and Wes Lancaster spent a hell of a lot of time on the road, this was the first time I was officially meeting him in person. We'd had a brief phone chat when he welcomed me to the team, but that conversation lasted all of 2 minutes. I had a feeling this was about to be the epitome of an awkward introduction. He stopped right in front of me and briefly glanced down at Mitchell before his eyes met mine again. You're making him sit out before you get MRI results? He questioned, with a challenge in his voice. It pissed me off. He might be the owner who also happened to be insanely good-looking, but he'd hired me to do a job, so he needed to back off and let me do it. Remorseless, I continued to look him directly in the eye. I don't need the MRI to know he's injured. I need the MRI to know just how injured and how long of a recovery we're going to be dealing with. He tilted his head to the side, and a cocky smirk graced his lips. Do you even know who I am? I had the urge to smack him, or violently kiss that cocky smirk straight off his face. No, I definitely wanted to smack him. I didn't care how rich or unbelievingly good-looking he was. I had zero desire to kiss a man who provided this shitty of a first impression. Do you even know who I am? I mean, really, was this guy serious? He sounded like a total prick. Well, a really hot prick. I felt the physical version of my perfect man had been set right in front of me, and then he'd opened his mouth and shit all over the fantasy. "Yeah, your face is plastered down every hallway in this stadium," I answered, even though it was a bit of an exaggeration. There were maybe 2 pictures of Wes Lancaster in the entire Mavericks facility, but I couldn't stop myself from razzing his ego. I held out my hand. "It's nice to finally meet you, Mr. Lancaster. I'm Dr. Winnie Winslow, and I take my job of making sure I don't let your players go on the field if they're not 100% very seriously." He took my offered hand, and the second his warm palm touched mine, I felt like lightning shot through the ceiling and zapped straight into my chest. What in the hell kind of visceral reaction was that?
"Nice to meet you, Dr. Winslow,"
he said, and shook my hand. But honestly, his voice sounded like I was the very last person he wanted to be touching in that moment.
"And just call me Wes."
His eyes searched mine for the answer to some unknown question. I couldn't get a good read on him. He looked cocky and amused one minute, and then irritated and like he couldn't stand the sight of me the next. I felt off balance from merely being in his presence. "Okay, Wes, and please, just call me Winnie." Our eyes stayed locked on one another until Eddie stood from his kneeling position and cleared his throat. It was only then that I realized we were still shaking hands. Why were we still shaking hands? Surprised, we both let go at the same time and put distance between each other, but our eye contact never wavered. It felt like we were both trying to figure the other out, and I didn't even really understand why. Wes blinked and averted his eyes from mine. His jaw clenched, and he muttered an excuse about having to check on something and strode out of the locker room like someone had lit his ass on fire. All the while, I remained frozen in my spot, far longer than would have been considered normal. What in the hell just happened?
Wes. Sound splintered the air as I slammed the door to the suite shut behind me and stalked to the large window overlooking the field. "Whoa! What's wrong?" Klein asked. Pyrotechnics sparkled and flashed as the team ran out of the tunnel, and the bass noise level in the stadium lifted to a roar. It was a sound I lived for, especially now, during the first game of the season. But nothing was going according to plan, and I wasn't in control of any of it. God damn it. "Cameron Mitchell can't play today." "Why the fuck not?" Thatch yelled. I shook my head and clenched my jaw. I didn't even know if I could talk about it. I was so pissed. My dick was the only one not with the program, thinking about a pretty physician's heels and skirt and take-no-shit attitude. Who in the fuck was that woman? "Aw, man, we are fucked, Whitney," Thatch whined. I looked over my shoulder and expected to find him on his feet and distraught over some large sum of money he had riding on my team, but instead he sat calmly in his seat, a smile on his face, as he looked at his hand interlocked with Cassie's. It was almost funny, the sight of his giant hand engulfing hers, but the smile on his face wasn't. I didn't understand it, didn't fucking want that shit for myself, but after seeing the way he was when he thought they were over, I'd take this sappy version of him every day, all day. I followed the line of Cassie's arm up from their hands and met her vivid blue eyes. "Your brother better be good." She scoffed. "Can a pussy take a pounding?" A smirk curved my lips at the memory of hers doing just that in my bathroom, and a pointed eyebrow inched toward my forehead. She held my eyes with absolutely no embarrassment, confirming she knew precisely what I was thinking. "Exactly. Whatever you need, he's better. Whatever you think he can do more." I sure as fuck hoped so. That's right, honey, Thatch encouraged. You tell him. Fucking people in love. I rolled my eyes and looked back to the field as the captains walked to the center to do the coin toss. We needed this to go in our favor. Without our best defensive end, our offense was going to have to come out blazing and set the tempo for a race up the scoreboard. You have any booze in this place? Cassie asked, and I turned back to look at her. Thatch's face had turned hard. Yeah, I answered her, while I looked at him and tried to figure out what that was all about. There's some beer in the fridge, but if you want something else, they'll bring it. Beer's good, she announced with a shrug, climbing from Thatch's lap. But he grabbed onto her hips and didn't let her go. I'm trying to walk here, Thatcher, she challenged with a smile. His face was still remarkably devoid of warmth. My confusion blossomed. What happened to the happy-go-lucky guy of 15 seconds ago? He glanced at Klein briefly, who just smiled and shrugged, and then turned back to Cassie. With one rough yank, he pulled her down to straddle his lap and whispered something in her ear that made her eyes light up. She moved quick, like a jack-in-the-box, jumping back off of his lap and pulling him to standing. His eyes skated briefly across mine, something in them I didn't quite understand, before going back to her as she pulled him around the seats and back toward the ensuite bathroom. Jesus Christ. Again? Is anybody going to actually watch this game with me? I asked Klein testily. Frankly, I sounded kind of like a whiny kid, but Winnie fucking Winslow had me all out of whack. Klein didn't call me on it, though. He was pretty much the only real adult among us. Rising from his seat, he walked over and stood next to me at the window, and both sets of our eyes went to the field. What's the plan? I shook my head, grimacing as the coin toss went in Pittsburgh's favor, and answered honestly. Play as hard as we can for all 4 fucking quarters, I guess. Klein's smirk hooked my attention from the corner of my eye. What? I asked. His head shook slightly, and he smiled. I'm just hoping Coach Bennett's plan is a little more detailed. 2 minutes left in the 4th quarter, and we were up by 7. A fucking touchdown was practically nothing, the kind of lead that could change on a dime, but it was a lot goddamn better than being behind. I hadn't left my spot in front of the windows, my feet having practically grown roots there, and that was the way I liked it. Involved, engaged, and in tune with every second of play. My friends didn't have the same kind of avid concentration, but I'd done my best not to notice them as they flitted and squealed all over the room. Cassie had the most attentiveness of anyone, but only when her brother was on the field, and the way she screamed in my ear every time he did something noteworthy made me wish she didn't. The fabric of my pants pockets bunched in my hands as I worked to not scrub my hands down my face. I knew there was a camera on me at any given time, and while it wasn't actually the case at all, I'd made an outward name for myself as having nerves of steel. Commentators often made remarks about my ability to maintain so much composure. Hell, maybe it was a bad thing. Maybe it was something everyone mocked rather than revered, but it was what I knew, what made me comfortable. And, as my eyes scanned the sideline to see if I could catch a glimpse of the new team physician, I knew I needed as much fucking normalcy as possible. 4th down and 3 yards to go. Our defense lined up without their star defensive end, with the game on the line. My lungs ached with the huge inhale of air I took, and my jaw wasn't feeling unused either. But if we stopped them from converting this fucking 4th down, The game was over. Rodesheimer took the snap, shuffling his feet while his eyes scanned the field for an open receiver. He was one of the best fucking passers, with one of the highest completion rates in the entire league, and my balls nearly shriveled up just thinking about having him on the other side of the line in a situation like this. "Get him, get him, get him," I chanted in my head. "Fucking end this." His offensive line held strong, but all of his receivers were covered. I saw him glance to our weak side again, the gaping hole left by Mitchell only partially filled by his replacement, Harvesti. But Ontario Williams, our defensive tackle, finally broke his hold against Dan DeLuva and took his mammoth body barreling toward their quarterback. Fuck yes. End this. Pittsburgh was a formidable opponent for a reason, and made for a nightmare of a first game of the season, but even they weren't invincible. Williams brought Rodesheimer down with a thud, and my hands finally shot into the air. Cassie cheered from the rear, and Klein clapped me on the shoulder before stepping away to claim back his wife. I smiled at the feeling of my first full breath. That is, until I realized that Winnie was still down there as pandemonium broke out. Like a word search, I scoured each group of people one by one. "Quinn Bailey played one fuck of a game," Thatch said from somewhere beside me. I hadn't even noticed him walk up. I glanced at him briefly, but I kept my focus on the field as a crowd covered it like a blanket. "Oh? Are you saying you actually saw the game?" His face was a weird mix of happiness and regret and apology all in one. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen him look this way. "Sorry, dude. I know my attention was a little split today, but I swear, today of all days, I had a reason. I'll be here right beside you the whole time next game." I wanted to focus on what he was saying, ask him about what the fuck was going on with him, but I couldn't. Not until I found her. "What's wrong?" he asked, and I knew I wasn't doing a good job of hiding the fucking awful feeling in my chest. "Nothing," I denied as I kept looking. "Are you looking for someone?" he asked. It took a whole lot of effort to keep from telling him I'd find who I was looking for a hell of a lot faster if he left me to it. "Look!" Georgia squealed from the other end of the glass. "There's Winnie!" My eyes shot to her to see where she was looking. I followed the line of her finger and finally saw, in the center of the crowd, with a security guard beside her, Winnie was jogging straight down the middle of the field for the tunnel. I closed my eyes and ran a hand through my hair. This is so not fucking good. Most of my employees were men, or in Georgia's case, married to one of my best friends, so I didn't really find myself in this situation often, but it wasn't good. You cannot angry fuck one of your employees. Long legs wrapped around me, with her skirt up to her waist and her tits in my mouth. I pictured fucking her against the goalpost. Fuck, I told myself. I told you, you can't fuck her. The sound of Cassie's excited voice pulled me out of my daydream. "I'm so glad she's going out with us tonight." I couldn't even stop myself from asking. "Who?" She looked at me like I was crazy. "Winnie." Shit. My gaze jerked back to the field, but she'd already disappeared inside the tunnel. "Me too," Georgia agreed. "Where do you think we should go?" They answered in unison. "Barcelona Bar!" Thatch jumped to attention beside me. Honest to God, I think he'd been sleeping on his feet. "Barcelona Bar?" His face was a mask of no fucking way. Cassie transformed into a woman possessed right before our eyes. "Yes, Barcelona bar. I want some Harry Potter shots, goddammit." "No," Thatch denied outright, and my eyebrows jumped up in surprise. Georgia's face said danger Will Robinson too, but Klein, the only one who seemed to understand, stood smirking in the background. "No?" Cassie asked back, in a voice that would scare anyone. "What do you mean, no?" "Cass." "No, Thatcher. You've been cock-blocking my good time for hours now, and I want to know what the fuck is going on." He glanced around at all of us desperately, but no one tried to help. "Come on, baby," he tried. "Let's go have sex." Her eyes flashed, and she started to move toward him before she caught herself. "Wait, are you using pussy persuasion to distract me?" Thatch tried to look innocent, but he failed spectacularly. "Oh my God, you are!" she yelled. "You better tell me what's going on here right fucking now, or I will destroy you." "Yes," he whispered. "Trust me, honey. Now really isn't the time." A knock sounded on the door of the suite, and Winnie peeked her head in. Her eyes came straight to me. "You think you can't feel your dick now, but you definitely won't be able to when I cut it off your body," Cassie retorted. I winced at the visual, my eyes still locked with Winnie's. It was like some weird magnet that would not let go. "Fine," Thatch yelled. "You're pregnant, okay? Are you happy now?" "Huh?" My head whipped to the side to look at the lover's spat. Apparently that kind of news was strong enough to break the connection. "What?" Cassie shrieked. Thatch nodded. "No." Cassie shook her head and laughed maniacally. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life." "Cassie," Thatch tried softly. "I'm not pregnant, you lunatic. Why would you even say something like that? It's literally the craziest thing that's ever come out of your mouth." Georgia tried to step in and put a hand of comfort to Cassie's shoulder, but she tossed it off. "Cassie." Cassie turned to look at her. "I'm not pregnant," she repeated. "Cassie." Thatch tried to get her attention again. "I'm ignoring you, Thatcher. Stop telling our friends lies." She flipped him off over her shoulder. "I swear I'm not pregnant," she said again, and I wasn't sure if she was trying to convince us or herself. "Honey," Thatch said, and moved to stand beside her. He placed both hands on her shoulders and refused to let her shrug them off. "I'm not spouting off crazy bullshit right now. I honestly think you might be pregnant." She shook her head, and her face morphed into utter disbelief. "Do you even realize how insane you sound? I'm on birth control. There's no way I'm pregnant." "I think you need to take a test, honey," he said, voice soft. "When was your last period?" "Oh, for fuck's sake," she scoffed. "I'm not going to recount my ovulation cycle with you." But even as the words flowed past her lips, her face showed that maybe she wasn't so certain. Winnie's unyielding voice sounded from the other side of the room. "Come on, Cass. Let's go get a test." She looked at Winnie for a long moment, until she nodded, without even an attempt to argue. Winnie had undeniable authority. I immediately pictured her bent over my desk, a red reminder of my handprint on her ass. God damn it. "Fine," Cassie relented, and tossed her hands in the air. She turned toward Thatch and stabbed her finger into his chest. "Get ready to be proven wrong." Thatch smirked, but the gentleness in his eyes showed he wasn't even considering being wrong in this scenario. That was the look of a man who was certain, and he wasn't the least bit upset by the possibility. No, he looked thrilled.
Cassie. "I'm not pregnant," I said, and opened the pregnancy test package. "I'm on birth control. There's no fucking way I'm pregnant." Right? I took the pill every day. I hadn't been on antibiotics. There had been 0 hiccups with my cycle. Shit was normal. Well, besides the constant need to bone, but I lived with a giant who could fuck like a god. I'd like to find the woman who wouldn't want to have constant sex in that scenario. I glanced at Georgia and Winnie. They were both leaning against the bathroom counter, watching me damn near tear the package in two. And neither had expressed they were on the same page as me, the Cassie isn't pregnant page. I narrowed my eyes at Georgia when I noted the soft expression on her face and her frequent glances toward my belly. "No, Horgie," I said and pointed the test at her. "Go ahead and get those thoughts right out of your head. I'm not pregnant." Her expression grew softer and she smiled. "Seriously, stop looking at me like that." "Just go take the test, Cass," she finally said. I groaned and stepped into the bathroom stall. This was about the most ridiculous situation I had ever been involved in. Taking a goddamn pregnancy test inside Dwayne Reed while the guys waited outside in the parking lot. Go back 10 years and put us in a high school bathroom, and this could have been an episode of Teen Mom. Granted, it wasn't his choice that Thatcher wasn't with me. I had refused to let him join me while I peed on a stick. With the excited expression I had witnessed on his face, I had a feeling he would have been hovering over the toilet and holding the stick while I peed. I was in and out of the stall in less than 2 minutes. After I set the test down on a clean paper towel, I washed my hands while Winnie and Georgia looked down at it the entire time. "Seriously, you guys can stop staring at it. I already told you the answer. I'm not pregnant," I said as I dried off my hands and tossed the used paper towel in the trash. I leaned against the bathroom counter, crossed my arms over my chest, and looked everywhere but at the test. That stupid test. I wasn't pregnant. Seriously, how many times did I have to tell these idiots I wasn't pregnant? Thatch couldn't have been more wrong about this. I was sure of it. "Cass," Georgia whispered, "you should probably look at this." I glanced over at her and watched her eyes go wide. "No," I refused. "I'm not looking at it. I already know the answer." "Cassie," Winnie chimed in, "Georgia's right. You need to check the results yourself." I rolled my eyes. "Don't be ridiculous. Just tell me what it says. Go ahead," I said, gesturing with my hand. "Just say, 'not pregnant,' and then we can all leave this bathroom and head to the bar." Georgia shook her head. "I can't. You need to be the one to see it." "You guys are being ridiculous." I groaned and strode to their side of the counter and snatched the pee stick off the towel. My eyes met the result window, and I laughed. One pink line straight down the middle. Not pregnant. I held the test up in the air. "See? Not pregnant. I told you guys." Winnie's eyes went wide, while George's eyes filled with tears. I honestly felt a little bad about the whole thing. I hadn't realized she wanted me to be pregnant that badly. "I'm sorry, Georgie," I said. "I promise one day I'll get pregnant and you'll be the godmother just like we talked about." God, my best friend was so fucking sweet I could hardly stand it. Cassie," Winnie said, as she reached forward and wrapped her hand around my hand that was still holding the test. "You're looking at the control window. You need to move your thumb to see the actual results." I glanced down at the test and watched as her index finger slid my thumb away from the results screen. The test window doubled in size, and the pink lines had multiplied. 1, 2. Wait, what? I counted them again. 1, 2. What? I'm pregnant? I stared down at that test for who knows how long. I was stunned, speechless. I was motherfucking knocked up. That giant bastard got me pregnant, I shouted when verbal function returned, and I strode straight out of the bathroom, piss-stained test in hand. My feet smacked across the tile floor of Duane Reade, and within seconds, I was striding through the automatic doors toward the parking lot. Thatch leaned against the bumper of his Range Rover, arms crossed over his chest and face relaxed, while he chatted with Klein and Wes. I took 4 stomping steps out of the entrance of the store and then chucked the pregnancy test across the parking lot. It nailed Thatch square in his forehead. How? What the fuck? He glanced up to find me practically shooting laser beams from my eyes, aimed in his, and only his direction. Cass, honey? I didn't say a word. I just pointed down at the pregnancy test sitting on the pavement beside his feet. He tilted his head to the side before bending down and picking it up. He held the test in the air. Did you take it already? Oh, yeah, I confirmed. I took it all right. I heard the automatic doors open behind me and knew that Winnie and Georgia had followed me out. Klein and Wes glanced at the girls, but Thatch's eyes stared down at the test. I swear he didn't move for a full minute, and then his mouth morphed into the biggest smile I had ever seen. He looked at me, then he looked at my belly, then he looked at the test. We're pregnant? He asked when his eyes met mine again. No, I snapped. We're not pregnant. I pointed at myself. I'm pregnant. I'm the one who's going to get a big fat ass and my boobs are going to be bigger than your giant fucking head. God damn it, Thatcher, you knocked me up. I didn't think it was possible, but his smile got even bigger.
Thatch. I didn't even pause. 1 step, 2. I charged right at her until she had to look straight up to see me. Thatch, she whispered when she saw the look on my face. I knew it was all there, everything I was feeling. Wonder, love, excitement, and a whole lot of, this is the best moment of my life. The asphalt scraped at the denim over my knees as I dropped to them in front of her and put my forehead to her stomach. There was a life in there, made up of half of her and half of me. Hands to her hips, I pushed the loose fabric of her shirt up until a couple of inches of skin were exposed above the waist of her skirt. My lips had a mind of their own, and my eyes closed at the feel of her warm, thrumming skin beneath them. When her small hands sank into my hair, tears threatened at the corners of my eyes. Thatcher, she whispered again. I opened my eyes to look up at her, but my lips never left her skin. We made a baby, Cassie. Her throat bobbed, and she nodded. God, I am so in love with her. Are you happy? I asked, even though part of me was scared to know the answer. I hadn't planned on getting her pregnant, and I certainly hadn't been trying, but here, with my mouth a few inches away from our baby, I'd never wanted anything more. It's soon, she said gently, but her eyes were soft. Love and happiness were the only 2 things that could ever make her look that soft. I shook my head. Everything. You, me, this tiny, surely out of its motherfucking mind combination of us. The timing. It's all so right. we're going to need a new set of rules," she said with a smile. I laughed, but shook my head. I only have one. "Just one? I'm knocked up. The two of us are going to have to figure out how to be parents, and you only have one fucking rule?" I pushed to my feet and put my lips to her ear. "Be worthy of my family." Her head jerked back, and her watery eyes met mine. "And baby, that's one rule I'll never fucking break." This concludes Banking the Billionaire by Max Monroe, narrated by Jeremy York and Elizabeth Hart. Copyright 2016 by Max Monroe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Monroe, LLC, care of Jane Rutherson Agency, LLC, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.